to direct the different bodies of consciousness. It's the force to alive. What is the G? The G is the understanding of how you generate experience or reality. Okay? How do you create a reality? I want it. Okay. A lot of people asking. Do you want a code? If you want a code, I can take the hit and you can save something on investing in this book. In fact, I'm sure there's a lot of people here who have read the book. Has anybody here read the book? Has it helped you in any way? Let me know in the comments. Book code. Okay, I'll give you the code. This is my book, by the way, everyone. How do I get the book? Okay, I'll give it you just 2 seconds. I have 3 books. Amazing. The code is, I'm only going to create. What percentage should I give off, everyone? You're the writer. Yeah, I am the writer. This is my name. I'm going to be, I'm going to ask you lot, be fair with me. How much do you want off the book? I can't give 70% or anything stupid, right? I can't, or else then I would take a big hit and a loss. But I can work with you. Of course. 50%. I never really do 50%. It's very, very rare, but you know what? Today, I'm going to be extra nice. 90%, yeah. I wish I could, honestly. I wish I could. But unfortunately, we live in a capitalist system where we all have to pay the bills, right? You are so kind. It's a pleasure, right? But listen, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to give 50%. 50%, you can get the book. It's worth the money. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Anybody else read the book? Let me know in the comments. So the first 10 people can use this code. Okay? Are you all ready for the code? I'm not going to do 50 again, to be honest. So I'm not going to do 50 again. The code is 777, 50% off. The first 10 people who get there. So just click my profile, click the link in the bio, click on books, and it will take you to revivalofwisdom.com. We have it in French, English, Italian, Spanish, German, Dutch. We have paperback and PDF. We have digital and physical. So the first 10 people to use that code, 777, gets 50% off. And then obviously you're going to get some guys who, 50% off. So just click my profile, click the link in the bio, and use that code. We have PDF, paperback, everything. Doing the same as the church. Far from it. People are asking me for the book. No link. There's a link in my bio. There should be a link in the bio. Use the code 777. Right, anyways, let's carry on. Let's continue. Anyone have any questions? Let's go deep into this. Feel free to ask your questions. Beautiful book. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, and when you order the paperback, you also get a free PDF. It's called like an extra book that comes with this. Anyways, got mine. Thank you. No worries. Enjoy. The G. Yes, we were discussing the G, the generative principle. The generative principle. The generative principle is how you create reality. Okay? How do you create reality is something called the generative principle. I've talked about this a lot, but it's a very big understanding of how you create reality. Right now, everyone's using something called the generative principle, of what Freemasons call it, right? Can't find the link. All you have to do is click my profile, click the link in the bio, and click on books. Do you ship worldwide? Yeah, it's all worldwide shipping. And listen, if anyone has any questions or any problems, just contact my support team, Revival of Wisdom Assistance at outlook.com. They'll get back to you within like 10 hours, not even that. Probably quicker if you email them now, or they're very fast. Revival of Wisdom Assistance at outlook.com. If you have any issues or questions with your order, give them an email. We'll sort it out for you. So, the generative principle is how you generate a reality, how you create this experience right now. You're all creating an experience right now, right? You're all creating through the generative principle. So the generative principle is you watching this stream because you have some form of care. You have some form of care that's making you take this action to watch this stream. There is a form of love or care that's interested you to watch this. That's what's generating your creation right now, your world, what's in front of you. So there is a form of care to watch this live. That's why you're watching it. And as soon as you don't care, you'll find something else that you do care about to watch and generate that reality. So human actions only come from a place of love. For example, we all care about paying the bills, right? We all have to pay the bills. Therefore, that care, you have a care for that generates actions or desire to create money, which is go to work, take action to pay the bills. So the generative principle is what creates your actions. What is generating your life? Just ordered 2 books, can't wait. Beautiful. What was the code? The code was 777. There is 5 codes left. 5 more people can use that. 777. I'm not going to do 50% again. Yeah. So take advantage of it if you wish. The generative principle brought all 3. Beautiful. Enjoy them. So the generative principle is what generates your experience. So if you do not care about whatever it is you do, you will not generate something in that. For example, if you care about your partner, you will take the actions to spend time with them, and that will grow a relationship. So the word grow is G. Generate is G. Anything to do with creation is G. Gnosis is G. Because you gain gnosis by going inside yourself. And in order to go inside yourself, you have to care to meditate. If you don't care about meditation, you won't take the action to do it. So there is a form of G, or care energy, to make you take them certain actions or reality. So, yeah. It's what generates your experience, what creates your reality. So this is why the word green, this is why creation is green. Because when we look at nature, we see that the primarily color is green. Of course, there are other colors throughout creation, but the dominant color of Earth's surface is green. This is because nature itself is the nurturing force of Earth. Nature sustains life the same way that care sustains growth in all things. Just as a child grows when cared for, or a relationship deepens when attention is given. Life flourishes when it is nurtured. The principle is the same. If one cares for a plant, waters it, and tends to it, the plant grows. If one cares to reach out to a friend, the bond between them strengthens and develops. Care is the force that creates creation. It is love in action. It is the force that permeates all creation. The sun is the biggest form of love there is. It gives and expects nothing in return. Give, gift, all forms of care or love actions which create reality. In Dutch, yes, we have in Dutch versions, Dutch translations. So love or care is the force that creates everything. It's the generative principle. So if you look here in Freemasonry, this woman is caring for a baby. So it's the generative principle. So in order to ascend off the checkerboard floor, meaning low consciousness, we must have a care to master ourselves and know the deeper mysteries of life. We must have a care to ascend to a higher perspective, to higher consciousness. Base consciousness, in order to get out of base consciousness, we must have a care and a deep desire to know. And they show you the care, the feminine aspect of consciousness. Okay. Idea, care, time and attention creates the reality. Your time and attention are your two spiritual currencies. Hence why you say you spend time and pay attention. Spend time and pay attention. Very, very powerful. Okay. What's the difference between the PDF books and the paperback? The PDF is digital, the paperback's physical. The PDF is instant access, the paperback you have to maybe wait for it to get delivered. I just got the PDF book, beautiful. Enjoy them, enjoy the book, you'll love it. It's going to help you understand yourself on a very deeper level. On a very, very deep level. By the way, everyone, there is 2 codes left. 2 more people can use that code, 777. 2 more people. The last 2 about to get taken. Code was 777. The book is the Book of Symbolism. Just click my profile, click the link in the bio, and click on books. It will give you 50% off for the last time. How can I get the PDF? It's all on my bio. Just click my profile, click the link in the bio, click on books. It will take you to revivalofwisdom.com. You'll find paperbacks, PDFs, all there. Dude, please do the World Cup thing. Oh. I don't really. I would talk about the World Cup, but I don't want to do it on live because they will take it down for sure. But it's a ritual, right? We all know what rituals are. Do we all know what rituals are? Got the paperback book. Beautiful. Enjoy. Please explain alchemy. Okay. Alchemy, it's turning base metals into more refined and more valuable metals. So it's symbolism, right? Alchemy is about transforming yourself. So, okay, sorry, let me do something. Alchemy is about, it's symbols, right? It's symbolic. It's not real. You're not turning actual metal into gold, lead into gold, for example. So let me tell you, alchemy is about transforming the psyche. So in alchemy, I have a page somewhere about this. I want to make sure I'm on the right page. Where is the page? Let's find it. Alchemy. Anyways, we'll just leave it for now. We don't need a page for it. Alchemy. Lead is not very valuable. Okay? It's not valuable. Gold, very valuable. Okay? So lead in consciousness, lead is something that's not valuable. A raw emotion. Gold symbolizes enlightenment or higher awareness. Okay? So, let's say lead is anger. So every emotion you feel is a doorway into yourself. Every emotion you feel is a doorway. Anger can reveal where you lack self-control. But if you just feel that anger and never question it, you will keep repeating the same lessons and get angry over and over again in life over anything. So anger is the lead, the raw emotion or the base metal that can be transformed into enlightenment by questioning. Why did I get angry? I got angry because someone said this. Okay, that's now revealing somewhere in my psyche where I have no self-control. So now I can work on developing that part of myself so I have control over that. Or jealousy. I feel jealous of someone. You can either just feel that emotion and leave it and just keep feeling jealous, or you can transform the jealousy into direction. Okay, I'm jealous of that person. Let's not hide it. Let's transform it. If I'm jealous, that's showing me direction what I want to achieve. Use that as fuel to transform the base metal into gold. So that's what alchemy is. It's the transmutation of the psychic forces, taking raw, uncontrolled emotions into enlightenment and controlled creation, or enlightenment or self-control. Alchemy. No, alchemy. Chem is chem, meaning Egypt. This is where all this knowledge comes from. Chem, Egypt, chemistry, all comes from Chem, Egypt. Kemet, yes. Everything, all of this knowledge comes from Egypt. So alchemy, chemistry, all comes from Chem. Okay. So, very important we understand that. Okay. Where to buy book. You can find this in my bio. Thank you for the code. I just placed my order. Beautiful. I brought all 3 books. Amazing. You're going to absolutely love them. And I really do appreciate your support. But honestly, the people in the comments will tell you these books are life-changing when you understand yourself. So anyways, great explanation. No worries. I mean, it's a pleasure. This is what I love to do, help people expand their understanding of themselves. I got my books. Amazing. Did they arrive today? Or recently? Or did you just order them? Rituals. Okay, a ritual is to change the function of consciousness. So every time you tied your shoelaces, that was a ritual. I got mine today, thank you. No worries, enjoy. A ritual is something you do on repeat to change the subconscious, because the subconscious responds to patterns. That's why in Freemasonry, the number 3 is massive. 3 Blue Lodge degrees, 3, everything. 3 great lights of masonry, the 3 candles, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Why? Because 3 is the number that the subconscious mind can start to recognize something and install it as a program. So 3, if you notice in Freemasonry, they knock on the door 3 times. They do this in politics as well. They knock on the door 3 times. Everything's in 3s, because that's how you program the mind. It's a way of the subconscious recognizing something is a pattern, so it can install it and memorize it, right? So anyways, a ritual is something you repeat to change the function of consciousness. So in Freemasonry, each degree is a moral story, an allegory. So it's a story or a ritual they play out. And inside the ritual, there are hidden spiritual, esoteric understandings. And the more you do that ritual, the more you start to realize the hidden meaning of it. And it's basically talking about the world inside your head and how you operate the psyche, if that makes sense. I purchased all 3 and the health guide. Absolutely beautiful. You're going to love them. You're going to love the books. So in Freemasonry, you can do rituals for everything. You can do rituals for good things. You can do rituals to... It's basically to change the function of consciousness at will, right? So you can create your own rituals that align your mind and put your mind in a loving state. Or you can do a ritual before you go to work to put yourself in a work mode. There's just different ways to get into different mind states and attune your mind to a different vibration or mental state that you maybe need. So there are rituals to purify your energy field. There are rituals to banish thoughts from the mind. There are rituals to invoke certain emotions. There are rituals for every possible mind state that you need. For example, if you do a ritual every day that discusses, you do a ritual every day that invokes the feeling of love, where you maybe, you could create anything. You can create a sigil. You can create a sigil with a logo in it, and that basically means a certain thing. It could mean love. And every day, you maybe you draw the symbol, you place it down, you walk around it 3 times while watching it, with saying in your mind, I feel love, I feel love, I feel love. And what you'll do, you will invoke the feeling, and the more you do it, the more you focus your whole consciousness on it, you eventually, the more you do it, the more subconscious, the more it ingrains into your subconscious, and the more you feel it on a regular basis. So let's say you feel very down all the time and sad, or not worthy. You could do a love ritual where you create a sigil which represents that emotion, and when you look at the emotion, you invoke the feeling. Because the more you say something in your head, if you say something for 5 minutes, if you say I am love for 5 minutes, you'll eventually, if you say I am happy for 5 minutes, you'll eventually feel happy. So they're just different ways to invoke different energies, different emotional states, different mind states. That's what rituals are. It's another tool. Yeah, it's another tool you can use to change mind states at will. Can music be a ritual? 100%. You can use your voice in rituals. You can do specific music for rituals, depending on what energies you're trying to attract or invoke inside yourself. Right? You can do rituals for pretty much anything. Pretty much anything. Because remember, you're an electromagnetic being who can attract and repel certain energies and emotions and emotional states and states of consciousness. But listen, I'm going to be live again in an hour. In one more hour or an hour and a half, I'm going to come live again, and we'll do another live. If you haven't already, join the inner chat. There is a little inner chat in my bio. It's like a community inside of TikTok. If you like my information, I send little pieces of information in there every day. And join the inner chat. It's a cool little place. I've got 6.2k people so far. How do we join? If you literally just click on my profile, you'll see underneath the link in the bio, you'll see like the inner chat underneath the highlight. Just click that and it will make you join. I can send you messages on TikTok every day. Your university is so expensive. It is expensive, but I do have some great thoughts that I want to do. But yeah, it's very, very deep in there. It's very deep psychological training. Just join the chat. Thank you. I'll see you all inside the chat. Anyways, we'll be live again today. Take care, everyone. See you all again soon. And it's been a pleasure. Thanks, brother, for 50% off. No worries. Enjoy. Take care, everyone. Goodbye.
Keke o pese e o pese on kasa kana eyi
second body mano
sakrama no eh na e din o o sheda o yes na mana o sheda
ba nyama ya me o fi ho mimi ntumi nya bio mimi ne akuma o kra obeku na machi me ho kra she na me
era me o sheda pa o petisi su o titino a
esa na osa kakalika na akeni mfino osa onim se nipa ko mpese ben nipa we but wa ko fa nipa mu no musa kakalika no we woni ni on famous
I don't know that can I serious no on serious no
maybe am who se ni bo
business o
ya ma kwoti the SI can bu
say ene de can Astani on business and can na ya na aboa yesa na ya ni Bogdan na aboa yesa da na ewurade me say ene de can astani on business
na bi o na iram su buafu because iram me say enye bibia
no ni buafu ma de
omo nyina buafu iram su buafu na bi o ti after that na mo kokun wodem wo iram ka say enye bibia
after that pool party na omo ma yesa hot kiss no sa hot kiss na yentumi refi sa hot kiss no kitchen
omo ka mo hu bombi ewu nko fo we on
that is how love supposed to be.
Oh yes, love
supposed to be
too much. Too much. Say the way omo no baku koja baku kakra be ha baku omo ye so close. Yeah, I feel that blind ni masesa.
Nanka ye we
because you have too much too much.
Oh yes, you say it has a soft body, so o shake kakra bi pe na adeni jam. So it's not that she's doing too much. Yes, your name is dead no like dead so ni hu no so ni mu ye de ba de say kakra ye fa na wa jai ho anta ade na sorry ade
Dabi o say na odele say yeah she bi na kile.
Oh sister, now bema consider the onu de on pe baby consider nation. After they want to me sorry or in the way and now
omo try can na can dey sa akata na me say
a cameraman na nkasa no Musa onu say I will bet me arrest Musa die
Njuni also the next guy no na answer dance be please
so I want me say what that from above your man warning but this that at the surplus comment section to me three no be say hey Ram it's okay
bet now kwa na ni nji
When said that day, no shippers for Omutuba, she
sister, Omutuba, Euladia, Omudu, Yombe, Quanta, shipper. You have a lot to do. We are shipper.
You know, true. You know, on the side.
Nipakro. I saw one name Nipakro.
That
beautiful man.
Oh, they're not an engine, not one, they're not still not beautiful.
Hey. Now no kind of better me standing on business.
That was
standing for 4 hours. Nasa.
That do you. Baby, a shin is a boy, and they are not ordinary son and nam the tune.
Aye. No, so.
Oh, it's not a new no.
But my name was Sabo and Uncle, my name Nancy. I feel now almost all the girls.
Yeah, you see electricity on his system. But you know, said me what I can see is that he's very. No, share. Once you cannot get a pen as a pen in this one, or you're very, very like only
romantic.
Yeah, only there.
Romantic.
Yeah.
Because I really the voice also can hold because he has some romantic voice, Bisa or Kasara. Hey,
he's very, very well said. He's very, very intelligent. What you are saying? Oh, he's very, very intelligent. Most of the times, you know, in Banun soon be brain, no more some intellectual. And then Emma asked them for pen and some no. It's not that deep.
So I am your one. I mean, I say, ah, boy, we're
Irene say no pen because of that. I read pen ask them because of that.
Oh,
I said, oh, him there are treating band, so we are the girl. They will be
yeah. I know what words romantic words.
If you can help more,
yes, that's what's Nankasa.
Nigeria ni bema watu odomu na wadi ni bedi agoro.
Hey sister, men challenge you why? Yen challenge you, musa kwa for yen challenge you.
Mo penu ba na I confuse no for the uncomfort.
Ah,
I bet you was so enjoying on the baby.
Oh, serious oh.
Go for what you like, oh.
Well, that is it. Just go for what you want. That is one thing.
Because no near them they are very cool.
Miss you boss up for the cramp.
Muka project once more launching a match like
Miss Lemu, me pesa me ti obi adiwa.
Rather you say omunyando.
Miss Low sister. Hey, ulade nyankopo.
I say make catch them. I want from how kofa. Hey.
Me who flyer say everyone be here we be oba be launch in the way.
Oh, next month.
Thank you.
I am just musara now. I'm posting my why.
Yeah.
Mo post flyer no abusianfo. Only flyer now. Show me story no be flyer no.
Lady na so go. Ko fu be kwa post to TikTok ayi into no bet.
And then na me hu so no akasa post.
Also be a post na wa report ya my na ye ko ye ni power.
We will support you, baby girl. We will support you. But when nipa osa pay Ramasempa. Nana Joa, hey, or pay Ramasemu. Hey, somebody do it by your
that is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I'm not open as more. So, a baby girl. Hey, open as some papa.
That is how it's supposed to be.
which is your action. Aquarius, which is an air sign, which is thought. Scorpio, which is a water sign, which is emotion. So these represent the four powers or the four worlds that awareness lives in. You can act on your washing machine, you will want or do something else. You can feel sad and think about, I don't know, playing football. You literally live in four different worlds at the same time. You have full control over these four different worlds. Your body can be acting on a washing machine, you will want to do something else, you feel sad, and you can think about football. Right, so they're the four worlds awareness has full control over. So that's what it represents. So all of it is symbolic of consciousness. What is the will? The will is the force that can direct the mind and can direct every body of consciousness. The will is, I will do something. I will. I want, right? It's very difficult to even explain what will is, but it's a force that drives and directs the mind, it can direct the body, it can direct emotions. What is the difference of act and will? Action is taking, physical actions. It is the result of thoughts, mainly desire and emotion. But an action is mainly the fulfillment of a desire. The will is strength of doing. Yeah, that's very well said. Very well said. Yeah, it's like a strong psychic force. It's the highest point. It goes will is the highest, then thought, think, then feel, then act. Will is always the highest. And that's how energy moves through the psyche. Right? How can we use that to be successful? You already know how to do that. Learn to gain unified consciousness, right? You have to learn how to direct consciousness instead of leaving energy scattered. So, mainly, you got to align them. Yeah, exactly. You have to align all four bodies. Most people have a divided consciousness where their awareness is thinking about a business, they feel sad, and their actions are, I don't know, taking random actions on TikTok. Your job is to align all three towards one goal. If you think, feel, and act towards one goal, then you're not wasting mental energy, you're writing a book and you don't want to get distracted. Part of your mind wants to go downstairs and watch TikTok. Remind yourself of the symbol and say unified consciousness. Think, feel, and act towards one goal. And it will help you keep aligned the will, the thought, the emotion, the action, all towards one creation. Right? If that makes sense. Essentially, right, you do have to go through a period of studying yourself, right? So this book will help you, it will fast track yourself. You'll understand everything, and then you have to then apply this in your mind. Apply this to your daily life, and your life will change. If that makes sense. The book is so big. Yeah, it's a big book. And there's a lot of... But yeah, I am going to create, right? For the last people, I'm going to head off now, but for the last people who want to take advantage of this book, if you want to invest in yourself, you want a better life, you want to understand yourself, you want to create the dream reality, understanding your psyche, understanding consciousness is the best thing you can do. And I'm sure a lot of people in the comments can help you and approve of the book, because it has transformed thousands of lives. And if anyone has, their life has been changed through this book, just let them know in the comments. I'm sure people want reinforcement. But use this code. I'm going to create, not 10, there's only 5 of these. I'm going to create 5 more. The code is 555 40%. Just click the link in my profile, click on books, it'll take you to revivalwisdom.com. Use that code 555 at the checkout, and it's not correct. Revival of Wisdom Assistance at outlook.com. Just put it into ChatGPT to make sure it's spelt right, but it is Revival of Wisdom Assistance at outlook.com. Revivalismassistance.com. Just contact them on email, they'll get to you. But the next 5 people, take advantage of that. There's only 5, so much love to you all. It's been a pleasure. What an amazing lecture, or not lecture, live that we've had. It's been beautiful. Have an amazing day. Oh, one of them was taken already. That was fast. So there's actually 4 more codes left. One was taken very quick. 4 codes left. Love and light to you all. It's been a beautiful lecture, or live. That was me. There you go. You got there first. Yeah, they will go fast. Very fast. It's a very high demand book. But yeah, love and light to you all. Take care, everyone. I'll see you all in the next live. And love and light to you all. Goodbye.
Nataka kwawe anapawe na matutumi na tinema son of the Lord uji say your moderator nti usi a obesa abasuro saa afide bring me.
Some people think they worship Baal, or some people call it Satan. Satan, Baal, Moloch. Okay. Some people think they worship these people. Do they really worship Baal? Do they really worship Satan or Moloch? Okay. We have to see what they're actually trying to show us through their symbols, through the symbolism, right? Or Lucifer. Some people think they worship Lucifer. So who are the other beings? So people think they worship this, right? So what's the meaning behind this? What's the meaning behind all of this? Satanism and, demon worship. Are they really worshipping this? Well, let's look a little bit closer. So when you see the owl, okay, share this live with a friend and family member, everyone, and feel free to ask your questions. So we all see this owl, right? Let me know in the comments. We all see this. So this owl, again, if we go to the banknote, right? If we look at the banknote, we see it right there as well. On the $1 bill, this is on the $1 bill. On the $1 bill, you see this owl. Right? Everybody see it? Anybody know what this means? I'd love to hear your guesses on what you reckon this represents. It's on the $1 bill. Okay. Some people think Moloch. Some people think the goddess. Death. Some people say death. Okay. They worship Moloch. Okay, so what is this owl? Let's go into this owl because I want to explain what it really is. Okay. The owl. Okay, let's look at the symbolism of an owl. It is a predatory bird. Okay. The owl is a predatory bird that can see clearly even in complete darkness. Okay, so that has a lot to do with the symbolism. It lives in the night time. It's nocturnal. Okay, so that's massive. In occultism, which we all know occultists run the world. We all know that, right? We all know that the occultists run the world. They are on the dark side of life. They're not light. They associate themselves with darkness. Okay? With greed, with self. They don't care about other people. They only care about self. They are in darkness. Okay? So, we see the owl symbolism everywhere. The owl is a predatory bird that can see clearly in complete darkness. Symbolically, let's go deeper, right? Symbolically, this represents the dark occult mind. An individual who possesses great intelligence and insight, one who can see what others cannot. This type of person holds knowledge and understanding that could illuminate others, yet choose to conceal it and use it as a weapon instead. Okay, so it's the dark occult. It's using occult power, occult knowledge for bad reasons and manipulation as a weapon. It's using this as a weapon, okay? It's exploiting. And what is occult, everyone? Does anybody know what occult means? What is the study of the occult? What is the study of the occult? Kabbalah. Yeah, but what is Kabbalah? What is it all about? Hidden. Yeah, it means hidden. But what does it mean to you? What are they studying? They're studying the mind. Yeah. Occult. We're studying the hidden forces. Forces of the mind, right? So in school, we learn a very basic understanding. Let me give you a basic understanding. In school, we learn a very, very, very basic understanding of ourselves. A brain, the biology, the cells, how the cells work, you know, all this stuff with the cells. And we gain a very basic understanding of the brain and how it understands. Then you go to university, you can learn a bit about psychology. You learn a very basic understanding of psychology, right? But they only teach you in university the physical meanings of the brain, the physical functions of the brain. They don't teach you the invisible. They don't teach you the spiritual forces of the brain. They don't teach you how the mind and the body work together and how the forces of the mind function, right? So when you get introduced to secret societies, that's what they teach you, the hidden side of the human mind, the human brain, the functions of the body, the very in-depth and functions of the self, okay? That's what secret societies teach. Okay, or occult schools, secret societies, occult schools. They teach you how to use these mental forces, how to use the brain centers, how to use the chakra centers, the energy centers, how to control them, how to control mental forces, how to influence natural mental forces in other people. This is what you call magic, okay? Magic is how to use mental forces. Okay. That's what true magic is. It's mag. Mag. What's mag? Anybody know? What comes after mag? To do with forces and energy. Anybody know? Let me know in the comments. Magnet. Yes, magnetism. Magnetism. Because magnetism, that's what magic is. It's using mental forces, magnetic forces. Because everything is electromagnetic. This is what they teach. Okay? Magnetism, invisible forces, how thoughts, emotions all play a role in magnetism. There are people in occult schools who can influence what you think. They can project thoughts, influence your biofield. Okay? You can do this, everyone does this, but unconsciously, right? You can project thoughts and ideologies and emotions into people, emotional impressions, right? Through practice, through self-control, right? So everything, magic, right? Magic is magnetism. Because the mind is magnetic, well, the soul is pure magnetism, pure awareness, right? Magnetism in its rawest form. So when you think thoughts, in occult schools, they teach you the very basic understanding, which is exactly what they're trying to destroy today, people. In this world, the reason they give us technology, phones, and Instagram, the reason why they give us that is because they want to destroy human concentration. Concentration is how to direct the mind. You can project thought, ideas, emotions onto people to disrupt our magnetism. Yeah, right? You can train yourself to I don't even want to say some of this stuff. You can practice your mind to focus on certain thoughts for a very long time, and you can increase concentration. Now, I'm not going to share everything on that because I know there's probably some people in here who might, use this for bad reasons, right? So I can't share everything, but that's what sigils are, right? You concentrate on a sigil for a very long time. You practice, you focus all of your mind's attention on a thought or a symbol that represents a thought, right? And when you concentrate it and charge the sigil with the meaning and the symbol, right? When you're around people, you can actually look at them, imagine the sigil on them, and direct all your mental focus and concentration on them, and you can influence what they think, right? But that's a very, very advanced level. That's a very, very advanced level of occultism, of using magnetic powers with the mind. Did everybody understand that? Right? So I'm not going to tell everything about that because there's a lot more you can learn about that. But the magnetism of the body, okay, is also under attack in today's world. It's also under attack. The foods we eat, every food we eat has magnetism. You see, in school, we're taught everything about vitamins. Vitamins, all these things inside the food. They make you focus on vitamins or, the nutrition of the food, right? But they never teach you the very basic thing that your body eats. Think about it for a second, right? Your whole life, you've been brainwashed about vitamins, right? Minerals. But what happens when you eat the food that you eat just comes straight back out the other end, right? So what are you actually consuming of the food? Whatever you put into your body just comes straight back out. So what is it you're consuming? You're consuming magnetism. That's what the body needs. Magnetism, copper, magnesium, right? So fruits, things from the sun, things that grow out the ground contain high magnetism. And the reason they changed the diet of the reason they want to push this artificial food so much is because they want to decrease the lifespan. And the lifespan is nothing to do with minerals. It's to do with magnetism. You see, everything we've been taught in life is about the physical, the nervous system, the cardiovascular system, the brain, physical health. They never teach you about the spiritual health, your magnetic field. The magnetic field is, they don't teach you that because if you understood the magnetic field, you would get rid of every laptop, electrical device in your house. They couldn't sell these things if people understood the magnetism of the body. They couldn't sell these foods unless people didn't understand magnetism. Everything they do is against the magnetic field. The phone, the laptop, the screens, the Wi-Fi, the magnetic field is under attack. The human magnetic field. Why? Because that's how you influence the internal mind state of an individual. Because the magnetic field is not only just outside of you. It spirals inside of you, comes out, and then goes back inside through the heart and mind, the heart and brain. So it's always rotating inward and outward, inward and outward. So did you know that your heart, the human heart, picks up on environmental changes before your brain does? Did you know that? It's scientifically studied that the human heart is not just an organ, it is a brain. It contains 50,000 neurons in the heart, the human heart. The human heart picks up on environmental changes not through sight, not through senses, but through magnetism. The influence in magnetic waves in your surroundings. You know when you walk into a room and you can feel bad energy. You feel like there's someone in the room with bad emotional intent. They have a horrible desire in the air. You can feel it, but your mind can't make a logical understanding of it. Because the mind can't pick that up. Only the heart can. So in Freemasonry, they tell you the heart is the center, is the center of spiritual perception in Freemasonry. The heart is the center of spiritual perception, meaning the heart reads energy, not logical information. Okay? So everything in your surrounding, the electromagnetic field, okay, it comes out and back through the feet. It spirals. So everything in your surrounding, your energy is picking up the vibration of the environment around you, and then it goes back into your heart. And your heart can pick up on emotional energy of other people. Why do you think when someone is very sad next to you, you feel sad as well? Does this make sense, everybody? Are we all on the same page? Let me know in the comments if this makes sense, right? Are we all on the same page? So, the magnetism of the body, when you feel sad, when you're next to someone and they feel sad, what happens? You start to feel sad. It's because your emotional state is not only confined inside of you, it is also outside of you. Every thought and emotion you have gets projected into your electromagnetic field. This is why when the sun is beaming, you feel happier. When the sun is out, you feel happy. Everyone's happy, especially in the UK, if you're from the UK. What happens in the UK when the sun's out? Everybody's happy. Everyone's out, talking with friends, probably going to the pub, right? The energy, everything is energy, everything is magnetism. Everything is magnetism. So you can influence magnetic states of people. Everyone can do this. You can do this. I can do this. Anyone can do this. The next time you meet someone, right, do this test. I'm going to give you a little test. Invoke happiness inside of you. Repeat the word happiness, joy, and laughter. Repeat them words before you meet them for 10 minutes. Invoke the feeling of being happy. And then when that person comes in the room or in your car or whatever, speak to them. And guaranteed they'll start to match your energy. If your energy is more powerful than theirs, they will match yours. However, if their energy is more powerful than yours, then you will match theirs. Okay? So you can influence through emotional states, and it's an occult. That's what occultism is. Occult just means hidden, and it's an occult force. It's magnetism. Thoughts as well. You can use this with thoughts. You can learn to project thought. The next time someone is asleep next to you, place your hand on theirs and place all of your concentration and imagination and emotional energy of waking them up. If you concentrate hard enough, they will wake up. Because you have influenced magnetism. You have influenced their magnetism, right? So the magnetism of the body, this is what they don't teach. Fruit, the sun, are the two powers of magnetism, they are the two powers of feeding your electromagnetic field. So what we eat, whatever we eat, comes straight back out, right? We all agree with that. Whatever we eat comes straight back out. What are we actually consuming? We're consuming magnetism. Every tree holds magnetic fields. Every tree has magnetic fields. Every fruit holds magnetism. When you eat fruit, you're not just eating fiber. You're eating crystallized sunlight, magnetism. That's why you get so much energy off fruit. The human body is an electric battery. It's an electromagnetic battery. Have you ever wondered why you get charged in a court? In a courtroom, what do they say? You get charged. And where do you go when you get charged, everyone? Let me know in the comments. Where do you go when you get charged? Where do you go? A cell. There you go. A battery cell. Because you're an electromagnetic battery. You go to a prison cell and you get charged with a specific, a thing, right? You're an electric being. The sun is magnetism. It's the force of magnetism. It is the magnetism force that feeds everything in this physical world. Without the sun, we are dead, right? Above and below, everything below feeds off what comes from above. Light, magnetism. Everything is magnetism. So now all you have to do is start to look at your hair. Why do you have this spiral on your head? Well, it's because of the magnetism. When you look down on a toroidal field, when you look down on the top of this, you'll see magnetism. Fruit all comes into the forms of magnetism. Okay? Everything is magnetism. An owl's face, your nose, is all magnetic toroidal fields. Okay? Trees grow in the form of magnetic fields. Right? Everything grows in magnetism. Above and below. Everything is magnetism. If you go back thousands of years to Rome, you'll see this. That's magnetism. They knew this thousands of years ago. So everything they do is to influence the magnetism of the human body. Why? Because the human body is an electromagnetic battery. They sell you poisonous foods because they don't want you to have high magnetism. Okay? The magnetism of the body is the most important thing that you could ever understand, right? Ever. So important. Disease and frequency. I've got to be very careful what I say now. Research suggests that disease or illness may exist in the lower range of frequency according to this viewpoint. The idea is that the individual can potentially be more susceptible to disease when their personal vibrational frequency is lowered, as it may align with the lower frequencies associated with illness. Conversely, maintaining a high vibration rate is believed to act as a protective factor. Okay. Disease is a vibration, and you can only catch disease if your magnetic field is on that vibration. Just like my fingers. If the atoms in my fingers were the exact same frequency, they would go through each other. But because they're not the same frequency, they repel each other. There is magnetism repelling the magnetism in these atoms. If they were the same frequency, they would go straight through. It's the same with illness. You can only get an illness if you exist on a low frequency, because illness itself exists on a very low frequency. Illness, this is proven, but science won't look into this, and definitely the mainstream media won't go into this. There is a certain therapy out there, I can't remember the name. There's a certain therapy out there that basically teaches you can find disease inside the electromagnetic field before it physically shows up in the physical body. You can find disease in the field of your body before it enters the physical. And there is a certain machine out there. If anyone knows the name of the machine, I can't think of the top of my head. There's a machine that can detect the frequency or the problem in your field. This machine will then create the frequency and place and vibrate the machine at that frequency and heal your magnetic field. Okay? There are ways to heal the body through magnetism, and this is why wearing copper is very powerful, because copper increases the magnetism of the area. Your body is an electromagnetic. That's why your blood contains iron. Why? Iron is the most magnetic metal. Your blood is literally made of iron. You need iron. What happens when you take iron? When you have a lot of iron and have high iron, you have high energy. What happens when you have low iron in your body? You have no energy. A lot of females suffer from that. A lot of females suffer from low iron and they always feel tired. Why? Magnetism. The human blood is magnetic. Okay? So what do? In the doctors? Well, they create fake iron, pills of iron. That's not the iron you need. You need iron phosphate, not iron oxide. Okay, there's a big difference. In the doctors, they give you physical iron. You don't want physical iron. Iron oxide. They'll give you, when you go to Holland and Barrett or the doctors, they give you these pills with iron. That is physical iron. You do not want to put physical iron into your body. Your body needs iron oxide. Iron phosphate. Iron phosphate. And the way you get that is through natural foods, such as wild rice, tomatoes. Okay? The human body is electromagnetic, and it needs iron, and it needs energy. It's electrical. It needs electrical foods. What does iron oxide do? Your body can't do anything with iron oxide because it's a physical metal. It's a heavy metal. Right? You want iron phosphate. Grapes, yes, red grapes. Tomatoes, yeah, high in iron. So again, that's why you get charged in a core, and when you get charged, you sit in a cell because your body is an electromagnetic field. Okay? Watermelons have iron. Have you ever wondered why you get so much energy off fruit? Science says it's sugar. It's magnetism. When you eat fruit, you're eating magnetism. You're eating crystallized sun rays. The sun has hit the surface of the fruit, and the energy is absorbed and crystallized in the fruit. And you're eating crystallized sunlight. That's why you get so much energy off fruit. So what did they tell you? Don't eat too much fruit. Don't eat too much this. Don't eat too much that. Then they go and sell you a bunch of poison with no energy in it, with no magnetism in it. You see, we need to stop looking at vitamins. We need to look at magnetism, electricity. How much electricity is my body getting? What is your body? It runs on electricity. It's an electromagnetic technological computer which runs off electricity. But science basically just confuses all of this and says you need vitamins, this. Of course you need vitamins and natural minerals, but the body is mainly electric. Okay? It's electrical. It's powerful. So, seeds from fruit. Yes, seeds. So it is a very powerful way of increasing your energy, increasing your energy field that surrounds your body. What is your diet? Mine is mainly alkaline, 90% alkaline. Sometimes I'm 100%, but I'm not always fully locked in. But it's mainly alkaline. What book is that? This is the Book of Wisdom. Okay. Very, very powerful. Very, very powerful, okay? Does anybody here wish to have a code for this book? I can give you a code. Do not invest in this book full price. In fact, has anyone here read it? Has anyone here read the book? I'm sure a lot of you here have read the Book of Wisdom. If you want a code, let me know in the comments. Okay. Yes, I've read them both. Beautiful. Okay, amazing. These are the most important things you could ever learn. Right, listen. A lot of people are asking about the codes. Mine's just came. Amazing. I'm glad who else have read the books? I'd love to know. I want the code. Okay. Code for the physical copy. Okay. 2 seconds. Where do you get it? Okay. The code is going to give you 35% off. They make the books using AI. Who has ever read these books, they'll tell you it's not AI. The images are, yes. But I'm sure there's some people who can give some great feedback here. Let me give you these codes now. Are you ready for the codes? I am the author of the book. My name is right there. This is an old copy, so this one's very messy. My name is there. This is me. Right, listen, if you want the code, if you want the code, just click the link in my bio, click the link and use this code 555. It's up for the next 10 minutes. 10 minutes, use the code 555 for 35% off. It's called The Book of Wisdom, Volume 1. There is a PDF and paperback on my website, revivalofwisdom.com. Just click the link in the bio, click on books, or just go to revivalofwisdom.com. 555. It works for everything on the website. This one is also a book of symbolism which discusses and tells you the secrets behind the Masonic symbolism. All of this is Masonic symbolism. How they encode all this knowledge and how it's basically how to use your brain and consciousness. Okay? How they hide all this knowledge behind the symbols. It's all about consciousness and how to function it. Okay? Use that code, 555. Just click the link in the bio or just go to revivalofwisdom.com. Someone said carry on. Okay, let's carry on. Let's carry on. That code is up for the next 5 minutes. Why do they use symbols? That's a great question. Why do they use the symbols? Because symbols conceal and reveal at the same time. They conceal and reveal. Why do they conceal and reveal? Because only if you have the inner awakening can you decipher the symbol. Only if you have the inner knowledge and understanding of yourself can you understand the symbol. So, I'm going to explain this. Would you like me to break this down for you? Share this live with a friend and family member. Okay. I can break this down for you. This is the 33rd degree logo. The 33rd degree. Okay? 33rd degree. This represents the mindset of a 33rd degree Mason. The mindset, because this symbol represents the mindset of the 33rd degree. Right? Which basically means this represents their consciousness, how they function. How do they function? Well, look right there. What's this? This is a crown. This crown, what does a crown do? The crown is on power and control because, what's it called? Royal families wear crowns. It represents power and control. But where is this power and control? Let me know in the comments. Where is it? The head, close. It's between duality. It's between the two. Right? It's between. So the first two codes were used. I want to say thank you to John Huff and Lawrence Wakefield. Enjoy your books. The crown is placed between duality. You're worshipping, say, I'm not worshipping anything. I'm telling you the symbolism behind this. Duality. What's duality? The mind is duality. Okay? So you have the past. This eagle's looking into the past. This eagle's looking into the future. This means non-dual consciousness. How do you get non-dual consciousness? Non-dual. It means collapsing duality within yourself. Okay? Collapsing the duality within yourself. Awakening. Recognizing that the mind is an illusion. You know, them thoughts that we get of, the thoughts that we get of stress. We're not the thoughts. We are the awareness behind it, observing it. The mind is duality. But the awareness above the mind, observing the thoughts, is singularity. So we need to train ourselves to see things through the mind. That you are the awareness, the singular consciousness behind the mind. You're the observer of the mind, looking through the filter of the mind. The mind is, so the past and future is also duality. Okay? So the past, this eagle's looking into the past, this eagle's looking to the future. But where is your power? Your power is in the present. Because you can only shape the present moment. There's no point worrying about the past and future. You can only control your mind and body in the present moment. That's where your power and control is. Okay? Your power and control is only in the present, which is the oneness. Here, just brought mine. Beautiful. You're going to love it. The code is now available for the next 2 minutes. There's 2 minutes remaining on the code. The code was 555 for 35% off. Order ab chaos, which means order out of chaos. That can be used for good and bad, right? That means whenever there's chaos in your life, there needs to be order. Whenever you have a messy room, you need to produce order to clean the room. Whenever you have a chaotic mind, you need to do an order meditation, where you silently meditate and observe the mind. Order out of chaos. Whenever there's chaos, you need to produce order. The dualities. The sword is a symbol of air because you move the sword through the air. Air represents the intellect or the mind. Okay? The intellect. The thoughts. My mind is chaotic. Yeah, my mind used to be very chaotic. So, the sword is your power, it's your tool to shape reality because it carves things. The sword can cut. The intellect is what cuts your reality and carves your experience. So to sit on top of it means to control the mind. Learn to bend the mind. Control the mind. Why is the eagle used? Because the eagle can fly in the heavens. It symbolizes seeing reality and yourself from a higher perspective. It's not a ground animal. It looks down on earth and sees things from a higher point, which represents awareness. You need to learn to become the awareness of the mind instead of getting lost in the mind, because the mind will play tricks on you. The mind will replay problems you have, thoughts. But you are the awareness observing it. To become the awareness of the mind instead of indulging in the mind's tricks. You're not the thoughts. You're the one listening to the thoughts. You're not the feelings. You're the one experiencing the feelings. So thoughts aren't very true. Okay? And when I begun to meditate every day, it slowly pulled my awareness back, because I used to get lost so much in the mind with the thoughts, the negative thoughts, whatever. But when you learn to be the awareness of them, your life changes. Okay? So this is all talking about collapsing duality, because when you learn to be the observer and you realize the observer of the mind is eternal. It is eternal, it is perfect. The mind is duality. So it's a symbol of mastering the mind by learning to collapse duality in your mind. That's what the symbol represents ultimately. Again, this is just another symbol. This is just another symbol of how to use consciousness on a higher level. Because that's what these secret societies pretty much are. How to use consciousness. Okay? How do I use consciousness on a higher level? Well, this is the compass. The compass creates circles. The compass tool is used to create circles. The square tool is used to create squares. Squares represent something physical because you can measure the square. You can measure the surface area of a square, right? Can you measure the exact surface area of a circle? Does anybody know? Anybody know if you can? Can you exact the exact number? Calculate the exact number. It's impossible. You can get very close, but you can't get the exact. It's a reoccurring number, yeah. So you can get the mind, the higher nature, the creative mind, the higher mind, because the mind is not physical, it's spiritual. You're the observer living in the mind. So this is basically saying your spiritual nature ruling your physical nature. Most people live their physical nature ruling their spiritual nature. Most people let their body rule their mind, right? I used to be like that. The instincts of my body, the lust or whatever it is, the food, my body would just act out everything without even thinking. I had no control over my body, or lack of control. This is basically telling you to place your mind ruling your body. You do not want your body ruling your mind, or else your mind will be not a nice place to live. You want the mind ruling the body. You want the mind to be the command center. You want the mind to dominate the body. You do not want the body to dominate the mind. You want the circle over the square. So basically what this represents is aligning the body with the higher mind, acting out the higher morals or the higher mind. Mind over matter, yeah. Think about it, the mind holds power over matter. If you tell yourself, if you stress over and over and over again, what happens to your hair? If you stress for years and years, what happens to your hair? Right? It turns grey. So stress is the effect of the mind's thoughts, and the hair turning grey is a result of the mind's thoughts. So the body just reacts to the mind. So we do not want the body ruling the mind, or else you live in a constant cycle of negative thought, of negative manifestation. The mind's the ruler, the body is the slave. The body needs to be the slave to the mind, not the mind being a slave to the body. You need to be in control, because when you're in control, you control your reality. Okay? You control your destiny, what you create in your world. You're not in a world, you are a world. You are a miniature creation, right? So, how do you achieve that? People are saying, how do I achieve that? Well, that's what the G is. The G is how you generate that consciousness. Scamming people is not control. I haven't scammed anyone. The G is how you generate that. Okay? How do you generate that higher consciousness, or how do you generate the mind ruling the body? Well, there must be a care, or the G basically stands for generation, the generative principle. Every single one of you right now is using this generative principle. Don't mean to prove it to you. The prime generator of reality is care. That is the generative principle, the G. It is care that drives our physical actions, and through those actions our experience and realities are generated. Care is the spiritual force that animates the physical body. That is why it's often said to follow your heart, because the body truly does follow the heart. The heart contains our care, our love, our desire energy. This inner energy expresses itself outwardly through the body, producing the reality we live in. Care, therefore, is the prime generator of reality. Whatever you care about is what you generate in front of you. Care is also the feminine force of consciousness. In order to generate reality, one must come into contact with the feminine current, for it is the receptive and nurturing aspect of consciousness. Feminine energy of the heart that nurtures reality into existence. You are watching this live right now because you care. What's creating your experience in front of you? What's generating you? Your reality. Care. As soon as you don't care, you'll find something else you do care about and watch that instead. So the G is how you generate that. You must have a care and a desire to attain mastery over the self. That's the generator. That's what generates your experience. That's what will generate your higher consciousness when you truly, truly care. And when you truly care, you'll take the actions necessary to master yourself. Right? Care is the key to transformation. Without care, there is no growth. Without care, there is no mastery. Care is what drives us to seek truth, to rise above limitation, to become more than instinct and reaction. That's what I used to live in. Instinct and reaction. The G is in the center that shows us the path from the square to the compass through care. It is the internal force that makes evolution possible. The square and the compass and the G together form a complete system of symbolic instruction. The lower self must be ruled, the higher mind must be awakened, and the heart, through care, must guide this process. This is not just a path of masonry, this is the path of inner alchemy, the process of transforming the self through will, knowledge, and love. That's what the G stands for. Okay, that's what the G stands for. And if you look at the Masonic square and compass, you have the square, which is the number 3. Sorry, the square, the compass, which has 3 points, 3. And the square that creates squares, which is 4. 3 and 4 added together equals 7. 7 is the letter G. That's how you become the G, which is 7. You see? Does this make sense, everybody? G for care. G is for generating principle. The generative principle. Why do you go to work? Because you care about paying the bills. Why are you watching this live? Because you care. That's what's generating your experience at all times. And when you don't care about something, you say, I'm bored. Care, the love energy, is what generates your reality. You see? So everything is about that force. The human body acts out forces. Psychic forces, mental forces, magnetic forces. Emotions are magnetic. The G is what you love, what you care, what you desire, what generates your experience here on Earth. This makes sense, everybody? And then now that you realize that everything in your reality is created through care, everything in reality is created through love. The sun, look at the sun. The sun gives. The sun gives and expects nothing back, and it makes everything live. It's a form of love. The sun is the biggest symbol of love. The sun is pure love. So what does the news tell you? Oh, the sun's evil. The sun hurts you, right? It's all BS. Don't believe a word they say. Creation is built on love. Have you ever wondered why Jesus is associated with the sun? 4 gospels for the 4 seasons of the sun. He's always depicted with a sun around his head. 12 disciples for the 12 zodiac signs. Have you ever wondered why? Because what is Christianity in one word? If you could describe the teaching of Christianity in one word, what would it be? What does it teach? What does Jesus teach? Love. There you go. Jesus teaches love. That's why he's the Son. The Son is the biggest symbol of love there is. You see? Have you ever wondered why we all celebrate Easter? Easter is when the sun returns to Aries. This is when Jesus is reborn. The sun is reborn in Aries, the spring equinox. The Jews call this the Passover, when the sun's passed over the winter. All of it is about to do with the sun, because the sun's the biggest form of love there is. Right? So, astrology, consciousness, is all to do with itself. Why? Because you are a microcosm of the macrocosm. Okay? Does this make sense, everybody? All of this symbolism is to basically help you understand and command consciousness and use the brain functions and the functions of the mind. All of this is basically what it's all about. It's about self-mastery and full control over self. If you have no control over yourself, your life will reflect that. Mind and body connections are the most important things you could understand about yourself. Until you learn to control thought and how you process thought and how thoughts get generated into actions, will remain in the same place in life. But as soon as you learn how to operate the mind and operate this command center of the brain and the body, you then gain control over your creation in your life. Does this make sense, everyone? Hopefully that makes sense, right? It is all about self-control, because consciousness is a creative force. It's impossible not to create. It's impossible not to learn. You will create and learn every single day. It's impossible not to, right? So that's your purpose. You're a creator. Every time you text in your phone, you're turning a non-physical thought into a physical expression, to a physical reality. You are here to create, to bring the invisible into visible, the formless into form. You are a creator. That's why Masons call themselves a Mason. The word Mason means builder. You're a builder. Everyone is. And you are the god of your own mind and body. You can create worlds in your mind through imagination. Okay? But you are only as powerful as your belief system. Why would I want to be a Mason? Yeah, no one should be a Mason. You don't need to be. You don't need to be. You can learn all of this stuff yourself, right? Like all of this stuff, you don't need to join anything. The lodge of Masonry is the universe, right? You do realize that the lodge in Masonry mimics the human body. The lodge that you're in right now is your body. That's the lodge. There are 7 offices for the 7 powers of the mind and the 7 chakras. There's a checkerboard floor representing the duality of your body, left and right, good and bad thoughts. The whole lodge is you. The whole thing is you. You don't need to join to realize that. And the lodge where you learn wisdom is the world. You're here to learn from the wisdom of your mistakes, your actions, your daily life. That's the lodge. All right? But not many Masons really know that, because they don't look into the esoteric side of it. Most of Masonry is still exoteric. They don't actually teach the real meanings of it. Right? It's still, most of it's exoteric. Not really many of them teach the esoteric, that I've discovered anyway, that I've read through my books and asked a couple of them. It's all exoteric. They don't really teach the esoteric stuff. Right? Which is, goes over people's heads. Yeah, the esoteric is deeper, well, a lot deeper. right? So the Temple of Solomon that Masons build is the mind. And your mind is the temple that you build. Do you live in a good mind or a bad mind? You're the builder of it, right? The mind is the spiritual world where the soul exists in, which is the awareness, the observer. So you live in two parallel worlds, right? You're this physical world and the mental world. You live inside the mind and the physical. They're the two parallel worlds you exist in, right? Can you explain what happens after life? The mind you build now will correspond to the world you exist in after life, as above, so below. Just like how in this life, if I love esotericism in my mind, I'm going to make esotericism my life, which I somehow crazily have done. But my outside reality is always a reflection of my inner temple. So it's the same when you die. The astral world you go to will be corresponding to the mind that you build here. Okay, does that make sense? Do you have a YouTube? Yeah, we have a YouTube. We have a great YouTube. Perfect sense, yeah. Listen, do you want me to create a code for this? A lot of people are asking about the book. I'll create a code for this book for you. If you want one, let me know in the comments. I'll give you a code before I head out, because I am going to head out. But if you want a code, I'll leave you all a code. And you can save yourself 35% on the Book of Symbolism. So you can learn all this stuff yourself, right? And don't take my advice. Listen to the people in the comments, because they'll tell you, the 80% of the people in here already have the book, right? They'll tell you if it's changed their life, if it's helped them when they received it. I have the book, and thank you. No worries. 50% off code. 50% off code. I can't do 50. Okay, I can't do 50. I wish I could, because I want to save as much money as I can possible for you all. But I will be generous. I said I wasn't going to do it again, but I'm going to do 45%. And this is actually going to... 45%. Are you ready? 100% off code. Yeah, I wish. When is the next live? The next live will be tomorrow, about 1 p.m. GMT. If you want the 45% code, okay. I spent... Oh yeah, but people will charge thousands for courses on this stuff, And think about it, people get initiated into secret societies to try and learn this stuff, and they figure out when they join they're not even into the esoteric stuff. Right, the code is 555. It's not 35, it's 45% off of the last time. All you have to do is click the link in my profile. Click on books, and it'll take you to revivalofwisdom.com, or just go onto Google and type in revivalofwisdom.com and use that code when you add it to checkout. The Book of Symbolism is worldwide shipping. We have it in English, French, Italian, Spanish, German. We have a PDF version as well. The PDF version is way more affordable as well, so you can use the code on the PDF version as well. Harry's the best spiritual teacher on the internet. Thank you, I appreciate that. I really do. It makes me happy to see that people benefit from, reading my books and the videos, everything. How are you not cancelled? You got to be careful with what you say. You got to know, I've been making videos now for 4 years, and I know what to say, what words not to say, because certain words trigger certain things, right? Where do I place the code? So when you add it to the checkout, there's a little box. I'll show you so you don't get confused. So if you go onto the website, you'll see all the books. Book of Symbolism, one we use today, Book of Wisdom, and then you have that one. Then you have the PDF. right? If you click the PDF, add to cart, and you click checkout, hold on. There's like a little, hold on. There's like a little thing here. You put it there. Okay. What is the code? 555. Out of body feels so good. Yeah, it does. The out of body state is an emotional, you're accessing the emotional body, right? Thanks for the discount. No worries, enjoy. You're accessing the emotional body, the astral body. That's what it is, right? When you astral project, you're accessing the astral plane, which is the realm of imagination and emotion. So, with that being said, I'm going to have to shoot now. Does the code expire? Yeah, it expires in 5 minutes. Five minutes the code is on for. Iron phosphate. Iron phosphate. Human body needs. Not iron oxide. Iron phosphate. Purchased it. Thank you. No worries. No worries. It's for Christians. If you're a Christian, it will go against your beliefs, but you'll learn way more about belief, what belief is. You'll learn more about belief and how the mind truly functions. Okay, so it will help you. But this is esoteric teachings. Esoteric means internal. It's not exoteric. You will learn the truth. Yeah. Yeah. Is it to understand? This isn't to believe it. This book doesn't talk about beliefs, right? This is not about beliefs. It's recognizing the things that are already inside of you that may have fallen unconscious. It's learning about consciousness, how to operate consciousness. So the symbols teach you how consciousness works, how you create your experience, how you create your reality, right? So it's about rediscovering what we have forgotten about. Back to self. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the discount. No worries. Enjoy. How to put in the code. When you go to checkout, you'll see this little box. When you click on checkout, put it into there. It's the last time I'm going to do 45%. Esoteric and occult means hidden and inside. Exactly. Very well said. Hidden inside the self. You said yesterday that was the last time 45%. I did. And that's what I said to everyone. Some guy asked for 50% and I gave in. I did say, I said that yesterday, but today is actually going to be the worst. What's the code? 555. Satanist symbolism. If you believe so, yeah. If you believe it's Satanism, that's your reality in your mind. But if you're calling this Satanist, you're calling yourself a Satanist because that's what it is. It's you. The whole symbols are you, right? How to use you. How to use the mind, the brain, and the body. How do I get one in Nigeria? We have a PDF version, a digital version on the website. Revivalofwisdom.com. Revivalofwisdom.com. But listen, I do have to shoot, and I want to say thank you to every single one of you. If you have any questions, just give me a message on Instagram or something. Join the Revival of Wisdom dashboard. It's like a Telegram, but on TikTok. It's in my bio. You'll see it. Revival of Wisdom dashboard. I can send you like messages and wisdom every day in there. We have like 3K in there so far. but it's part of TikTok. So I can just send you like messages, and I'm going to purchase a PDF right now. Yeah, feel free to. Does the code work on the 3 books? It does, yes. It works on everything. So listen, look after yourselves, everyone. I'll see you all again soon. The code was 555. And it's the last time I'm going to do 45. And I said that yesterday, but someone asked, so I gave in. I enjoy listening to you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Enjoy. Yeah, enjoy the books for everyone ordered, if anyone ordered them. And thank you, everyone, for everyone coming here. Enjoy. I'll see you all again tomorrow, same time, roughly. And yeah, we do have a YouTube. The YouTube's in the bio as well. But yeah, love and light to you all, everyone. Take care of yourselves. And I'll see you all again very soon. Meaning the plane is a shared among the conscious beings, across all conscious beings. So it's a shared plane. The mental plane is a shared plane, right? So when I think something next to you, for example, have you ever thought the same thought that your friend was just thinking and your friend was next to you? You both have the same idea. One of you says it and then the other one says, I was just thinking that. Right? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever experienced that? Let me know in the comments if that's happened to you, right? So you're sat next to your friend and your friend has the exact same thought as you. Why is that? It's because on a mental level, we exist in a mass mental energy plane. Okay? All around you right now that your eyes can't see. Your eyes can't see. It is there. There is a field of mind, a field of thought. Okay? So there is a field of thought all around you. A field of thought. Which is the mental dimension. The mental plane. Okay? So this is where just thoughts themselves exist. Just thoughts. Thoughts are the mind, for example, would be the possible outcomes of all creation. Okay, they are the beginning of all creation. It's the seed of all creation. The thoughts, the mental plane. Okay, so once you have a thought concentrated in your mind, once you concentrate your mind on a thought, what begins to happen? Anybody know? What begins to happen when you start to concentrate on one particular thought? You don't change your mind off it. Well, what happens is, in the mental plane, when you concentrate your mind on the thought, you start to create it mentally and spiritually. So the thought plane, the mental plane, right, begins to create this other dimension below it. Have you ever noticed when you go to certain buildings and certain places, you gain certain mental states? For example, when you go in an old cathedral, you gain it places your mind in a whole different mental state. Or if you walk into a church, your mind goes into different. So when you look up in the sky, you're looking at the mortal planes, right? The sun is immortal. Everything down here on earth dies, lives, grows, has life and death, but everything up there in the heavens is eternal, such as the sun. That's why they lie to us about our understanding of the heavens, what's above our heads. Because, hold on, let me try and find this symbol so you can understand it a little bit deeper, right? This. This is the most interesting symbol there is, the Ouroboros, right? It no longer, it represents how everything is part of an eternal cycle. So sometimes in symbolism, in alchemy, you see an eye placed inside of the Ouroboros. So you can see now everything in the universe is content of awareness, meaning thoughts are not you, it is the content of awareness. Emotions are not you, they are the contents of consciousness. They are the contents of awareness, the observer. So the awareness is the only true thing, or the true self. Everything other than awareness is either the content of awareness, therefore it is subject to change. Because everything outside of awareness is duality. Awareness is the oneness, is one, but everything outside of awareness is the content of awareness and is an illusion of awareness. So this snake you see around the eye couldn't represent anything that is outside of awareness. It can represent the mind. It can represent the body. Because everything to do with outside of content of awareness is subject to change and duality. So this snake biting its tail is showing you every end is a beginning, and every beginning is the end. The mind, the body, the mind changes. Our thoughts change, our beliefs change, our mental framework changes, our psyche, our memories is subject to change. And the reason why the snake represents change is because the snake sheds skin. It sheds its skin, so it removes layers. So how does this happen? The circle, what I'm trying to describe in words right now is very, very difficult, okay? But I'm going to try my best to describe it in words. I think non-duality can break the cycle. Yeah, the true self is non-duality. The true self is pure awareness, and pure awareness contains everything. It contains the male and the female, the positive, the negative, everything. So everything is a content of awareness itself, and everything outside of awareness operates through cycles. For example, day, we have the daytime, then we have the nighttime, beginning and end, right? But it's just part of an eternal cycle that the awareness can perceive. In reality, there is no day and night, there is no hot and cold, it's just the illusion of awareness. Awareness contains both duality, light and dark, positive and negative, male and female. It is the source of everything. So everything outside of awareness is content for awareness. The mind and body change through cycles. Our body every day gets older. It transforms. The body will eventually die, and that will give birth to a new beginning. Awareness just changes its content. So even though we have past, present, and future, in fact, they don't really exist. The past and future is content of awareness, and awareness is the eternal present moment. if you turn off your mind and body, you are now in the eternal present moment, the waters of life that flow through you. Are we all on the same page? Now, this is very deep, and it's very difficult to even get your head wrapped around this, because what I'm speaking about is not to be understood intellectually. Awareness transcends anything psychological, because awareness gave birth to the mind. So you have the true self, which is the observer, observing the eternal now. It is the eternal now. It is time. But because the awareness experiences, it has to have, the mind categorizes things in past and future through memories. But everything is part of the eternal now, which is awareness itself. Awareness is the source of time. It is the eternal now. It is everything. It is everyone. It is male and female. Are we all on the same page, everyone? So, all time exists now. Yes, exactly. Exactly that. So, this is why circles are a symbol of unity. Because it's one continuous line. There is no beginning nor end. It is unified. So, circle also is the word cycle. Okay? Cycle. And if you look at the word physical, physical, sickle. Phi is phi. Cycle. We live in a cycling world. Everything operates through cycles. And who creates the cycles? Heaven. Above the planets. Well, they're not planets, but they're forces, astral forces. So, the heavens create the illusion of day and night, and they create the change on the earth. But realistically, there is only awareness, the eternal now, the eternal non-dual state, the non-dual part of consciousness. Everything cycles around awareness. Okay? So the physical world is a cycle. Okay? We live, we're born, and then we die. But everything's part of that cycle. The content just changes in awareness. The soul will never die, the observer will never die. Everything just cycles around it. So there is no beginning nor end. Everything is part of the one, awareness. So with that being said, the only thing you can truly take with you after you die is the temple that you build. Okay? Like, it's... And the scariest thing to recognize this, the scariest thing to realize inside yourself is that you'll never escape the universe. It is impossible. You will never escape the universe. It is absolutely impossible to escape conscious awareness. Because you are part of it. You are it, experiencing itself. So, it's impossible to escape consciousness. It's impossible to escape the universe. There is no escape. There is no escape. There is nothing that you can do to escape yourself, to escape anything. You can escape this body, but you will eventually exist somewhere in some other dimension, in some other form. You cannot escape the self. Therefore, there is only two paths in life, or in this universe. There is only two paths. Escapism and facing yourself. So, in Freemasonry, they symbolize this with the two pillars. Right? Where was that page? I want to use the two pillars to represent the two paths of life. You can't escape consciousness. It's impossible. You will forever be it. You will forever be aware. Okay? Here are the two paths. You go down the materialistic path. Matter, or the world inside the mind. Or you take the middle path. You find the perfect balance between them. So the Satanist goes down this path. He tries to escape his problems by achieving as much as he can in the material world. But because he does that, he totally neglects his inside world and his mind, and eventually leads to suffering. Because he spent all of his thought, emotion, action, imagination chasing the material path. He only pursued the desires of his flesh. But eventually the shadow of the unconscious will grow so big that he will have the dark night of the soul. And his mind will eventually confront. His ego will have to be confronted one day, whether he lives in the body or whether when he dies he'll face it. He will face his shadow, no matter what. These are the two paths, the material path or the spiritual path, or integration of both, the third path. The balance between duality. So, a lot of spiritual teachers, I don't consider myself to be a teacher at all. All I do is share information. I don't want to teach anyone anything. I want to just share information that hopefully opens your mind. The material path is the path of the Satanist. Every single one of us has a hole in our unconscious mind, a hole that we all seek to fill. Some people fill it with drugs, some people fill it with alcohol, some people fill it with books, some people fill it with religion. We're all on a quest to figure something out. We all have a hole inside of us we're trying to fill, whether you recognize the hole or not. But we all do. But realistically, the Satanist, he goes down this path. Everything he does is thinking about material pleasures, ego, money, fame, and he tries to fill that hole. And eventually, he realizes that after he's earned millions and billions of pounds, or dollars, whatever, he's still unsatisfied because his whole life has been chasing things that are outside of him. But the Buddhist or the monk goes down the left path. They only operate in their mind. They don't chase anything material. In fact, they strip themselves of every pleasure possible. So these are the two polar extremes of life. You can either go down the material path or the path of the monk. Absolute no physical reality, and absolute physical reality and no spirituality. Or you find the narrow third path in life, which is what is taught in most spiritual systems. But in the New Age spirituality, this path is dominating. Like, there's a lot of people saying money is evil, material things are evil. They're not evil. They only become evil if your heart and soul identifies with them. Very well said. Someone said combine the two. There you go. You combine the two. You integrate both your spiritual nature and your physical nature and find a middle path. With that being said, you enjoy the material things. However, Your whole identity, your soul and love is not attached to them. You enjoy material things while also having a connection to your spiritual nature and a recognition that you can't take anything with you. So this middle path is what I like to try and find in my life, and a balance between the inner and the outer. I like to enjoy material things, but I do not place my identity on them. I do not place my self-worth on them, my happiness on them. A perfect balance is great because you are truly eternal, you will never die. So that has two meanings. We can either go down the path of, okay, if I never die, I can just chase materialism. But eventually you will die and you'll have to face your shadow. Or you could say, well, the material world doesn't matter and I can just chase spiritual knowledge. Well, then you won't enjoy your incarnation in this physical body. So it's a perfect balance of two, the third path. That's why in Freemasonry, the number 3 is a massive number. But here you can see the number 357, 357, which is the staircase, 357. So this is number symbolism, right? This is number symbolism. So we have to try and find a perfect balance inside of our psyche, okay, between these two polar extremes of reality. So does anybody here know what the altar is? Anybody know what an altar is? What does it symbolize? Let me know in the comments if you know what an altar is. An altar, the mind, alter ego, body. The altar is a place of sacrifice and worship. Yeah, very well said. It's a place of sacrifice and worship. So it's a symbol. It's not actually, well, obviously we do have real physical altars, right? But symbolically, it's a place of worship. But that symbol is 24 hours a day. Everything is your altar. Your phone is an altar. It's a place of sacrifice. Sacrifice and worship. And what you sacrifice things to is what you worship in life, right? Worship and offering. Yeah, exactly. Very well said. But what you see, religion gives a very basic understanding of what an altar is, but esoterically, on a true level, on an internal level, what is your altar, everyone? Let me know in the comments. Do you know what your altar is? What is your altar? What do you sacrifice at the altar? What do you worship? If you've watched my YouTube videos, you should know this. Okay. My mind, shadow. Okay, so your altar is where you sacrifice your soul's currencies. Time, attention. They are your soul's two spiritual currencies. You spend time and pay attention. So why is your phone a black square? Just like an altar is a black cube sometimes. Because it's an altar. You sacrifice time and attention to the altar of your phone. So where is the altar inside this Masonic piece of work, this piece of artwork? Where should your time and attention go to in this piece of symbolism? Let me know in the comments. Where do you think it should go? Where is it placed? Between mind and body. Very well said. There you go, in the middle. The middle path. You see how there's no pillar here for the middle path? That symbolizes that the middle path is quite difficult to see, meaning it's something inside yourself that you have to try and recognize and figure out for yourself. It's the path of clarity. The middle pillar, this is where you spend your time and attention. Yes, acknowledging you are a spiritual being, and yes, acknowledging you're in a material world. I don't agree when people say money is evil, or physical things are evil, or how can you be spiritual and have this? As long as your identity and your happiness is not fixed on material things, and you have a connection to your true self, that's fine. Your altar is split. You're paying time and attention to both sides of reality. And that's how you live a happy life also. You recognize both aspects. And not only just living happily, if you want to create a better life for yourself, use both poles. Like I used to be an overthinker. I used to never take action. So I was always in this pillar. I was always thinking about ideas, having good ideas and thinking about it. Why? But my life never changed. Why? Because I never used this pillar, my body. I never used action. Right? So if you want to create a better life for yourself, or a better physical life, or you want to manifest material things, use both pillars. Yes, use your mental exercises to program yourself, and use your body to take action. The integration of both is how you create reality. The mind and the body together. So, use both. Use both. This is how you do it. It's how you create. It's like it's polarity. Yeah, mind and body are polarities. The mind is all to do with perception, beliefs, emotions, thoughts, the mental, the world inside the head. But then you also have a world outside your head, the actions, the circumstances, the events, the people in your life, everything outside of you, your senses, your health, was all this pillar, the visible world, the sun, symbolizing the visible world. The visible world is to do with everything outside you, your events, your people, your actions, your senses. You experience the world that way, but you also experience the world through the perception of the mind, through the intellect, through the thoughts, the imagination. We have to use time and attention to acknowledge both sides of ourselves to remain balanced. So this symbolism reveals a lot about yourself. That's why I'm obsessed with the symbolism. It reveals a lot. And if you've ever realized that these are mirrors, so if they're mirrors of each other, this means mind and body are also mirrors, meaning your external life is a result of every thought you thought in your mind. Where you are right now in your life, in your external life, is a result of every thought you thought in the past in your mind. So they're parallel realities. The parallel realities. And the physical world down here is an integration of both mind and body, light and dark, good and evil, polarity, duality. But if you notice, this is a threshold. This is a threshold. Meaning, I'm going to unlock another meaning of this symbolism here. This is a doorway. It's a veil that hides something beyond the curtain. Behind duality is an inherent unity. So behind the duality of light and dark, mind and body, me and you, good and evil, male and female, when you enter this threshold, this inner understanding, meaning entering into yourself, when you walk into these doors, you now recognize there is a unity behind all of this apparent duality. Because the I is in the middle, meaning there is a part of you that is unified, and there is a part of you that is me, God, and everything. When you enter in the temple, into your mind, into the door, you recognize there is a part of you that is observing everything, the true spark of self. And that self, or awareness that is observing the mind, is part of me, it's part of you, it's part of everyone and everything. Behind the duality, when you enter in and look beyond duality, you recognize everything comes from one source, awareness. Everything is part of that one unified observing field, yeah. Everything, awareness is the base of consciousness, and everything outside of awareness is the content for awareness to observe. Thoughts in this mental pillar, thoughts, perception, imagination are the contents for the soul or awareness to observe. The physical world, the body, the actions, other people are also contents for awareness to observe. But everything in the mind and the body all comes from one source. I am you and you are me. Everything behind the duality everything behind duality is actually coming from one source. Does this make sense, everyone? Are we all on the same page? That behind all of this is oneness. Behind you and me, behind left and right, between male and female, there is no duality. It's oneness. There is one being in the entire universe, and that is God. Everything is content for awareness to observe. And awareness observes it through a psychological world and a physical world, the body, the mind and the body. So now you see why the number 3 is very sacred. Awareness, mind, body. That's why the number 3 is very, very, very sacred. It's a very powerful number. So now you understand this checkered board. That everything is part of oneness. You are part of life. I mean, well, you don't have life, you are life. Right? You don't live in a world, you are the world. You don't live in a universe, you are the universe. Life is flowing through you. You are life itself. Yeah, so the Trinity. Yeah, exactly. Very well said. Someone just brought up the Trinity, and that's why in occultism, the number 3 is the number 1. And that's why in Christianity, you have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, but they're all actually one. And that's why Freemasonry has the eye in the triangle, because the number 3 is the number 1. Right? You have one eye in 1, 2, 3. Awareness, mind, and body, but they're all actually one. Everything comes from awareness. One is all. It's the triad, yeah. There you go. So, that's why the eye in the triangle is such a massive symbol. And it's the awareness expressing content in 3 ways. The soul or God expressing content through thought, expressing content through emotion, and through action. So it's like the brain, the heart, the body. Right? It's the soul expressing 1 into 3, right? So that's the mysteries of consciousness. Everything, you can all recognize, like, these mysteries are not mysteries. You can figure all of this stuff out for yourself. Birth, life, death, there you go. So this is why everything in creation operates in triads, in threes. Birth, life, death. Solid, liquid, gas. Father, mother, child. It is threes that regenerates everything. It's a divine pattern that's inside of everything. A story has a beginning, middle, and end. Life is birth, growth, death. So everything is part of this sacred pattern of threes. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding, yes. 3, yeah. So threes are a very sacred number. They call it the number of God, right? So I'm going to try and find it. I have this page in one of the new prints. Here it is. I've got it here for you. So across all fields of knowledge, everything can be understood in threes. Consciousness is the knower, the knowing, and the known. Time is past, present, future. Matter, solid, liquid, gas. Space, height, width, depth. Life, birth, death, growth. Creation, mother, child, father. Energy, dielectricity, magnetism, electricity. Reality, object, subject, interaction. Nature, creation, destruction, preservation. So all fields of knowledge can be understood in the number 3. You know, number 3. So that's why in Freemasonry you have that first 3 Blue Lodge degrees. Because they represent the 3 aspects of self which you have to rediscover inside yourself, right? So in the Blue Lodge degrees you have 1, 2, and 3, and the 3rd degree is when you are reborn and resurrected, right? You die and resurrect. You die and reborn. So the 1st degree is to do with the body. 2nd degree is to do with the ego. The 3rd degree is to do with awareness, the true self. So as you progress, you recognize you're not the body, you're not the mind or the mental framework, the ego, you are the awareness. That's when you're reborn. You recognize the true self. So you have to find that true self. They are the 3 Blue Lodge degrees. They're degrees of understanding. Does that make sense, everyone? Are we all on the same page? Open your eyes, yeah. Exactly. So it really is beautiful when you start to see these higher perspectives of life. Did he write these? I did, yeah. This is my book. Why 666 is the number 9. Add it all together and then reduce it. So if you get the number 666, add it all together, then add it together again, based off the 2 numbers, you get 9. So, you know, all of this wisdom is being used for the wrong reasons, though, by the people who are in power. They use sacred geometry, they use sacred knowledge of understanding consciousness and use it for manipulation, and they use the sacred knowledge as a weapon. And that's how they've maintained control. And they use the sacred knowledge as a weapon. So They're wizards, yeah. They are wizards, 100%. They're wizards. They are wizards. So, when you learn the language of symbolism, you start to see it everywhere, and your whole viewpoint of the world completely collapses. They understand that you are them, and they understand we are all one consciousness, right? So they know there is no God in the sky that can come down and change reality. It's all free will based. They understand we are all God. We are all God experiencing itself. So there is no God in the sky to come down and change their plans. It is all self-inflicted. So we are in control of this creation. We are in control of what we build in this reality. So this is why they say, in God we trust, on the dollar bill. In God we trust, one. It's telling you right there, we are all one consciousness in a different mind and body. One observer observing through every mind and body. One. In God we trust, one. That's why the number one is the number of God. And if you watch the beginning of this live, you'd understand why the number one is. God, they understand that God is everything. There is no Sky Daddy, exactly. Yeah, there's no Sky Daddy. There is no Sky Daddy. We're all God. So if they manipulate us, they control creation, because we are all participating in this creation. We are all God experiencing itself. All right? So if you look here, what does the word mason mean? It means to build. So we're all builders. The word mason means to build. And if you look at the numbers, the letters, the 6-pointed star, you have A-S-N-O-M, which spells the word mason. Mason. A-N-O-M-S, mason, which means to build. So what are they building? What's the foundation? What's the building project? The building project is humanity, the earth. Okay, what are they trying to build, everyone? What creates your actions? What creates your experience in this life? I just explained this at the beginning of our identity, the mind. All they want to build is people's minds. That's it. They don't want to control your actions. Okay? They don't care about... Why would they control your actions when they can get to the root cause of your actions, which is your mind, and make you think you are in control when you're actually not? You're under the spell of their beliefs. You see, slavery isn't physical anymore. We think we're free, but we're not. We're under subconscious beliefs that this matrix exists when it does not. It has no power. The only power it has is our belief. So the spell is a belief that unconsciously controls you, or us. So they only want to build the New World Order. It's all mental. The all-seeing eye. Announcing the birth of the New World Order. Mason, they're building a New World Order. The all-seeing eye is a symbol of awareness or perception. They're building the perception, or the temples. You see this temple here? The temple is the mind, what the awareness observes. Your mind is filled with beliefs, and your awareness is observing reality through that temple. Everything, your thoughts, your beliefs, your perception, are the contents for awareness. So the mind is a temple filled with your building projects, your beliefs, who you believe, your perception of reality. And that's what creates your actions. So then they're not trying to build anything physical. They're just building people's minds' perspective of reality. That's it. Because that's what controls people, right? They're building a hierarchy system, and the reason why they're in control is because the people who are in the light is a symbol of truth and higher consciousness, meaning they have a higher understanding of reality because they know the truth. And the truth is, God isn't a sky daddy. God is everything and everyone operating through natural law. And if it's all natural law based, it's all free will based. God isn't in the sky micromanaging creation. He set laws and everything obeys them laws, cause and effect. Vibration. Everything follows law. Okay? So the reason they're in the light and they're in power of the people who are in stone, which basically means heavy or low consciousness. The people who are in light are controlling the ones who are in stone, meaning low consciousness. Right? Low consciousness. The people in low consciousness, meaning they don't really have consciousness, they're unconscious zombies. They think, feel, act unconsciously, and they have no control over themselves. They have no inner dialogue. They've never self-reflected. So the people who do have higher consciousness, meaning they've built their own temples, they've built their own mind, they are in self-control, they have self-mastery, they are controlling the ones who are in stone, who have low consciousness, who have no understanding of themselves. Okay? That's how this works. So there's a famous quote, if you do not understand your mind, someone else who does understand your mind will use your mind to create their reality. That's all it is. That's how unfortunately, that is the horrible nature of this world. If you do not know how to use your mind, someone else who does will use your mind to create their reality. Why do you take actions? We think, we feel, then we act. If they can control what you think through your perception, what they show you on social media, which again, the word social has the word CIA in it. If they can control how you perceive things, they can control what you think and then how you act. So all it is, people, it's a game of perception. It's what's going on in your head, right? There's a famous saying, it's all in your head. It is all in your head. Okay? So if they can control what you see, how you perceive reality, they've got you. That's all it is. It's a game of perception. It's a perception game, everyone. That's all it is. It is a game of perception. It's all in your mind. Everything is in your mind. Your true self, your soul. But everything we do in this world is so externalized. All we do is chase more and more material things which make us feel empty inside. They do nothing for us. So, you want to change reality, you got to change your mind. You got to change this inner temple that you built. How do you get powers? You get powers when you start to look within and rebuild your own temple, your own mind. You are the architect of your mind. You are the architect of your world. Okay? That's all it is. You build a strong mind, you'll build a very strong reality. How do you do that? Through repetition. The subconscious mind is built through repetition in cycles. Just how the day and night, everything that happens outside of you happens inside of you. Day and night, summer, winter, everything operates in cycles. So does your mind. You wake up, you think the same thoughts you thought yesterday. It's all a big cycle. if we can control that cycle of thought, we can build and build and build and build our minds every single day, placing foundations every day. That's why Freemasons do rituals, because the rituals are designed to rebuild the mind through repetition. So you're the builder, you're the architect of the mental framework, you're the architect of the content of awareness. You are the builder of your reality. There is no God in the sky who created everything and left. God is a process of creation which is unfolding inside of you in the present moment. The universe is not created, it's creating now. You're just a receiver for that creative process. But if your mind is filled with garbage, chasing pleasure, chasing things in your lower nature, you'll never receive the thoughts. But when you free yourself from the pleasure, from the constant dopamine rush, you free yourself from all these things, your mind makes room for creative thought. And you become part of the creative process of the universe. So this isn't just spiritual boohoo stuff, right? Saying you can become this enlightened being from Galaxy 3112, right? No, it's very simple. If you clear out the content of your mind, get rid of the rubbish, get rid of the pleasure, the constant pleasure, the dopamine cycles, you remove and sacrifice that, your mind then opens up room for higher creative thought. Your mind becomes a temple for higher creative thought, that your awareness can experience that content, higher thought. And all you have to do from there is take action on them inspirations. And you become a conscious creator. I'm not telling you this from me, right? I'm telling you this from ancient instructions. I'll prove this to you. I'll prove this to you right this second. If I can find the... where's it gone? Check this out. Here it is. We read this today with a logical human mind. The modern human mind looks at this and thinks, oh, they're just crazy people who built random things in stone. No, this is instructions. You have animals here. Animals they don't create, right? Animals just survive. So that represents survival thoughts. This female here represents desire and feeling, because that's what is feminine inside of everyone. We have feelings, we have desires, right? So she's basically saying, stand on top of your survival desires. Gain control of the lower instincts, such as lust. You know, everything to do with the physical five senses. Stand on top of them, meaning control them. And what will happen is you get wings, which symbolizes higher, raised. You receive higher desires. When your lower desires are mastered and conquered, you receive higher desires for creation. And you receive higher thought. The secret to creation, everyone, is feeling. It is feeling that is the most creative force. When I have an idea in my mind, I instantly get this feeling of, yes, I need to do that. I need to act on that. That feeling is the force flowing down into the body to take action. You only take actions on what you feel. You feel hungry, you take action. You feel lust, you take action. You feel sad, you cry. Feeling is the force that makes the body move. Action, creation. But when the lower desires are conquered, the higher feelings can come in from the higher mind, creative feelings. The feelings, the urges, the desires to create. So your mind is a temple, and if it's filled with content of lower desires, lower thoughts. Awareness can only observe them lower thoughts. But when the lower mind is freed, when we're freed from that, the mind becomes a temple for higher thought and higher desires. So this represents to gain control of the lower nature to rise towards higher desires, higher thoughts, higher feelings. And that cannot be achieved without sacrificing the lower self. So if you look at all this ancient art, just brought the book, oh wow, thank you, you're going to love it. You'll absolutely love it. It's the same here. We think we're talking about gods taming a lion. No, this is all symbolism. It means tame your lower nature. Tame your animal desires. They do not tame you, you will become a prisoner to them. And we've all been a prisoner to a lower nature. I know I have. It's all the same symbolism. And this then extends to Christianity. Just type in on Google, everyone. Type in on Google, Mary standing on the serpent. Same teachings. The moon represents the unconscious desires. You see the serpent here, the lower self, the lower desires, unconscious. She's standing on top of them, meaning she is conscious. She's stood on top of her unconscious desires. She's the female. Okay, there you go. This one's even more interesting. You see a serpent, a dragon. Okay, this is the unconscious ego, the unconscious desires, lust, pride. All of this symbolic of how consciousness functions. She's standing on top of them. She's in control. That's all it is. Is that mastery of the mind? Yes, it is mastery of the mind, because you experience the world through your mental perception. Everything is mental. It's all in the mind. It's all in the mind. Everything. What did that say? I brought the Book of Wisdom last year and I loved it. Just brought volume 2. Wow. Enjoy. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for your feedback. Okay. Again, same thing. Freemasons. Apron over the lower self, over the lower genital areas, because you can think, and you can think with these, you can think with your gut, you can think with your genital area. This apron is worn over it to represent stay in control of these lower minds. And if you are not in control of these lower minds, they can seek to control your actions. So the mind can become a temple for higher thought. You are a creative being. It's just being destroyed by lower impulses. We have two natures as humans. A survival nature, which is your, lust, eating. But when you overconsume that stuff, it takes over. We have two natures, survival and creative. Heavenly and earthly. Okay. So, yeah. Are we all on the same page? Anyone have any questions? What book is this? This is the Book of Symbolism, everyone. Book of Symbolism. Would you like me to produce a code? If anyone wants a code for the book, let me know. If you want a code for the book, help you understand your mind, consciousness on a higher level, just let me know in the comments. If you want a code, let me know. If not, we'll just carry on. Is our brain an antenna? Well, you are awareness. You're the observer. The observer observes. Thoughts are content within the awareness, the field of consciousness. You're the observer, so don't think yourself as, my name's Harry, my name's this. Remove all of that. You're the observer of thought. You're just awareness. Thoughts, emotions, imaginations, they are contents of awareness. But that content can only be achieved, well, higher content, meaning higher creative thought, can only be achieved when the lower content is sacrificed. If that makes sense. Okay, a lot of people are asking for codes. It would be unfair if I didn't do this, because last live, I went live about an hour ago. And I said it was going to be the last time for 50%. I don't know what's going on with my laptop, but it's not loaded. I did a live where I gave 50% off. So as it's the same day right now, it's the same day, it would be unfair for me to not to do it right this second. This will be the last day I will do it. I won't be doing this from tomorrow onward. Okay, so if you want the book, I got my book, thanks, amazing, beautiful, enjoy. If you want the book, I'm gonna allow 10 people to get this book. It's the Book of Symbolism. This is my book. I've written it myself. Yeah, that's my name right there. 10 people can get seven. All you have to do is click my profile, click the link in the bio, and click on books. It will take you to revivalofwisdom.com. I have your amazing book. Thank you. Enjoy. So first 10 people get there can use it. How are your facts checked in your book? When it comes to esotericism, we're not looking at researchable facts. This isn't to do with beliefs. This is nothing to do with beliefs. This is about rediscovering lost parts of yourself that was already there but was fallen unconscious. For example, the generative principle, the Masonic G that I talk about. You create what you care about. You're only watching this live because you have a care to watch it. As soon as you don't care, you will watch another live and find something else that you care about. The human body only takes action on what we care. Care is the generative principle that generates your reality. You care about football, you take action to generate a life about football. You care about business, you'll take actions to create a reality around that. You didn't know that before, but now you're just conscious of it. That's what the book is. The book is about becoming conscious of what has fallen unconscious inside of your psyche, to use your psyche on a higher level. If that makes sense. It was already there, but we just weren't aware of it. So it's about becoming conscious of the psychic forces inside of our mind. So anyways, the first 3 people got there very fast. And they used the code. So there is 7 codes left, 777. There is PDFs on my website. There is paperbacks, English, French, German, Italian, Dutch, Spanish, all worldwide shipping, all different languages, and paperbacks and PDFs on the website. So if you don't want the paperback, there's a way more affordable one with the PDF. How do you use the code? When you click on checkout, there's a little discount section. You place the code there, revivalofwisdom.com. Just click my profile, click the link in the bio. 42% of your audience hasn't followed you yet. Okay, Give us a follow, everyone. Give us a follow. Shipping to Germany, shipping to everywhere. Shipping to pretty much everywhere. Obviously, wherever there's some worldly aggression right now with the wars going on, like, I don't know, Dubai, places like that, it's kind of difficult. But anywhere else will be worldwide shipped. Worldwide shipped. And yes, you can use the code on the university. So if you click on revivalofwisdom.com, there is a 6 months access package. You can use the code on that as well. Can you speak about the firmament? The firmament is your head, because you are the awareness who lives in the mind or the skull. You are the soul that observes the mind. You're the awareness observing its content. So you live inside your head. Your head is the firmament or the dome. Right? So I used to make that mistake of looking outside of me for truth. We live under a dome, but it's all inside. You live in your head. You live in your mind. And it's experiencing a simulated world produced by the brain and nervous system. So the truth is all within, and that's what the book will help you recognize. It'll make you stop going down the rabbit holes of external things. You know? What is the code for ordering? Please give me some support for my order. Yeah, sure. Just give the email revivalofwisdomassistance@outlook.com an email. The code was 777. Just click the link in my profile. And it's called the Book of Symbolism. There's 3 codes left. 3 more people. So I'll answer some more questions. Yeah, so whoever had a question, just email revivalofwisdomassistance@outlook.com. Revivalofwisdomassistance@outlook.com. Give them an email, they'll get back to you today. If not, tomorrow morning. Do you offer group education? Yeah. We have Ethereal University, but it's a monthly subscription. But if you just go on to revivalwisdom.com, there's a 6 months access thing, and you can use the code on that where you can get 50%. Anything on the website is 50% off. Revivalwisdom.com. What do you think about lucid dreaming? Is it an OBE? No, but it's... Lucid dreaming is becoming conscious inside your unconscious mind. So when you dream, you're experiencing a projection of your subconscious. So your subconscious is projecting people, symbols. Well, the people are symbols, and events that are symbols that's going on inside your unconscious. So it could be suppressed emotions, feelings, beliefs. Every person represents a specific thing that's going on inside your mind. Right. How do I order the Dutch version? If you go onto the website, it should say there's different languages that you need to select when you first get on the homepage. Yeah, it's at the top. At the top of the thingy, you see English products, German products, French, Spanish, Italian, Dutch. Click on Dutch and it will take you to it. Do you have 2 accounts? Yeah, we have 2 accounts live right now. But yeah, I am going to love and leave you all. I'm going to be back on live tomorrow. I'll be answering your questions again. Make sure you join the inner chat. It's a community inside of TikTok where I can send you messages. It's called the inner chat. Just click my profile, you'll see it there. I can send you little messages every day and pieces of information that will be helpful. And yeah, make sure you join that. It's quite a cool place. We've got 6K people in there so far. What time? I'll probably go live a bit earlier tomorrow. Not too sure what time, but if you join the chat, I'll be able to tell you what time. YouTube channel is incredible. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, we have a great YouTube channel. Join what chat? It's called The Inner Chat. It's in my bio. It's inside of TikTok. The Inner Chat. You'll literally see it when you click on my profile. It's called The Inner Chat. But yeah, thank you everyone. See you all again tomorrow. I love these lives, amazing. I'm glad. What's a YouTube channel? It's Revival of Wisdom. You'll find that in the link in the bio as well. Everything's in there. You'll find everything where I am. Your books are legitimately life-changing. Thank you so much. I'm glad you found value in them. Amazing, everyone. Take care. See you all again soon. Love and light to you all. Take care, everyone. Goodbye. In a church or in a cathedral or an old temple, an Egyptian temple, that's because everywhere exists in the mental plane. Everywhere has its own mental plane or mental atmosphere, right? So this is why in spiritual traditions, they cleanse houses with sage, right? They cleanse houses with sage. It's because when you go into certain rooms, the thoughts and the emotional energy is imprinted in that place. Right? So everything exists within a mental plane, within a mental realm, right? Does this make sense, everybody? Can we now move on? First, the mental plane is now understood. So the mental plane is just thought on its own. So the thought plane creates a dimension below it. And that dimension is what we call the higher astral, the middle astral, and the lower astral. So this is how creation unfolds in you every day, every second. Right now, you're in these dimensions. And you can begin to train yourself to use these dimensions. Okay? The mental plane is where the thoughts are, how to think. Then you have the mental plane. Once you concentrate your mind on a certain thought, it begins to form imagination and desire, right? So once you think of a chair, you now concentrate your whole mind on that thought of a chair. So that concentration on the thought of a chair, just the thought alone, begins to create a new realm, which is the astral. Because when you concentrate on the thought of a chair, it creates the form, a mental image. So if you can think of a chair, but then you can create a mental image of the chair, which is the astral. This is now the thought beginning to manifest in lower down. So every dimension above feeds the dimension below. The mind creates the astral. Okay? The mind creates the astral vehicle. So when you think of a chair, you begin to imagine the chair. Now, depending on what emotional energy and desire you have for the chair, depends on which astral plane it goes to. Okay? Egoic personal reason or a very selfish reason, it goes to the lower astral. Okay? If it's for a selfless reason, it goes to the higher astral. Depending on what you think about and how you think, whether it's very or lovingly, selflessly, depends on what vibration your astral body is vibrating on. So everything goes off love. Love is the default. Okay, love is the default. That's how everything forms, off love, right? Whatever your heart is set to. So the thought of a chair becomes the imagination of the chair. So when you begin to imagine something, you're now using the astral vehicle. The world where mental images create. Okay? Someone is impersonating your life. What do you mean impersonating? What do you mean by impersonating? That's a bit crazy. So, saw your live somewhere else. What, right now? But it wasn't your account. I don't know. Do you mean right now or yesterday? Okay, that's weird. Okay, anyways. So, how to know which astral in my imagination? What do you mean by that? Yesterday was on two accounts. Yes, I was on two accounts yesterday. So, the mental, the astral, the plane of where thoughts, when you learn to imagine things, you're using the astral plane. So if you want to astral project, you gotta learn how to reconnect with imagination. Some people can astral project, but they can't see. They can feel they're out the body, but they can't visually see anything there. Okay? Has anybody experienced that? Anybody experience that? When you leave your body, you can body, but you can't see. Well, that's because the imagination isn't being worked on. The imagination is your biggest power when you die and when you astral project. Okay? So, using the imagination is the ability for the mind to see in that world. Okay? In that world. So, the imagination is very, very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. It is the ability for the mind to see in a higher dimension. I see stuff, but I can't explain. Yeah, there's some weird forms in the astral. So, the thoughts turn into imagination. And the imagination is the astral vehicle, the astral plane. So you have to work on your imagination to be able to see in that plane, in the astral plane, when you astral project. So the process was, you think of a chair, you now imagine the chair, which is the astral plane. So the etheric plane now is basically a very subtle astral body and a very subtle physical body, right? So the etheric body is not accessible consciously. It's impossible to fully get into your etheric body. It acts as a bridge between the physical and the astral. So you can't astral project and go inside your etheric body. It's impossible. Or it's very, 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 very difficult to do. So you're always using these dimensions. You think of a chair, you imagine the chair, and when you imagine the chair, you begin to gain a physical brain. Right? Then the physical brain takes action. You imagine, you start to feel then the feeling becomes a desire, and then you take action to create that inspiration and mental image that you had into a physical reality, right? So that's the process of creation. So astral projection is something much different. It's learning to turn off the mind and body to reconnect with awareness. And when you reconnect with awareness, you use your will and imagination to think, believe, and imagine a scene. Right, so when you astral project, I break it down in the book of symbolism, right? It's very, very important. And before we go any further, when you look up in the physical world, when you look at the, that's what you're looking at. The astral, the etheric, right? You're looking at the astral and etheric plane when you look up in the sky. So everything below comes from above, as above, so below. Think of life without the sun. There is no life without the sun, okay? The sun, okay, is a portal for the higher energies from the astral and the mental flowing through into the physical to feed the physical realm. So that's how that functions. Okay? That's how that functions. Very, very important that you understand that. So astral projection is the ability to fully consciously access the astral plane. Okay. Let's go over that. Okay, so you do have to train yourself when it comes to these occult practices. You know, there's a great saying that says, if you don't use it, then you lose it, right? If you don't use your imagination, you will lose the ability to use the imagination. You have to train yourself, right? The imagination, like I said, is the biggest gift ever. It's the ability to shape your whole reality, to build your inner temple, to build your mind. Your imagination is the creative force of reality. Now, most people use their imagination wrong, and I'm guilty of this too, right? So, you know, when you are stressing in life, you know, when I don't know, you're stressing about bills, whatever it is, what do? You sit there. I used to sit there and I'd think and imagine the worst case scenario in my life. Does this make sense? Like I'm sat there imagining what's going to happen if I don't pay the bill. Like I'm using this creative force to destroy myself. Right? You see how the imagination is used incorrectly by people, and I used to use it incorrectly. So the imagination is literally your body thinks it's real, right? Because when you start to imagine that you can't pay your bills and you're imagining the worst case scenario, this is going to happen, this and this, you're sat there in a trance. What happens? What happens to your body? Let me know in the comments. What happens to your body when you start to imagine this horrible reality that could possibly happen by not paying your bills? What happens to your body? Your whole nervous system begins to panic. Yeah. Your whole body begins to tense. Your whole body begins to react to this reality in your mind. Well, that's because the mind and body have these connections. The mind and body are connected, and the mind holds power over the body. Whatever reality you build in your mind, your physical body responds to that. Right? So if you can learn to imagine the best things, to think the good thoughts, what happens to your mind then? What happens to your body? Well, your body begins to heal. You can heal your body just through thought alone, just through imagination, right? So you have to train yourself to strengthen more positive emotions, because most people's most powerful emotions are the negative ones, right? Like fear, anxiety. We want to strengthen the good emotions so that the body can feel them and gain the benefits of them. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, everybody? Right, so again, it's kind of like the same thing that the Masons show you here, right? The Masons show you this. Look at this externally as if the external world, right? This would be the astral plane. The astral light coming into the physical, right? So you have the astral light feeding the physical world, and that's what's happening in your body. Your body's being fed through the higher dimensions, through the mental, the astral, the etheric, the physical. So the astral is a force, the physical is a form. They are the two dualities, force and form. Force and form. That's also the symbolism of the black and white checkerboard, force and form. Force and form is the most, powerful teaching you can recognize inside yourself, right? Very, 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 very powerful. It is essential to understand that the physical world possesses no inherent force of its own. Force does not originate on the material plane. The physical plane is the effect, the realm of manifestation, the end result of the process that begins in higher dimensions of existence. Right? What we perceive as the manifest world already has been completed, or the world is already the completed product of invisible forces. Behind every visible form are the unseen currents and principles that shape it into being. So, most people, like my old self, something would happen in my reality, and me, over here, would react to that reality. If something bad happens, I'm thinking in my mind, or I'm reacting, I'm in a reactive state. Well, what's the point? Because the world outside of me is already the effect. It's already the form. So if I react to the effect, I'm going to create another cause of negative manifestation. Right? Would you agree with that? Let's say someone screws me over, steals something out my house. If I react to that, if I start thinking, oh, why did I let him all this and that? Is that going to change anything? Or is it just going to make me feel worse? Think negative thoughts. I'm going to spiral on it, spiral, think negatively. Or I can just simply extract the wisdom from my mistake and move on. There is no point complaining about the world outside of you because it is already created. It's already the effect. As I've just said here, it is essential to understand that the physical world possesses no inherent force of its own. Force does not originate on the material plane. The physical plane is the effect, the realm of manifestation, the end result of the processes that begin in higher dimensions of existence. What we perceive as the manifest world is already completed and a product of invisible forces, mental forces, psychic forces. So everything you see outside of you is already there. We have to change the internal to change the external. If you want to see a different effect in your reality, you have to change the cause inside the mind. Okay? Force, form, cause, effect. Cause and effect. If you want to change reality, you got to change the mind, the thoughts, the imaginations, and the desires. Okay? So does this make sense, everybody? This is force and form, the two dualities. Now, the checkerboard floor represents someone who is just completely unaware of this. They're lost in force and form. They're stuck in duality. They don't know the difference. They're in an unconscious state. Example, please. An example would be, right, the human body, right, why do you get up? When you're in your room, you're sat in bed, right? You're sat in bed. What happens? You think of food. You think of food. When you think of it, the desire, that thought begins to burn into a fire inside of you. It's a force, right? You think of food, then you gain the desire of eating food. What happens? Your body gets out of bed to act out that force and create the form. You eating the food is now the formation of that force. Got your books in the mail today, looking forward. Beautiful, enjoy the books. Does that make sense? The human body acts out mental forces. So everything outside of you is the form of mental forces. Everything. It is already there. If I complain about this book, is it going to do anything? If I point at this book and this and that and say, is that going to change anything? No, it's not going to change anything. Right? There's no point reacting to reality. It's no point. So there's a great quote that says, if you can change it, then change it. But if you cannot change it, change your mental attitude towards it. That's the best quote that I've ever lived by. Ever. If you can change it, change it. But if you cannot change it, change your mental attitude towards it. Okay? So think of it like this. You're not experiencing the world from the outside. You're experiencing it from the inside outwardly. Don't think of the world as outside of you. The world is not fixed. Creation's not fixed. It's molded through mental forces. Okay? Through what you think, what you desire, what you act. The action is just the formation of mental forces. Okay? People can be very challenging though. What do you mean? Okay, so they trigger you, yes, but your triggers are revealing where you lack self-control, right? So if someone triggers you in your reality, they didn't trigger you. Your unconscious triggered you. So think of it like that. They did not trigger you. It's your own unconscious. It's where you lack maybe some self-control, and that's completely fine. No one's perfect, right? But if someone triggers you, you can now use that as wisdom to see where the unconscious is lacking control, or where maybe you have some unconscious wounds that you need to look at, right? So if someone makes you angry, that reveals something that you're not in control of. So very, very, very important. Very, very, very important, right? So think of it like that. Your emotions are alchemical. This is what the ancients called alchemy. Anybody here know what alchemy is? Let me know in the comments. Alchemy is the ability to transform things, right? Anybody know what alchemy is? Transformation. Yeah, it's the ability to transform mental states into wisdom and into light, turning lead into gold, right? Lead into gold is what they call it. So we're going to be going over a little bit of alchemy and how you can use it. Okay, transmute energy. Yeah, it's transmuting mental. So, in alchemy, let's get this up. I'm going to show you what alchemy really is, right? Here it is, right? So check this. They call it lead into gold. Lead. Anybody know what metal lead is? What planet is lead ruled by? Alchemy is transforming into metal. It's not talking about real metals though. So lead is what, gold is what. Anybody know what planet gold is? And anybody know what planet lead is? So you have 7 metals for the 7 major planets, right? So lead is ruled by Saturn. Saturn rule. He rules the part of the year which is winter, right? So it's winter, which is darkness. And the sun rules the day. So it's darkness to light. It's transforming lead into gold. Is lead valuable? Is lead valuable? Let me know in the comments. Is lead worth a lot of money compared to gold? It's not, no. So the ancients, they used metals to represent states of consciousness or mental states, right? So lead isn't very valuable. Gold is very valuable. So it's the ability to transform mental states of consciousness. So for example, lead would be fear. If you feel fear, you can transform that emotion. How do you transform the emotion? By looking in your unconscious and show you and looking what the fear is trying to do. Fear reveals maybe somewhere where you lack confidence or you lack understanding. For example, if you fear death, that is showing you your unconscious doesn't know anything about death. There's a part of you that needs to understand more. So, or for example, anger would be lead. But anger reveals where you lack self-control. So you can use that anger to reveal and turn it into gold, meaning something valuable. You can use the anger to show you where you lack self-control. Okay, why did that person make me angry? Okay, he said this. If he said this must mean I'm insecure about this. I need to build more confidence in that. You can transform emotions. They show you where you lack something. Anger reveals where you lack self-control. It can show you unconscious wounds. It can show you your insecurities. Why did that person make you angry? Did he say something that you're not very confident about? Did he hit an insecurity? You can transform this. Emotions you can turn them lead into gold, right? That's what alchemy really, really is. It's about transforming every emotion that you have into wisdom. And what happens over time, right? What happens over time when you keep doing this process, you eventually become healed. When you do this for years, and a decade, if you do this for a decade of every emotion that you get, eventually you can gain more self-control and full control over your mind and body. And that is what gold is. That's what self-mastery is. That's enlightenment, right? That is what lead into gold really is. And that's how you unify opposites. Does this make sense? Okay, so does this make sense, everyone? Are we making sense of this? So you can transform emotional states, and it is very, 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 very powerful, okay? It is very, very powerful. And over time, over a long period of time, it can really transform your inner temple. What's your inner temple, everyone? We should all know this by now. What is your temple? What is the temple of the soul? The temple of the soul, the mind, yes. The mind is the temple. It's the inner temple where the spark of consciousness lives. Spark of consciousness, you are the observer. You're the observer living in the mind, observing the thoughts and emotions. The mind is the temple that enhouses the awareness. Are you observing a temple or a prison, people? Is your mind a prison? Let me know in the comments. Do you like living in your mind? Or is it a temple? Have you built your mind? Do you like living in your mind? Or maybe is there a bit of both? Is there a bit of duality and conflict in your mind? Some days it's good, some days it's bad. Your mind is the temple of the soul. So alchemy is just one way of transmuting. Some people have both. Okay, great. We're always going to have light and dark in our mind. Not every day is going to be perfect. That's normal. But you can learn to transform the mind through alchemy. It's just one way you can transform the mind and build the inner temple. Okay? Anybody know what this symbolism is? So you have an occultist with a doorway, with this symbol here, and two pillars. There are your two pillars there. Anybody know what this is? Again, it's the same thing. This is just the Egyptian way of showing it. It's just the Egyptian method of revealing the same teachings of Freemasonry, the same teachings of everything. Okay. Anybody know what this is? This pillar on the left, on the right, sorry, this pillar is mind. This pillar is body. This here, the wings in a circle, is the observer. That's the soul. So the observer observes the mind and body. This individual is seeking to is the occultist training in these teachings. Okay? So you have mind, body, awareness, observer. The cloak, it looks scary. I know a lot of people think it looks scary, but it's a symbol of dissolving ego. And you are the invisible spirit, the invisible observer behind the mind. It looks quite scary, I know, but it's just a symbol of mind and body are an illusion. There is only awareness. The observer. Okay? The seal of silence. Anybody know why they do this? The seal of silence. Anybody know why celebrities do this? Okay. The seal of silence, when you see a celebrity doing this, there is another dark reason. There are dark reasons behind this. There are good reasons behind this. Okay? There is good symbolism of this. There is bad symbolism of this. Okay? The reason celebrities do it is most celebrities are trained in the occult. Okay? They're trained in the occult. They are most likely, they practice magic, more than likely. If you want me to break it down, I can, but it is a very, it's a deep, quite scary, overwhelming realization. The Ouroboros. That's why they hid this. They hide everything in symbols, right? So there is a deep, kind of scary meaning to this. So we can go over it on what the Ouroboros actually is. Okay? The Ouroboros is one of the oldest symbols out there. It is a very, very ancient symbol. Now, to basically, to show you what this means, so circles are eternal, right? They're eternal, which means there's no beginning and end. When you draw a circle, you can't see the beginning and end, right? Where is the beginning and end of this circle? You can't tell, there is none. So the word circle is very close to the word cycle. So how do you create illusion? How can something eternal perceiveness function? Part of you that just awareness, right? Because if you turn off your mind, who are you? Let me know in the comments. Who are you then? If you turn off all your thoughts, you no longer think, you no longer move your body, who are you? Right? Your awareness, your pure consciousness, it's mind in the most perfect and purest substance. The soul. That's why they call awareness the soul. Why? What is the word soul, everyone? Does anybody know what the word soul means or where it comes from? Let me know in the comments. Anybody know where the word soul comes from, what it's related to? Right? Soul system, kind of. Sun, yes, it's related to the sun. Soul, sun, solo. Yeah, there you go. Solo. Solo. Or soul, that became the sun, because the sun is solo, it's alone. The soul is one. Why? Because awareness doesn't think. There's no duality. When you become awareness, you turn off the mind and body, you are oneness. There is no thoughts, there is no feelings, just oneness, right? So the soul is one. There is only one soul. There's only one, it's only observation. No judgment, no thoughts, no mental images, no duality of the body's duality, two hands split right in the middle. Awareness is singular. So in order for awareness to experience creation, in order for God to create the illusion of the soul or pure consciousness, pure light in a body, there must be cycles. There has to be cycles. Everything moves, but awareness does not. The mind moves in cycles. The body moves in cycles. The heavens, the day, the night, the summer, the winter. Awareness never changes. The soul never changes. It's just pure awareness, observation. So, in order for awareness to experience itself, it has to experience duality through cycles, through eternal cycles. Okay? So, how does everything go through cycles? Well, the snake sheds skin, right? Because if you go to the snake, it sheds skin. The snake sheds layers of itself. The snake sheds, it transforms. So the Ouroboros is showing you everything transforms through cycles. And you are part of an eternal cycle, meaning you will never, ever, ever escape consciousness. You can't escape the universe. Now, if you really deep that inside yourself, that is very, very deep. You cannot escape the universe. You can't escape it. It's impossible. You will forever be awareness. You will forever be aware. You will forever be conscious. Things may change through time and cycles, through the illusion of cycles, but the awareness will always remain. Everything changes, everything transforms because the snake sheds skin. But you will never ever change. You'll never die. It's impossible. You will forever stay aware. You can never escape consciousness. You can't escape the universe. So everything transforms. Awareness transforms. Your body, your mind transforms. Through endless cycles, the end is the beginning, and the beginning is the end. Every day you go to sleep. When I say you can't escape the universe, I don't mean you can't escape the physical world. You can transcend the physical world. You can, depending on how you build your mind in this life. Depending on what you build inside your mind, depending on the temple that you construct inside your subconscious, will depend where you go after life. Now, we can discuss afterlife if you wish. Just let me know in the comments if you want me to discuss that. But like, you will never ever die. You'll only transform. Energy never disappears. It only transforms. Water never disappears. It only transforms states. Water turns into solid, liquid, gas. It just transforms between them cycles. It's the same with you. Your awareness will never die. Your mind and body will change. Awareness will never die. Your mind and body will transform through cycles. The end is the beginning, and the beginning is the end. It's very deep when you really, really realize that. It is very, very deep when you realize this. Okay? Being aware is a curse. Being aware is not a curse. That's what the demonic, dark occult has pressed onto people. Being aware is not... being self-aware, being awake in this world, right? When I say awake, I don't mean fake awake. Most people are awake to the matrix. They're awake to the suppression and the control by the elites, but they're not awake of themselves. They've never gone inside themselves. There's many different levels to awakening, right? So that's the false awakening. The false awakening is waking up to the world, the state of the world, the control. But the real work is building your mind. Now let me go over this, right? The Freemasons call themselves Masons because they are the build. They build. What do they build? Mind. The word Mason means to build. They build levels of consciousness. This is what it is, right? They're constructors. They're stone masons. This is why they call themselves Masons. They build. What do they build? What do you build? Every single one of you build your mind every single day with your beliefs. Temple that Masons are trying to build is the mind. Now, let's get something straight. If you learn how to build your mind, you also learn how to build other people's minds. That's where the corruption comes in. If they do not have a good heart, if they do not have connection to their conscience, they will seek to build other people's minds. Okay? That's what the word Mason is. And that's where the corruption lies. So not every Freemason is going to be a bad guy, right? We all have to understand this, right? It's like saying everyone in Christianity is good. We all know there are Christians out there who are mass murderers. We all know there are bad people in Christianity. Same with everything. There are good, there are bad. So everything to do with Masonry is to build the mind. Because the of Solomon. They call it the Temple of Solomon. Most Masons may not realize that, but that's what it is. So the rituals they do are basically... Have you ever wondered why the Masons do rituals, everyone? Does everybody know why them? Anybody know why? I'd love to hear your thoughts on why they do these rituals. Why do they act out these weird plays on the checkerboard floor? Why do they act out these different characters? Why do they pretend to be knights, Hiram Abiff, King Solomon? Why do they do these weird plays in their enclosed building? Why? Well, because the plays that they play are the plays that happen inside your own mind. You realize that? Your mind is a theater. You have characters in your mind. You have pride, you have lust, you have different thoughts, you have different egos, you have different personalities, you have different... We all have these different characters in our mind playing around. Right? The Masons, they do the rituals to act out different parts of the mind and how the mind works, because that's what they're building. The word Mason means to build. So the rituals they do are basically ways to play out the different characters in our subconscious. Everyone has them. We all have them. In my mind, I have thoughts of this, thoughts of that. I have different, and our job, okay, my job, your job, is to unify that mind. Most people remain on the checkerboard floor, stuck in duality. Their mind is stuck between the light and dark. There's a constant battle and conflict between different voices, different thoughts, different desires. I want to do this, you can't do this. The different voices playing out in the head is what creates unconscious action in the world. Okay? It's what creates conflict and chaos in the world. Because again, the life outside of you is a result of the play that's happening in your mind. The life you see outside of you, your circumstances, your life and circumstances are a result of the play that's going on inside your head, the thought loops, the different voices interacting with each other. So the Masons do these plays, they do these weird plays and they act as if they were different characters, knights, King Solomon, Hiram Abiff, to represent the different plays that happen inside your mind. And when you do the rituals over and over and over again, what happens is you create change in your mind. How do you create repetition? That's a ritual. There you go. The more you repeat something, the more the mind adapts to it and becomes a part of the mind. So they do these rituals on repeat in cycles to create and bear fruit in the mind. Does anybody know what I mean by that? The more you repeat something, it bears fruit in your mind, meaning not even in your mind, in your reality. If I constantly say to myself, I'm a failure, what will happen in my reality? I will literally become a failure. It might take a year, 2 years, 3 years. But if I keep repeating that thought, that ritual in my mind, it will bear fruit in my life. It will grow fruit because the mind is a garden. And whatever seeds you plant with, whatever you believe, whatever you repeat, whatever you garden in your mind, eventually becomes fruit in your life. That's why the Freemasons do rituals. That's why they're called Masons, which means builders, because they're builders of the mind. Because the mind is the temple of the soul, which is pure awareness, God. God is you, but most people think they are the name, the job, the reputation, the body. They're lost in their mind's interpretation of themselves, and they've forgotten they have forgotten that they are truly the awareness of the mind, not the mind's attachments. If you turn off your name, your identity, your beliefs, your body, you turn off all your thoughts, who are you? You are pure consciousness. You are pure awareness. That's God experiencing himself. That's what the first 3 degrees of Freemasonry is about. The first 3 degrees of Freemasonry. Let's go over them. I'm going to explain what they are. Right? Here they are. The first 3 degrees of Freemasonry are symbolized by these first 3 steps. Okay? See these here? You see these 2 pillars? What does Freemasonry tell you? Freemasonry tells you you have to be reborn. The Bible tells you in John 3:3. John 3:3. What does it say? In order for you to reach the kingdom of God, you must be reborn again. What does that mean? It means your mind, body has to be reborn. Because you cannot see God unless you recognize God within yourself. Your mind cannot see unless your mind is reborn. What do I mean? These 3 degrees are called the Blue Lodge degrees. These first 3 degrees represent in this exact order: the body, the ego, and self. The first degree is the body, the second degree is the ego, the third degree is the self, the true self. First, second, third. Body, mind, soul, which is body, mind, soul. Awareness, mind, and body. You are not the body. You're not the mind's interpretation of itself, the ego. You are the soul, the awareness behind the mind and body, the one observing the thought, the one observing the dreams, the one observing your reality. So this is why in Freemasonry, you're brought to light. You're brought into light, apparently. But you don't need to join Freemasonry anymore. I'm not promoting it. You do not need to join. You can do all this yourself. You do not need to worry, okay? Most people remain trapped in their body and ego. They think their body, they think they are their name, and they're lost. In the degree of Freemasonry, they say you get raised. You're raised to light. What does this mean? When you join Freemasonry, apparently you're reborn. It's psychologically reborn, mentally. Because when you go through these different rituals, they do a ritual for the body, you recognize you're not the body, then they do a ritual for the ego, and then when you become an MM, Master Mason, 3rd degree, you recognize the self, the true self, which is God, the awareness. And this is why in Freemasonry they say everyone is equal, which is true. Because I am you and you are me. There is no self, there is no ego, there is no... Me, Harry, does not exist. It's just a construct created by my mind. I am pure awareness. I am God experiencing himself. I am you and you are me. We are equal. Doesn't matter the body I have, the things I may possess, or the things that you may possess. That makes no difference. I am you and you are me on a spiritual level. We are one consciousness interacting with itself. My mind and body are personal. The self-awareness is not. So this is why they get reborn, because they recognize that I am not who I think I am. And now you have to ponder upon that, right? Don't just understand that intellectually, right? When you walk between these two pillars, it's symbolic of walking into your own mind and body. That's what these pillars are, everyone. When you walk between these two pillars, you're walking inside yourself. Let me show you. Here it is. This is your awareness. This is your mind. This is your body. This is the pillar of the five senses, your external circumstances, your life, your events, where you live, the earth. This is your outside world. This is your inside world, and this is your awareness. You experience life, you are the awareness, experiencing it mentally and physically, through the two pillars. When you walk between the two pillars, which is why you see George Washington between two pillars on a checkered floor, it's symbolic of walking between your mind and body into yourself. If you walk into yourself and do self-reflection experiments, you realize who you truly are. Awareness. Awareness has no form. It is completely invisible. It is completely untouchable. Awareness is the invisible spirit governing the mind, and the mind is governing the body. So let me show you something that's going to blow your mind. I'm about to blow your mind. Are you ready? Does this make sense, everyone? Is everyone making sense? Is everyone on the same page right now? So I'm going to show you something. Now, that teaching that I've just given you is exactly what has been taught for thousands of years. That same teaching. Anybody know what we're looking at here? Anybody know what we're looking at? Hinduism, Shiva, Hinduism, Buddha. Right. What if I told you none of that? We're not looking at Vishnu, Ganesh, Krishna. We're not looking at any of that. We're looking at you. This is you. No, it's not my mom. Someone said your mom. It's not my mom. But this is we're looking at you right here. This is you. This is your awareness, the part of you that is one, that just observes. This guy's the mind. What's he got here? He's whipping the horses. He's controlling the body. This body takes action. This is the mind. This is awareness. Awareness, mind, body. Awareness, mind, body. Same thing. Have you ever wondered why there's seven horses? Why is there 7 horses, everyone? How is the body controlled? Let me know in the comments. How is the body controlled? What do you have 7 of? 7 chakras. The mind is not physical, people, and the awareness. So that means the mind and body need to have some form of connection. There needs to be some connection between the higher dimensions and the lower dimensions of yourself. Awareness is in the highest spiritual dimension there is. The mind is in a lower dimension. And the mind is whipping and commanding 7 horses, which is your 7 energy centers, which the mind connects to in the etheric body. So the etheric body is this: mental, astral, etheric, physical. That's what you're looking at. The spiritual plane, the mental plane, the etheric plane. Awareness commands the mind commands the body through 7 connected centers to the body. So in Freemasonry, how many officers do you have in a lodge? And do we have any Freemasons here? In Freemasonry, how many officers do you have in the lodge? 7 officers. Why? What is the lodge? Do you know what the lodge is in Freemasonry? The lodge is you. The whole lodge is a layout of your mind. The whole thing is you. What is the real lodge? The real lodge is your body and the world. Right? So the lodge is your body, and there are 7 officers that govern the lodge. That is you. It's all you. There's 7 mind and body connections, which the soul and mind have connection to the body. Without the 7 officers, what's it called? There would be the soul would have no connection to the body, and it would not be able to control the body. Now, in Morals and Dogma, by the 33rd degree Freemason Albert Pike, he discusses how the 7 officers were employed by King Solomon to create the Temple of Solomon. What is the Temple of Solomon, everyone? In Freemasonry, the word mason means to build. They build minds. The mind is King Solomon's temple, the Temple of Solomon. Why is there 7 creators of King Solomon's temple? Because in the mind, just like in the body, there are 7 energy centers that connect the soul to the body and the mind to the body. In the mind, there are 7 functions of the mind. So if you see here, right on this Masonic piece of artwork, what do you see? The mind pillar, Boaz, the internal. The body pillar, awareness. Awareness, mind and body. How many stars do you see there? You see 7 stars. In Freemasonry, you also have the G, which is the number 7. Because the mind has 7 ways to build the temple. How do you build the temple? Through the 7 categories of the mind. Memory, will, imagination, emotion, intellect. I always forget the last 2, intuition and logic. They are the 7 cognitions of the mind. Memory, will, imagination, emotion, intellect, intuition, logic. They are the 7 ways you build your inner temple. They are the 7 ways that you construct the world inside your mind. Listen, think about it, right? Do you like living in your mind? Is your mind an enjoyable place? Be honest. Let me know in the comments. Be very honest with yourself. Is your mind a great place? Do you like living with your mind? Some people say no. Some people say yes. Why? Why is it different for everyone? Because everyone has built their own belief system. You have built your mind. I'm sorry for the lag, everyone. My phone's really hot. In the UK, it's very hot at the moment. Anything about it, I'm sorry. The mind is built through 7 offices. So in Freemasonry, they say King Solomon's temple was built by 7 officers. And Hiram Abiff is the master builder. It's you. The whole thing is you. The whole thing is your mind. Your awareness is God, and there are 7 officers that build the temple of God, which is King Solomon's temple. Okay? The memory, the will, the imagination, the logic, the intuition, the intellect, and emotion. The 7 officers of your lodge, the 7 officers of your temple. They are the one that protect your temple, build your temple. You see? That's why the word Mason means to build. So you see now, Everything is internal. You're no longer looking outside yourself. You're looking at the spiritual world in your mind, right? Where did you get all this info from? I'm a very, let's say I spent a lot of time in my room trying to figure all this stuff out. And I don't advise anyone doing it. No, I do, because it will help your life. It helps your life when you understand how your mind functions. This is what it's all about. Most Freemasons get initiated to learn this information, and they have no clue because no one teaches them. They teach you through allegory, right? You have to realize all of this is hidden, even in Freemasonry. They don't tell you straight away. You have to figure this stuff out for yourself. And the whole thing is a Masonic allegory for the mind. It's unwritten word, yes, and it has to be recognized in yourself. Okay. And 80% of you here have already read the book. You already know your life fully changes, right? Has anybody here read the book? Anybody here, has their life been changed through reading the book? So anyways, let's carry on, or else I'll get on a tangent. It is so powerful when you understand yourself. Okay, I'm reading now. Beautiful. It's enlightened me. Thank you. I want one. Amazing. Okay, a lot of people have been wanting the book. Does everyone want the book? Listen, it's all about the mind. The whole thing. The mind is the throne of awareness. So whatever you build in your mind, some people said they don't like their mind, some people said they do. You are the builder of that. You have to build your own mind. You are the master of your microcosm. Your mind is the microcosmic world. Think about it, right? Do not think about the world outside of you. Think about this. If you think in your mind, what happens? Move my hand, you move it. Your mind is a whole universe that you have full command over. You are the god of your own mind and body. How many living cells are in your body? 50 trillion. 50 trillion living organs. 50 trillion living entities you have control over. You are governing a whole universe in your mind and body. You are the master of yourself. You are the master builder. You have to govern yourself. You are a sovereign free soul with full control. But guess what the elites tell you? The elites tell you you're on a spinning ball, you evoluted from a monkey, and you're worthless, and you came from nothing. You're just a physical being on a planet flying through space, and you're an evoluted monkey. That's what they want you to believe. Why? Because they want you powerless. While in secret societies, they get you initiated and they teach you the real stuff. Because they hide this information to keep people down, poor, uncontrolled, living in chaos, not realizing how much potential they really, really have. You are so much more powerful. You are literally God experiencing himself. So people talk about the firmament. The firmament is your head. Your head is the firmament because your awareness lives in your mind. Your soul lives inside your mind, the awareness of the mind. Your mind is the firmament, mental. And it gets stuck under the firmament because the mind is firm, rigid, locked. A locked mind stuck in low belief systems keeps awareness locked. The soul gets locked underneath the firmament. Underneath a firm, rigid mind that can't get out of ego and limiting belief systems. That's why they say free your mind and your soul shall be free. Right? The mind owns reality. The mind is the only world you have contact with. You don't have contact with this. When I touch something, electrical signals go up to my brain and my mind interprets the body's interpretation. I only experience my mind, and the same goes with you. Whenever I touch something, that's my awareness observing the mind's interpretation of electrical signals of the body. I only experience my mind. I am still in the spiritual world. You are still in the spiritual world. But the elites have made us so dumb and locked in entertainment. Enter and attain your mind, They lock you in the outside world and you never realize you're the awareness living in the spiritual world. You're still there. Okay? You're still there. You never die. You never left the spiritual world. You're still there. I never got my book. Have you contacted the support team? Did anybody else here receive their book? You will get your book. I can promise you. Well, I don't have to promise you. The people in the comments will tell you. Do not worry. Do not worry. You will definitely get your book. But I'd say 80% of the people already have their book. I received my books. Amazing. I have. Thanks a lot. No worries. Yes, I received it. Beautiful. Enjoy. It is life-changing. This isn't a book. This is a whole way of understanding of functioning consciousness. False prophets are real. I'm not a false prophet. I'm not teaching you belief. This is realization. I'm helping you realize things inside yourself. This is no beliefs around here. How do I get the book? Okay, listen, do not invest in the book full price. And if you have any worries about the book, all you have to do is to contact the support team, revivalofwisdomassistance@outlook.com. If you want it, don't invest in the book full price. I will give you a code. Would you like a code, everyone? So there's a lot of people here who want the book. Thank you for pinning. So everyone can see the pinned comment. Screenshot that. And if you have any problems, my support team will help you, refund you, or send a new book to you. Do not worry. Okay, I'll create a code now. I'm going to create a code for the next 10 minutes. Okay. Who's ready for the code? I'll give you a code right now, then we'll carry on straight away. The book is called The Book of Symbolism. I'll get the website up just so I can show you, right? The code is, I'll give it you in just a second, and it's up for 10 minutes. So when you go on my website, it looked like this. This is on a laptop, so it looks slightly different. All you have to do is to scroll down. You see the Book of Symbolism there, or you can get the PDF version. You get the PDF version or the paperback version. When you order the paperback version, you can also get a free PDF. It's called The Ultimate Guide to Create Reality. It comes with a free PDF as well. Here is the code. Are you ready for the code, everyone? Are you ready for the code? I'm going to give you today the chance to save. I'm going to be, how generous should I be today? I'm going to take the hit of 40%. I'm going to take the hit of 40%. I said the other day I'm not going to do 45, but I'll do 40. 40% for 10 minutes. The code is 555. Just click the link in my bio. Click the link in the bio. Click the link in the bio. Click on books and it will take you to revivalofwisdom.com. All you have to do is click my profile, click on the link, use the code 555, 40% off for the next 10 minutes. And it works for there is a bundle on the website. You can use it for the bundle as well. Anyways, let's carry on. Because everyone was asking about the book, so I decided to give you a code. Okay. Can you give me a mail? Yes, revivalofwisdom.com. Could someone please put in the pinned comments revivalofwisdomassistance@outlook.com and screenshot the email. Contact them. It's a personal family member. It's a personal family member that sorts out all the issues. All the issues. I'll even show you the email. Just for full transparency. Show you the email. Just for full transparency. In fact, I can't expose any emails, but okay. Right. Anyone have any questions? Feel free to ask your questions. Feel free to ask your questions, everyone. So yeah, we have been restricted on this live once again. We've been restricted for what have we done? Pre-recorded. Apparently this live is pre-recorded, so they've restricted it for 10 minutes because they don't want people to understand themselves. TikTok doesn't like people understanding themselves because why? They want to keep you on this platform. Listen, I have never stealed anyone's money, and everyone in the comments can tell you that. Just contact the support team. Revival of Wisdom Assistance at outlook.com. You do not need to worry. Everyone in the comments has received their books. I would never scam anyone. Listen. Okay. Good live. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyone have any questions? Feel free to ask questions. It is super hot in the UK at the moment. The support email is full, dude. Let's have a look. It shouldn't be full. It doesn't say on here. I received an email today, I'm pretty sure, at 3:36. 3:36 regarding my order. There's another one. 3:36. What is your live timetable? We normally go live at around like, I don't know, like 2 p.m. GMT or like 1 p.m. GMT, so UK time. I'm sweating. Oh yeah, it's really hot. Okay. Can you explain page 32? Of course. The beehive symbolism. It's a symbol that we are part of a collective experience. That I am you and you are me. However, I don't experience this world on my own. We are part of a collective consciousness. Your world, your thoughts, your emotions, your actions have impact on my world and experience on this earth. So the beehive symbolism is a symbol of reminding you that you're part of a collective experience. Okay? The beehive symbolizes collaboration, mutual respect, and the power of unity. When bees work together, they transform raw matter into perfect structure of balance and order. It symbolizes that the word mason means to build, right? And we are all building our experience. We build this world together. Okay? We build this world together. What I do affects your life. What you do affects my life, whether you realize it or not. Your thoughts and emotions and actions have consequence through cause and effect. So it's learning that we are part of a collective experience, and we need to treat people as if like you would want to be treated. It's realizing that we are part of a unified experience. The best teacher I've ever learned from in my entire life. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Pros to Marty. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate that. There is there's 2 minutes left of the code. 2 minutes left. So are the books worth it? I won't answer that. Let the people who have read the book in the comments tell you. 555. The code is 555. It's up for 2 more minutes. I must buy. Thank you. I have to go hospital now. I hope everything's okay. Look after yourself. Just ordered the bundle of 3. Beautiful. Worth it for sure. Best investment ever. Thank you, Jimmy. That's not Jimmy. That's I can't remember the name off the top of my head. You've been in every single live, pretty much. Marcel, there you go. Marcel. Sorry, I forgot your name then. He's been here since, I can't even remember. I used to do these live 3 years ago. Not every live, but I try. Yeah, of course, but you know what I mean. Code didn't work. It should do. It works. Make him your moderator. I have done, yeah. Laws of the universe. When I say law of the universe, or you say law of the universe, you're thinking of external, right? You have to recognize that there is nothing external. It's all governing from the inside out. You're experiencing life from the inside out. You experience everything through the filter of your mind. You experience me, right? In your mind, you have a perception of me through these lives. You're experiencing your mind's interpretation of me. Your mind has gathered as much information as possible from me, and it's putting up a mental image or a mental conception or perception. And you're the awareness experiencing that. So everything is from the inside out. The laws of the universe are not the laws of the universe. The universe is your mind. Everything lives in the mind. So everything is in the mind, right? You're experiencing it from the inside out. So the laws of the universe are the laws governing your mind, cause and effect, vibration. Has anybody here read the Kybalion? Anybody here read the Kybalion? And the Kybalion, right? The Kybalion, right? Yeah, a little bit. Some people say they've read the Kybalion. So, law of mentalism. Yeah. So there are 7 Hermetic principles, 7 laws. And the first law is mentalism, right? Most people, right? I listen to the Kybalion every day in the shower. Beautiful, right? Okay. I want to give you another perspective of the Kybalion. Most people read the Kybalion and they don't realize what it's actually talking about. Right? What it's actually talking about is the world in your head. Because everything is in the head. It's all in your mind. The first law is mentalism, which means every law that comes after it is in the mind. Right? So, the first law is the mind, mentalism, which means every law that comes after it talks to the mind. Right? You're the awareness living inside your head. You're the commander of the mind. You're the observer of the thought. That's you, the true self, the soul, the eternal self. So, the first law, number 1, is mentalism. The second law is correspondence. Right? As above, so below. As within, so without. So, this means you're experiencing reality through a mirror. Everything is a mirror of the mind. What you're seeing right now, this world, is just a reflection of what the mind can project. You're not experiencing reality for what it is. You're experiencing the mind's interpretation of what is, the forces of the mind. You're experiencing a mental creation. You're experiencing your brain's interpretation of reality. Right? So think of it like that. Then the second law, the third law is vibration. Right? Whatever you think in the mind will directly have a vibrational thought. If I think about chairs, that puts out a vibration in the mental plane. I discuss the mental plane inside the book. The mental plane is very, very important. All surrounding you is a world full of thoughts that your eyes cannot pick up. So if I think of a chair in the mental plane, that sends out the vibration of that specific thought. And I start to receive thoughts back in my mind based on chairs. Everyone right here, think about your favorite subject. What happens? You start to receive more thoughts about that. So if I think about chair, I think about tables, colors of chairs, different chairs. I start to receive different things from the mental plane. Okay? So, that's how the mind functions, through vibration. The next law, polarity. The mind is polar. Everything has polar opposites in the mind. If you feel sad or you have negative thoughts, you can transmute that to the positive thoughts. Mind states have polarity, and you can transform between them. If you feel sad and depressed, always know that there is an exact opposite of that mental state that you're in. And you can always transform just by invoking the thoughts associated with that mental state. The principle of rhythm. Most people read that law and think it's talking about the sky, the stars. It is, however, it's talking about your mind. Your mind functions on rhythm because the first law is mentalism. So every law that comes after it is talking about your mind, the world in your head. Ordered in Dutch. Beautiful. Beautiful. Enjoy. Everyone who ordered them, enjoy. Is this making sense, everyone? Are we all on the same page, or is this going over your head? This is a deep topic. It's a different way to perceive the true meaning behind the Kybalion. Right? So rhythm, the mind functions on cycles, rhythms. The thoughts you thought yesterday will reoccur again today. You think that 90% of the thoughts you did yesterday. So if you can master this rhythm of the mind, this rhythm of thought, you can master your reality. So there is these laws that govern our mind. Everything is mental. Yeah, everything, all is mental. But I thought vibrations come from the body. They do come from the body. However, the Kybalion is not talking about the world outside of you. It's talking about the mind, because the mind is the only reality you have full contact with. What about lusts, sir? Lust, pride, all these different thoughts, they're just different forces, psychic forces that flow through your mind. You have to recognize that you're not the forces, you're not the thoughts that flow through your mind. You have to realize and really step back from your mind and become the awareness. And when you become awareness, you choose what mental forces, what mental thoughts you want to give power to. Then you can fully control your mind and body. And that's what the seed of life really is. 8 circles coming together. Every circle represents a law. It's the blueprint of creation of how mind turns into matter through 8 laws. The laws that govern your mind create your external experience. It's from the inside out. Does this make sense, everyone? Are we starting to really see the world differently now? Are we all on the same page? Beautiful. Ponder upon this, go within yourself. Don't just listen to this. Don't just intellectually understand it. Really try and recognize this within you. Really, really ponder upon this. After this live, say to yourself, what did I pick up? Ponder upon this. Let it mature inside of you and you'll see reality differently. Everything's internal. How do you beat time? Time is duality. Awareness is time, if you know what I mean. The observer of your mind is the present moment. It is the seed of everything. The seed of your mind, the seed of your body. It's where you came from. You came from the awareness of your mind. That is God. That's the purest essence of consciousness. Okay. But yeah, I am going to love and leave you all here today, everyone. Make sure you drop a follow and join the Revival of Wisdom dashboard in my bio. It's like this Telegram thing that's in... It's like Telegram, but in TikTok. It's just free. Just join the group and I can send you messages, pieces of information that can help you in your journey through life. Join. We have, I don't know how many we got, 4.5k at the moment. It's literally in the bio. It says Revival of Wisdom dashboard. I can just send messages in there and you can have contact and updates and little gems of knowledge. But yeah, it's been a pleasure, everyone. Enjoy your time, whatever you do today. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for coming. Hope you all learned something. And if you did want to order the book, I'm going to create a code for 5 more people. I'll set it now. 2 seconds. Okay. 5 more people can now use the code 555. All you have to do is go to revivalwisdom.com or just click the link in the bio and it will take you there. Thank you, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed. Tomorrow live, what time? We'll go live around the same time, like 2 p.m. or 1 p.m. GMT, UK time. If you join the Revival of Wisdom dashboard, you'll get notified every time I go live. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you all again soon. Look after yourselves. Love and light to you all. Enjoy the books, whoever ordered them. We do have a PDF version of it. You can use the code for the PDF version. PDF version is more affordable for everyone. And God bless you all. Take care. I'll see you all soon. See you tomorrow. And oh yeah, if you do have any issues, just contact the support team, Revival of Wisdom Assistance at outlook.com. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, everyone. And the laws are what govern everything. Govern our mind, govern our soul, govern everything. So Jesus represents a figure who worked with the law that we should look up to and embody inside of ourselves. Jesus should not be worshipped, but be praised, looked up to, so we can embody Jesus inside our own mind and hearts. We want to become Christ-like instead of praying to him, worshipping him. We should become Jesus-like. He was a master. He was a master. So, if that makes sense, religion teaches you to pray for a man to return, when in fact we should embody the Jesus that he was in ourselves. We should think, feel, and act like Jesus to save ourselves from the consequences of unconscious living. The reason the world is in a mess today is because people are living unconsciously. They think randomly. They don't have no conscious awareness of themselves. So therefore, that leads to staying in an unconscious state where they randomly create reality. People don't, like, for example, my old self, I didn't even realize I even had life. I didn't even realize I possessed consciousness. I didn't realize I even could think. We take these things for granted, right? So the more conscious you become, hence why the Masons use the symbol of the eye, right? The eye is the symbol of becoming more and more and more self-aware, more and more conscious of how we use our creative power, our thoughts, emotion, and action. So the I is what the Mason or the spiritual person chases. It means to become more self-conscious, knowing myself on a higher, deeper, and more extreme level than the regular unconscious person. For example, I used to randomly act. I used to randomly think. I never knew how to think or how to act. But these things make a massive, massive difference in your life when you start to become actually conscious. The eye, the symbol of the eye, right? The symbol of the eye, what is this representing to you? Let me know in the comments, what does the eye, what is the symbol of the eye? What thoughts do that trigger in your mind? What comes to your mind first? If you look at the eye, you have awareness. Yeah, awareness, observer. Perspective, that's a good one. My soul, all-knowing, all-seeing, woke, exactly. And that's what it is. The eye is the eye that looks through our mind, our awareness. However, you see how it's open? It symbolizes being awake, meaning staying aware. So when you see this symbol, the eye expresses energy, the soul expresses energy through thinking, feeling, and acting, right? Awareness thinks, feels, acts. So this symbol is a symbol to stay aware, stay conscious of what we think, of what we feel, and what we act, because everything we do has consequence on your life, your circumstances, and other people's lives. Cause and effect. It's cause and effect. That's how reality is created. It's a chain of cause and effect. So to control your reality, to control your effect, reality is your effect, you have to stay aware. Do not fall unconscious. Do not think unconsciously, feel unconsciously, or act unconsciously, because that leads to unconscious effects in your reality, in your circumstances. So if you want your life to play out like a book, if you want to know what your future looks like, then make sure your causes are in a line with the effect that you want to bring into your circumstances. You have to stay aware. The eye is open. Staying conscious of what we think, what we feel, what we act, as much as possible, at all times as possible. The moment you fall unconscious is when you make mistakes. You make unconscious decisions which may lead to bad consequences. You may hurt people's feelings. The best way to gain control over self and reality is to stay aware of the three creational powers, to create the effect into your circumstances or the outside reality. Does this make sense, everybody? Are we all on the same level? Are we all on the same page? So share this live with a friend and family member if you wish to get them on a higher level of understanding. So it's about self-mastery. Islam, the word Islam, I, self, law, master. I, self, law, am mastered. I, self, law, am master. You are the master of yourself through law. I, self, law, am master. The self, the awareness, the mind, the body are governed through law. Just like a video game. You can't code a video game without the codes that make sure the game runs. So what are the codes that run this reality? Very, very simple. We take these things for granted. We take the law for granted. This is how you know that reality is a created creation. Cause and effect. The law of cause and effect is too powerful for you to escape. Can you escape the law of cause and effect? Can you overcome that force? The answer is no. You cannot escape that law. So, my job is to work with that law as much as possible. So I know that I'm working with the law. If I act unconsciously, if I think, if I feel, if I act unconsciously, I will unconsciously create effects in my reality. So we must align our mind, heart, and body with law. This is what it means to become the master of self. This is what Freemasons study, is natural law. Now, you have man-made law, which is government law. Then you have natural law, God's law, cause and effect, conscience. Conscience is another law. If you go up to a random person in the street and you punch them in the face, right? That's a very extreme example. If you go someone in the street and you punch them in the face, what are you going to feel inside of you? you're going to feel bad. You're going to feel like you've done something wrong. You're going to feel the guilt. You're going to feel bad. Why do I feel that? Why can I not escape that? Okay? Why can I not escape the law? Why do I feel guilty if I do that? Well, it's not something of the mind. It's feeling. There is a feeling that I cannot escape because I betrayed my conscience. I took action. I took action against my conscience. I now suffer the consequence of guilt, mentally and emotionally. So, there are laws that my consciousness, my soul, mind, and body are obeying. There are natural, God-made laws that I cannot escape. So my job is to work as much as possible with them laws. So, great question. Someone just said, how do people sell souls? That's a great question. That is a great question. The way you sell your soul is, okay? The reason these rappers, these industry people who talk about music, rap music, who promote degeneracy, promote division, they promote hate, violence, drugs. What that is, all it is, these people in the music industry, they know exactly what they're doing. They know the music is programming the masses. They know that it's wrong. However, they are offered a lot of money to rap about them things, to keep people divided and keep people degenerate and unconscious. They know it's wrong, but they take the money anyway and they do it. So, what that is, selling your soul, is you have conscience, which is your law of your heart. It's a law. You cannot escape that nature. It's part of your nature. You can't get rid of it. And then you have money. So, you either have the chance, you, the rapper or the music industry person, either has the chance to follow their conscience and say, no, I'm not going to take the money to rap about it because I know it's going to program the masses and keep people in an unconscious state. Or they scrap their conscience and they take the money anyway and they go against their heart. However, they're going to suffer from the guilt. Selling your soul is exactly that. And it's so easy to do. It is so easy to do. And there are people who are selling their souls every single day and they don't even realize it. And they wonder why they feel so much guilt. They know they're rapping about music. Well, okay, listen. It's not music. Everything you say, I want to know who you're selling it to. You're selling it to your ego. You're selling your soul, your conscience to your body, materialism. Okay? You can't sell your soul. You can't sell it. It's impossible. But what you can do is go against your soul's guidance, which is conscience. Music isn't music, everyone. The music we listen to today is not music. Okay? It is not music. Let's put that there. It is not music. It is hypnosis, right? When I listen to like modern day music, I don't even call it music. It is straight hypnosis. If you know what hypnosis is and you know stuff about how your mind functions, you can read straight through the music. And you can tell who's paying them to rap about this stuff. It is pure hypnotic propaganda, and they are paid millions and millions of pounds to wrap and influence your mind, emotion, and body. Okay? Have you ever noticed that when you listen to music? Have you ever noticed that? When you listen to music, what happens? Well, your body, your actions start to dance. You have no control. You become fully immersed. Your heart, your emotions get influenced through the beats. And your mind gets hypnotized. You're in a semi-conscious state. Because of the looping beats in the number 3, by the way, that's why the number 3 is magical. Because beats are always in 3s, or music's always in 3s, right? 3 is a very powerful number, right? Beginning, middle, end, you know, that's how they just repeat the beats, right? Your whole mind gets programmed. You can remember the lyrics for the rest of your life, right? You can listen to a song twice and you'll remember that song for the rest of your life. Your whole subconscious is influenced. Your emotions, when you listen to slow beats, you feel sad. When you listen to fast beats, you feel upbeat and happy. And your whole body starts to dance with the frequency. So it takes over your whole mind, body, and soul, music, right? It influences everything. So music is not music. It is mass hypnosis. Now, music was originally created by tribes, and they still do this today, to free the mind, free people from their mind. Because most people live in a prison mind where they, you know, a lot, you know, I suffered from it, from anxiety, you know, social anxiety, not being able to speak to people, always closing myself off, low confidence. Music was meant to liberate you from that. In tribes, what do? They dance around, they play the music, everyone's happy. The original meaning of music was meant to uplift you and free your soul, your awareness, from your mind's thoughts, anxieties. But now they've reversed it. The wrong people got on the hands of music, and they're pushing complete suppression through music. Right? All it talks about now is breakups, sex, drugs, violence, and depression. Do you know any artist who is on the radio pushing love and unification? Not one. Why is that? Because music is so powerful. Music influences every body of human consciousness. It influences the mind, you remember the lyrics, influences your emotions, you feel different, invokes emotions, and it influences your actions by dancing. So, music is a weapon. It is a lethal weapon. It is a form of dopamine as well. It's a form of addiction. People get addicted to music, right? I used to be addicted to music. You don't realize it, but it is a form of dopamine. Modern music is a form of mass hypnosis, right? And especially, you know, in the UK and America, it is the worst. Like, as I grew up, it was just UK drill. And you wonder why there's so many, you know, criminals in the UK. And of course, it happens in the US as well, all around the world. But it's mass influence, right? As a child, your subconscious is wide open. So that's what selling your soul really is, people. Selling your soul is going against your conscience. It is taking money in exchange to go against what you know is wrong, what you feel is wrong inside of you. If you take money anyway, you've now sold your soul. You've sold your conscience. You've sold your soul's guidance of natural law. You've gone against your nature. So, for example, I've had hundreds of messages. No, I wouldn't say hundreds. I'd be lying. I've had messages from gambling companies, certain companies saying, oh, you can promote this, we'll pay you this much, you can promote this app. I will never ever take it, because I know internally, it doesn't matter how much money they can offer. I would never ever promote gambling, because that is pure degeneracy. The only thing I promote is self-mastery, self-love, self-awakening, and bettering people's lives. You know? And if I did take one, then I would live with the guilt of breaking natural law. The guilt is the sign that I've broke natural law. I've gone against my heart's guidance. So that is what selling your soul is. It is so easy to do. So easy to do. And people do it every day without even recognizing it. Right? And, you know, I can confidently ask for feedback in the comments. I can openly ask and have confidence that people can come back to me and say, Harry, you changed my life. And that makes me happy. You know, that really makes me happy to know that I can ask for feedback with confidence, and in the chat people will be, you know, they've changed their life. So you know, it is your books are great and full of information. Thank you. I appreciate that, everyone. Thank you. But it is it makes me happy to know that I can help people. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, drop your question and let's talk about a topic. Let's talk about a topic. So, who are the elites? They are dark occultists. They are, it sounds crazy, but they're wizards. These people are wizards. You would have, like, the power of these people, you know, is insane. And I mean spiritual power, not material power. There are people beyond the elites, right? They are not even, you know, they don't care about money. They only care about spiritual power. And that's who the elites probably work for. Okay. Anyways, feel free to ask your questions. Let's go into this. Please talk about reincarnation. In order to understand reincarnation, you have to understand law. As I've previously mentioned, law is what governs everything, just like a video game. There are laws that govern Grand Theft Auto. There are codes inside the game that everything follows. And if you don't follow the codes, if you live unconsciously, then reality becomes difficult. And I promise you, suffering is a result of not working with natural law. Suffering is a result of not working with natural law. These are the laws. You have to understand them. So, in order to understand, right? In order to understand, let me open my window. It's hot in here. In order to understand reincarnation, it comes to understanding law, right? Law. What do I mean by law? Well, that's what the seed of life is. The seed of life is 8 circles coming together, right? Let me know in the comments, what does a circle represent? What does a circle represent and what does a square represent? If everyone here, I'm pretty sure everyone here has read my book, they already know. What does a square and a circle represent? Okay. The circle, okay, the circle is spiritual. Why? Because if you look up in the sky, what bodies do you see? What shape is the sun? The sun is a circle. Everything above is a circle, and everything above is eternal. The sun is eternal. Everything on earth is mortal. So circles, can you calculate the exact surface area of a circle? No. You can get very close, but you cannot calculate the exact surface area of a circle. You can get very close, but not the exact, which means it's immeasurable. You cannot measure it, but you can measure a square. So this is measurable, this is immeasurable. So a circle represents something spiritual, a law. In this case, it represents 8 circles, 8 laws that come together. What is this? What is this pattern? It's a form. It's a formed geometric shape, and it's created by 8 invisible laws. 8 invisible laws create a form, a physical, tangible thing. Right, so let's go deeper. Are we all on the same page, everyone? Are we all on the same page? 8 intangible laws come together to create a form, a physical flower. So what are these 8 laws? So, before we go into anything, right, you have to understand there are 8 laws governing your mind, right? When I say your mind, everything is a projection of your mind. You do not live in the world outside of you. You are the awareness living in your head, experiencing reality through the projection of the mind. You only experience your mind because you are the observer living in your mind. If every single one of you now closes your eyes and thinks in their head, say something in your head. Who is the one listening to that? Who's the one listening to the voice in your head? That's the awareness. The awareness lives in the mind, and the mind projects reality through the physical body. So, there are 8 laws crystallizing mind into a physical experience. Okay? There are 8 laws governing the mind to crystallize a physical experience. So now, what are these laws that are governing me? What are they? Well, first of all, it's called the seed of life because the seed turns from nothing into something. It represents the process of creation. From the invisible to the visible, right? Is this making sense, everyone? The seed of life is how spirit, the seed, nothing, turns into something visible. So it's how the mind projects matter through 8 laws. The first law is mentalism. Everything exists in the mind. You do not experience reality. You only experience your mind's interpretation of electrical signals. You do never meet someone. You'll never know me. You'll only know your mind's interpretation of me. You see everything through the filter of your mind. Everything is mental. So everything you see in the news, everything you see in the propaganda on social media, everything you see in the news is all mental games, and it's all a perception game. They're trying to win your perception. That's all it is. The news is only out there to shape your mind's interpretation of reality. That's it. That's it, because they understand everyone sees reality through the mind. Is this making sense, everyone? The first law is that everything is a mental creation. We live in the mind. Okay. With that being said, the next laws all correspond to the mind. The second law is correspondence. Everything in the mind reflects. You only see a reflection of your mind, as I've just broken down. You never see reality. You only see the mind's reflection. As above, so below. Everything above is reflected below. We see a reflection of a reflection. And now, this is quite hard to get your head around, look at what the elites have created. They've created a digital world called social media, which is a reflection of a reflection in a reflection. We already live in a reflection of the real reality. But now social media is here, they've created another reflection. They're creating false realities. Think about it. You only see reality through the filter of your mind. So you're seeing a reflection, right? All right. You don't see what's out here. Whatever's out here, light waves, energy, comes into your eyes, seeing a reflection. But now in this material world, they've created phones in a digital world. So they've now created another reflection, a false reality. That's how they trap the soul. So, everything corresponds. Everything's a reflection. Which means, right? Everything exists in the mind and everything's a reflection of the mind. What you see in me is what you see in yourself. Okay? It is all a mental game. Now, the third law is vibration. Every thought holds vibration. Now, this is where it blows your mind. Vibration, I'm pretty sure we have the CIA in the comments trying to dumb this stuff down, you know. You know what I've realized recently? That TikTok is filled with propaganda. Filled with propaganda. It's filled with propaganda. You can just tell that most of the accounts are just bots pushing certain agendas. It's everywhere. Even in the comments, it's just filled with bots. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah. We've all noticed it, right? We've all noticed it. TikTok is turning into a propaganda machine. Right? It's crazy. Yeah. Not even NPCs. I mean like straight bot accounts that just post random videos and they have all the same images and they just repost the same image, but then they post one video and it gets millions of views. It's like, how does that even happen? Yeah, it's crazy. But the next law is vibration. Literally the same comments everywhere. Exactly. It is crazy. It's crazy. So vibration is everything in the mind vibrates. You know, every thought, you think of a chair, it has a certain vibration in the mental field around you. So everything around you is a vibrating field of mind. Your eyes can't see it, but all around you is a certain mental atmosphere. For example, when you go in a church, you receive different thoughts because it has a different mental atmosphere. If you go into you go into an old building, you get different mental atmospheres. If you walk into an office, you get different mental atmospheres. The mind works in vibration. Everything works in mental atmospheres. So if you think of a chair, you receive more thoughts of a chair. If you think of stars, you receive thoughts of the sun, stars, energy. Whatever you place your mind's vibration on, you receive similar frequencies back, right? So that's the third law. The fourth law is rhythm. Everything works in rhythmatic. Just like the day and the night rotate. Day and night, summer, winter, everything rotates in rhythm. So does your mind, right? When you wake up, consciousness looks outside of itself, outside the mind. But when you go to sleep, your awareness goes back inside the mind. So daytime is external, nighttime is internal. Internal, external, internal, external. So there are laws governing us. Can you now see these laws that are actually in place, but you've never really just maybe picked up on them, right? There are laws governing consciousness. Consciousness is governed through laws, and these laws crystallize your experience. They create your reality. Whether you realize them or not, their consequences still work whether you realize them or not. Cause and effect will still hit you like, I don't know, cause and effect, really wakes you up sometimes. Everything is a sequence of cause and effects. So if you control your causes, you work with the law of cause and effect, you can control your reality. Think of it like this, right? Cause and effect is one of the most powerful laws. Think of it like this. This is you. You are the awareness. This is you in your mind. You have two decisions to make, and this is your mind, right? This is you. This is now your mind. In your mind, you always have duality. You always have duality in your mind. The one here, you have a goal. The goal is to, I don't know, create a business. I don't know. Right? This is you. This is your mind. In your mind, you have two decisions. One is go out. One is work. You're stuck between this conflict in your mind. You're going back and forth. Your awareness is sometimes, oh, you know what, I should do this. Then your awareness thinks, oh, you know what, I should work instead. That's the duality, the conflict in the mind. The best way to use cause and effect is by making sure every decision you make is going to produce an effect that pushes you closer and closer to the goal. Going out will push you further and further away from the goal. So always take actions that you know is going to produce an effect towards a goal, towards the self that you want to create. That's how you work with cause and effect. That's how you control your circumstances in your reality. By only taking actions that you know are going to push you towards who you want to become and that goal you want to create. Why do we get cancer? Cause and effect. Obviously, some of it can be genetic, but mainly it's cause and effect. And care. Let me show you. You see, suffering is a result of not understanding law, not understanding natural law. Let me show you. If you get an illness, it's a result of cause and effect and care. You're not taking proper care and you're not thinking about cause and effect. If you smoke, you know that's going to produce a bad health effect. It's a result of not working with care and a result of not working with cause and effect. Right? So work with these laws to make sure everything in your life is going towards the better good. You can use these laws to master yourself, to master your reality, and to live as healthy as possible, and to live in accordance of natural law. Align your mind, body, and emotions with natural law. Now, that's also what the eye in the sky represents, right? The eye in the sky you see in Masonic artwork is a symbol of law. It is a symbol of awareness, and it's also a symbol of the overlooking intelligence watching everything you do, law. There is an eye watching you, cause and effect. law, always governing you, watching you, everything you do. It's the law. The I symbolizes the higher self, the higher dimensional essence of what we are. It shows the true being descending into the lower dimensions of materiality, manifesting through the body. In this sense, the I is the eternal observer, the presence that witnesses all experience, every dream, everything. Okay? Does that make sense? Does this make sense, everyone? What's that kid mean? You see this kid here? Anybody know what this represents? We're going up in consciousness now. How do you go from one place to another? We should know this. I've talked about this a lot. How do I take an action? Care. There you go. Very well said. Care. Care is the generative principle, or the Masonic G. In order for you to get off the checkered board for duality-based consciousness, you have to care. So you see this lady, she's caring for the little child. In order to ascend towards higher knowledge, towards the higher self, higher knowledge of self, you have to care. You have to have a desire. You have to care to read the books, to meditate, to go into yourself, to do the work on yourself. You have to care, or else you won't take action. Every action is a production of care. Does that make sense, everyone? Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Beautiful. Say it again. We'll go over that now for you. Okay? The Masonic G, the generative principle. Right now, what is in front of your reality is because you care. You care about gaining this information. There is a care inside of you. As soon as that care leaves, you'll take an action to find something else to watch that you care about. The reality in front of you right this second is because there is a care inside of you. Care creates your experience outside of you. It's what focuses the mind to project a certain reality. It's the force that creates your experience. In order to walk up this hill, which is hard work, towards the light, symbolizing in order to ascend in consciousness, you must have the G. The G is in the entrance. In order to walk up a hill, you must care to get to the top. It is care and love what creates reality. Look at the sun. The sun is the biggest symbol of love there is. One of the most profound symbols of this design is the color of Earth itself. The grand architect of the universe chose to clothe the world in green. This is not random occurrence, but deliberate act of divine symbolism. Green is one of the most significant colors in occultism, and it was chosen because it reflects the generative principle. Care is the force that generates life. Green is the color that represents nurturing energy. When we look at nature, we look at primarily green. Of course, we see other colors exist throughout creation. Nature sustains life in the same way that care sustains growth in all things. Just as a child grows when cared for, or a relationship deepens when attention is given, life flourishes when it is nurtured. The principle is the same. If one cares for the plant, waters it, and tends it, the plant grows. If one cares to reach out to a friend, a bond between them strengthens and develops. Care is the force of growth. It is love in action, and it is the same force that permeates nature. Everything is care, love, the generative principle. The sun is G, the generative principle. You see here, I break this down. At the very bottom of the image is the black and white checkered floor. This pattern symbolizes base consciousness, the duality of light and darkness, ignorance and awareness. From the initiates begins the Masonic journey. Every initiate starts here standing on the floor of opposites, caught between higher truths and lower instincts. The first step is from base consciousness requires awakening to the feminine principle. For one cannot rise without first coming into contact with care itself. This is why the woman with the baby appears at the beginning of the scene. She embodies the truth that the initiate must embrace the feminine current of consciousness in order to advance. Without this force, there is no movement. The heart must be stirred by care, and will must be nurtured by love, or else the initiate will never take action. Just as a child must be cared for in order to grow, the seed of the higher consciousness within each initiate must be nurtured by care in order for it to unfold. So you see now, everything is symbolizing this process of higher awakening, right? That's why earth is hot, green. That's why I give knowledge. I care about helping people. That's why gift, if you gift someone something, you care for them. Genesis means create. Every creation is a form of love. Right? Generate. Genesis. Give. Gift. All to do with care. Love. The sun is the biggest symbol of love there is. The sun gives everything and expects nothing in return. Grow. In order to grow, you must care. To grow your muscle, you must care to go to the gym and take action. In order to grow a relationship, you must care and give them attention. Gnosis. In order to gain gnosis, you have to care to go inside yourself, to meditate, to gain gnosis. Everything is the G. The generative principle, which is love, the force that creates everything on earth. Everything. Does this make sense now? Now you know why they have all these symbols, right? In order to go from the square to the compass, you have to go through the G. From matter to the spiritual, through the G. You see, it's the generative principle. Now it's symbolized a bit differently here because you see the green lady with the key. That's the key to higher consciousness. To go from the checkered to the heavens, from low consciousness to high consciousness, you must have the key, which is the feminine, the care. You must care. If you do not care, you will not take action. If you do not care, for example, I don't know, losing weight, you won't take action to lose weight. If you don't care about paying the bills, you won't go to work. Does this make sense, everyone? It's all symbolism of how to use, what are we using, everyone? The mind. That's all it is. These symbols are instructions to use the mind, and body, to use consciousness properly. Because we're not taught in school how to use the mind, body, and awareness. That's what this is. Awareness, the soul, mind, and body. All it is instructions on how to function consciousness on a higher level, because most people are living unconsciously. They think, feel, and act randomly. They don't really know themselves. And that's all these symbols are. And when you understand the symbols, you can apply them into your business, your relationships, your whole life can fully change. Once you understand consciousness, it can be used in every aspect of your life. Every aspect, everything. Right? So higher consciousness is not just care. No, so the care is the force to generate a higher consciousness. For example, if you want to ascend to a higher level of understanding of who you are, what reality really is, you must have the desire inside of you to take action. If you don't have the desire, you won't read books, you won't meditate, you won't go inside yourself. Like, the care is what generates things, generates outcomes. If you know what I'm trying to say. Or, for example, you want to create a business. You need to meditate upon loving the process of generating a business. Meditate, invoke the feeling inside of you. Love the process. And when you wake up from that meditation, you're going to have so much desire to take action that it's going to automatically create that reality. You see what I'm trying to say? I think everyone needs to get all 3 of your books. Have you read them all? They are life-changing. Thank you for saying that, Bowser. For real. How can I purchase the book? Sorry, there's a Harley Davidson next door. And it's a bit loud. Yes, I have them all. Beautiful. I'm glad you're enjoying them. I'm glad you've read them all. Okay, listen. If you haven't got the book, go get yourself a copy. I'll give you a code right now. Go get yourself a copy and learn about yourself. I'll give you the code right now. To help you invest in yourself with a better, so you can save some money. If you want to understand consciousness, here they are. If you want to see the thingy here. These are the list of all the symbols. Light in the all-seeing eye, the Masonic apron, Masonic stone, beehive, checkered floor, spiral staircase, darkness to light, alchemy, everything. All the symbols of Masonry explained pretty much. Basically, it's how to use your mind on a higher level. What if you want all 3 books? You can, yeah, it's completely up to you. Listen, I'll give you the code now. Are you ready for the code, everyone? Are you all ready for the code? So where you order the book is in my bio. So you just click my profile, click the link in the bio, and use this code, okay? I'm going to be generous today, and I'm going to go for 35%. And the code is POWER, all capital letters, for 35% off for the next 10 people only. 10 people can use that code, POWER. And we have it it's revivalofwisdom.com. Just click the link in the bio, click on books. We have it in English, French, Italian, Spanish, German. We have it paperback, PDF. I don't want to say anything about the books. Everyone in the comments will say, books are brilliant. Once you open the pages, you can't put the books down. Thank you, Honeypot. I appreciate that. Dutch, yeah, we have Dutch. Thank you for reminding me. And when you order the book, you get a free PDF as well. When you order the paperback, you get a second book, one of my other books, for free. It's called The Ultimate Guide to Create Reality. So it helps you create reality if you order the paperback. But if not, you can go with if you want a more affordable option, you can get the PDF version of this. What's the front cover? Why birds? What was that? So basically what the cover represents is the 2 pillars you experience. Consciousness, or the soul, experiences reality through the senses, the physical body, and through the mind. Through mind and body. This represents the awareness, the fire. The snake represents the ego, the lower self that can be transformed to the higher self, the birds. The birds are elevated, symbolizing the higher and the lower. The lower mind, the higher mind, the soul experiencing reality through the mind, the mental, the perception world, and the world of senses, the body. Right. The first code was taken. There were 9 codes left. There are 9 codes left. The first one was just taken. So anyways, I'm going to answer your questions now. I've been yapping on for a long time. Feel free to ask your questions. Where do I put the code? I'll show you. I'll show you the thing, you know. So you don't... So when you click checkout, there's a thing here. Put the code POWER in there, all capital letters, and it'll take 35% off your order. The best frequencies, bro, to listen. I like theta waves. I recommend that inside the book. And inside the book, I give you a whole, if you want to astral project, there's a whole method in there. I listen to theta waves. But sometimes, if I really want a good sleep, I listen to delta. Theta is more for meditation. Delta's for deep, deep sleep. Deep, deep sleep. Okay. How do those sounds work? So when you listen to these frequencies, they influence the brain waves and they influence your state of mind. They influence your state of mind. Can you pin the code? The code was POWER, all capital letters. POWER, all caps, for 35% off. But there's only 5 codes left. 5 were just taken. 5 people can use that code, 35% off. Okay. Can you explain the upside down pentagram of Satanism? It's the symbol of placing your earthly desires over your spiritual nature. Hence why spirit is placed on the bottom, right? So you see spirits placed on the bottom. It represents placing your earthly desires over your spirit. It represents being governed through earthly things instead of being governed through the spirit. That's what Satanism is. It's placing the body over your true self. Your ego, your body over the true self. Can't get hold of the customer service. The customer service is Revival of Wisdom Assistance at outlook.com. Revival of Wisdom Assistance at outlook.com. Revival of Wisdom Assistance at outlook.com. Mine is on the way. Beautiful. I'm glad. I'm glad. Got it. Amazing. There are 2 codes left. There are 2 more people who can use the code. The code was POWER. Your first book is on the way to me. Beautiful. Enjoy. How to use the code. Just click my profile, click on the link in the bio, and click on books. It'll take you to revivalofwisdom.com. And then when you're at the checkout, use that code POWER, all capital letters. Do you subscribe to Freemasonry? I do not. I've learned everything about Masonry from an external point of view and self-realization myself. I don't think anyone needs to, but they can if they want. Everyone has free will. But me personally, I don't think it's necessary. I think you can learn a lot from the outside looking in. Which do you prefer, spirit or earth at the bottom? Well, if you live like this, if you live placing your earthly needs over your spiritual, then you'll eventually run into a brick wall where you will no longer be happy because you're chasing material desires. But if you chase materialism long enough, you'll end up feeling, very empty inside. So the path of the Satanist never really doesn't lead to long-term happiness. It leads to constant chasing of validation, constant chasing materialism, constant keeping up with material changes. Living like that is a much easier, peaceful way of living. Placing your spiritual needs over your material. Nothing material ever satisfy you. You could have £10 million in the bank and you could still have the same mind. Nothing material can change how you think, how you feel. It can change temporarily, but it won't last. Nothing material can satisfy your internal world. What do you say about dreams are so real? Dreams are your subconscious. So every person in your dream is you. It's a part of your beliefs. So every person is either a belief or an emotion. It's basically your subconscious. It's your mental activity playing out in a visual way. Right? So your dreams are showing you messages in symbols. So your mind speaks the language of symbolism. Right? So, yeah. There is one code left. There is one more person can use that code. We have the paperback version, the PDF. Use the code POWER, all capital letters, for 35% off. Just click the link in the profile or just go to revivalofwisdom.com. What's the elitist goal? The elites want to replicate God through technology. We discussed this earlier. It was a great convo about how we're all one consciousness experiencing itself in different minds and bodies, right? So they're trying to become that all-seeing eye through technology. They want to see everything, surveil everything, and become like God, but in this world. What's your opinion regarding the divine feminine energy? Yeah, just as important as both male and female. They're both needed. But of course, the world is lacking feminine energy because we're in so much division. We're in so much hating each other, so much division. The feminine force of consciousness has been destroyed in pretty much every human being. We're all masculine and feminine, and we need to balance both energies inside ourselves. But most people are stuck in such a masculine divided state of mind. We can't seem to unify as humanity and, overthrow what's going on. It really is easy, like we all have to just unify and agree to a day where we stop participating in the system, and then it's done. It's very simple. It's just whether humanity's ready to forgive each other and actually realize that we shouldn't be enemies. The elites are the enemies. But the world has lost touch with the feminine side of consciousness, which is care and love and nurturing. The modern masculine man is promoted to be someone like Andrew Tate, but it's not. That's extreme. Like there needs to be balance between caring and action and aggressiveness. Aggressiveness does not mean masculine. It's to find balance. But yeah, I am going to love and leave you all here today, everyone. It's been a pleasure. What an amazing live we've had. Thank you all for coming today, and I'll see you all again tomorrow. Hope you all enjoyed and learnt something. We'll go live again tomorrow. Make sure you join the Revival of Wisdom dashboard in my bio. It's like a Telegram where I can send you messages. And it's been a pleasure. I'll see you all again tomorrow. And yeah, take care of yourselves. I'm going to create 5 more codes right now. I'll change the code to... So the code now is 333. 333. 5 more people can get 35% off. 333. But, love and light to you all. I'll see you all again tomorrow. Look after yourselves. Have a great evening, day, wherever you are in the world. Stay conscious. Stay aware. And have a great day. I'll see you all again tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Love and light to you all. the soul awareness, which is pure light, pure awareness, pure light, infinite potential, uses 4 worlds to create, right? So you exist in 4 separate dimensions at once: the will, the thought, the feeling, the action. The action is this world, this physical world. The will is the spiritual world. The thought is the mental world. The emotion is the astral world, the emotional plane. So they're 4 separate worlds. Okay? So, does this make sense? Are we all on the same page? So, the spirit, the awareness, controls. That's why you say, I will, I think. Who's the I behind the thinking? Who's the I behind the will? Who's the I beyond the feeling? You are the I, awareness, the invisible spirit. So, when you draw the pentagram, okay, when you draw the pentagram, you're looking at how energy moves from the I am spirit, awareness, soul, down into the physical mortal body. Okay, so when you draw a pentagram, you draw it, it's one line, it's a continuous process. This represents the process of how energy moves from the soul into the body to take action. Okay? So, how do you take action? Why do humans take actions? How is reality created? How is the invisible turned into the physical? Well, the pentagram reveals that. When you draw a pentagram, you're literally watching the process of how energy moves from the I am awareness down into the material body. How does it happen? Well, this is the awareness, the observer, the spirit. Like I just said, the spirit controls everything. So the awareness has a will to do something, or a want. You have an urge inside of you. I want to do something. I will. Awareness says, I will think. So this, when you draw the pentagram, it's going from awareness, the soul, into the will, into the thought. What do thoughts create, people? Let me know in the comments. What do thoughts then create? If you think about something good in your life, how does it make you feel? Feelings, yes, emotion. So this is emotion, or a desire. And earth is action. So this symbol represents how energy moves from the soul into the will controls the thought controls the feeling, and the feelings turn into actions. Right? So the pentagram reveals that process of how spirit turns into a physical reality. So people think they go to the spiritual world when they die, right? People think the spiritual world is something separate from them. But it's not. You are already in the spiritual world. You are the awareness. You are the awareness. So if you want to control your actions, which is your reality, because your actions create your circumstances in life, how can you extract wisdom of what I've just told you? Well, if you control your will, you have full control over your thought. If you control your thought, you have full control over your emotion. If you have full control over your emotion, you have full control over your action. So with everything I've just showed you, when you draw a pentagram, it reveals how thoughts turn into actions. How energy moves from the soul into the body. And it happens every day. You've been doing it right now. You just did it when you commented on this live. You willed to comment. You thought about the comment. You had a desire, then you took action. It's the same process. It's how the invisible turns into the visible. how spiritual turns into the physical. It happens every single second of your day. The pentagram is that process. I will, I think, I feel, I act. You're the I governing all of them. Does this make sense? So, human action is the result of emotion or desire. Every action is to fulfill some internal force in your mind. Okay? Every action is a fulfillment of a force inside of you. That could be an emotion, a desire, whatever it is. That's the power. So this is why it's associated with magic. Okay? That's why this symbol is associated with magic. Okay? So you see now how you create reality. So what is the upside down pentagram? Does anybody know what this represents? So what is the inverted pentagram? Okay. What is the inverted pentagram? Satanism. Yeah, Satanism. What is Satan? Satan has its association with Saturn. Saturn is time or limitation. It's associated with the physical, right? Satan, Saturn, time, or the physical, limitation. What is time? Time is a restriction. It's a limitation that we have in this world, right? So if you look at the god Saturn, what does he do? What does the god Saturn do, everyone? He's known for eating children. He's known for eating children. Why does he eat children? Because time, it's symbolic of time, eats away at your body. All seconds. Time eats you. So this was symbolism. Saturn doesn't eat children. It's just symbolizing time, right? Time eats you. It eats you away. It eats your youth. And you grow older. So that's why they symbolized Saturn doing that, because he represents time. So why do the elites have so much Saturn symbolism? Why is everything Saturn symbolism? Well, because Saturn is time. The physical world is ruled by time. Because you can't live here forever. Your body will die. Your body will die, but your awareness will not. So if we... Right. Right? Look at this. You're not this body. You're not the material world. You are the awareness living inside the mind. You are the awareness living in the mind. You're the one observing. If you close your eyes right now, who really are you? Ignore the thoughts. Ignore your name and your beliefs. Who are you? You're the being in your head who's controlling the body. You have an intention to move the body moves. You're the awareness living in the head. You're the observer, the eternal being in the head. You're not this body. So, this body is ruled by time. The god of this physical body is time, Saturn. The body obeys time. Awareness is eternal. Everything in life has duality. Day, night, hot, cold, left hand, left eye, right eye, left nostril, right nostril, left wing, right wing, Democrats, Republicans, mortal self, immortal self. Everything is duality. So you are the eternal being in your head, the awareness. Okay? Do not confuse yourself for the outer world. That's what the Matrix wants you to do. The Matrix, look at the word matrix, everyone. Look at the word matrix. And I'm not going to lie, the Matrix had me when I was younger. Matter, material, tricks. It seems like a bit of a stretch, but it's right there. Matter, tricks. Everything in this matrix is to keep you looking outside. Phones, entertainment. Look at the word. Has anybody ever known? Look at this. I'm going to blow your mind. Entertainment. Ment means mind. Tain means attain, gain control of. Enter means go inside of. Entertainment means go inside, attain the mind. There you go. What is the biggest thing you can imagine right now in this world? Entertainment. TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, paid actors to keep you locked, to keep you stuck, keep you looking outside the self. So everything is to do with this, especially in America. America is the biggest place of entertainment to keep people dumbed down, right? They don't want you looking inside yourself. So everything they do is to make you look outside for God. Outside for God. Outside for entertainment. Outside for sources of happiness. Outside. What is the media promoting right now? Looks maxing. Look outside. Perfect your outside world. Look for God in the sky. Looks max your face. Looks max your appearance. Everything they do is about the external. External. Why? Because they don't want you realizing you are the inner being inside your head. The being inside your head. Close your eyes, speak inside your head. Who is the one speaking? The awareness behind that voice. Who hears the voice? The awareness. The awareness is eternal. The body is mortal. So anything you do outside yourself, they want to keep you distracted. So the voice inside my head is real. No, the voice inside your head is not real. The voice, who is listening to the voice? Who can hear the voice? Who can hear the voice in your head? The silent observer behind that. If you listen to music, close your eyes. Who is listening? It's unfathomable. It's understandable. It's unspoken of, but you can get to know it yourself. But that's who you truly are. Okay? So thought. Wait, so we are not. So now you understand that you are the silent watcher, right? Has anybody here watched Beauty and the Beast? Anybody here watched Beauty and the Beast? Beauty and the Beast, right, is not a story about a princess and being trapped inside of a castle. Beauty and the Beast is a story of consciousness. Right? Let me explain. Beauty and the Beast. Who are you? You are the observer. Alright, someone's at my door again, 2 seconds. Okay. Hello everybody, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, the FBI was just at my door. I'm joking, it's just a delivery. So, Beauty and the Beast. This is the beauty, the awareness, the part of you that is free from all the worries in your life. The beast is the ego, the mind. The mind gets trapped in its beliefs. Beliefs, I'm not worth it, I'm not happy, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this. Consciousness gets trapped in the castle with the beast. This is the castle, your mind. Okay? Beauty and the Beast is about consciousness identifying with the ego, the beast, the wounded ego. And it gets lost. But what happens? Beauty falls in love with the beast because she finds out that the beast is actually beautiful inside. She finds out there's actually good in him beyond the surface level of his external view, his appearance. She looks inside of him and realizes he's actually a really good guy. Beauty falls in love. It's about consciousness getting lost inside the castle, the beast, right? That's what Beauty and the Beast is about. So the whole thing is a myth about how consciousness falls. Okay? So when you watch Beauty and the Beast, you're actually watching a story of consciousness, of how awareness becomes trapped in the lower dimensions of consciousness, how it becomes misidentified, how it becomes, how awareness begins to identify itself in the lower realms of the mind, of the ego, and the self-doubt. The beast is the ego. Okay? And they end up falling in love, because that means it basically symbolizes the integration of awareness back into the mind. So many people have lost in their own minds. They're lost in their own minds. They think they are their thoughts. They think they are their beliefs. But when you realize you're not the mind, you're the awareness behind it, observing it, you then realize, wow, my mind's an illusion. It's only as real of what I give awareness to. If I give awareness to negative thoughts, then I'm negative. You choose what to give awareness to in your mind. Does this make sense, everyone? Whatever you think is what awareness becomes. That's the whole story, right? So essentially, that's what it's all about. This whole thing of masonry is you. Awareness, mind, body. The altar means where you spend your time and attention, and your time and attention needs to be spent in balance of the body and the spiritual self. Because the world inside your mind is what? The spiritual world. The world in your mind, you close your mind, you can imagine, you can think, you can, create these worlds in your imagination. Your mind is the spiritual world. You never left the spiritual world. You never left the spiritual world. Most people's awareness has only been functioning inside their body. In the castle, trapped with the beast. Their awareness has been locked inside the body with a beast ego of negative thoughts and negative beliefs. That's Beauty and the Beast, right? So, are we all on the same page, everyone? Is this starting to make sense? Are we all on the same page? So, this whole story is about consciousness and how consciousness forgets who it truly is. We forget who we are. Freemasonry teaches the exact same tale, the exact same thing. What does Freemasonry teach? You need to discover, they tell you in Freemasonry, you need to discover the lost word. How do you discover the lost word? What's the lost word? Well, your whole life you've been thinking you are your mind and body. The lost word is your awareness. That's the word of God. I am. I am that I am. Because you're not Harry, you're not Josh, you're not Sophie, you're not Michael. You're awareness, you're God experiencing himself. You've just been maybe misidentifying consciousness with your ego and the mind. Right? So, that's what it means by mind, body, and soul. The body is this corpse. The mind is my intellect to try and make sense of this world and navigate my consciousness, navigate my actions and what I do. But the awareness is God. The awareness has no name. It just is. Right? So, this is what it's all about. Okay? Jesus tells you this in the Bible. You just have to read it. Now that you understand God is the awareness, go and read the Bible. It'll make more sense of what it's actually talking about. The Bible's talking about awareness in every human being, the Christ. When it says God in the Bible, it's talking about your awareness. And it makes way more sense. You see, wow. Okay? God is everything. There is nothing but God. God is the awareness that fills every living soul, every living being, everything. Okay? I am is awareness. I am is God. So all of this is about how consciousness functions. You are just what I needed. Wow, thank you. I appreciate that. You are a beginner. Okay, you don't need to keep repeating that. Does that make you feel better if you want to put people down? That's fine. You're only hurting yourself. So, let's carry on. All of this is you. Why do we get scared? Wait. Right. So someone asked earlier about Satanism. Okay? Satanism. Satanism, again, now that you understand God is your awareness, so what is Satanism? Great question. If God is awareness, what is Satanism? Again, here it is. Anybody pick it up? Can anybody know what this symbol is? What book is that? I'll give you the book in it just after this part. What is Satanism here? What body parts are we looking at? What's inside the skull, everyone? What's inside the skull? Mind, yeah. Someone said mind. So this is the mind. What's the bones? The bones is the body. So it's the body. Where's the awareness? There is none. There's no awareness. So Satanism is about ignoring the part of you that is God, awareness, and identifying with, okay, I'm going to ignore the part of me that gives birth to my mind and body. I'm going to live in my own body and mind. I don't care about awareness. I don't care about God. I just want to live in personal, egoic consciousness. That's Satanism. There is a part of you that gave birth to your mind. You're not the mind. You're the awareness that gave birth to the mind, that shines light through the mind into the body. So Satanism is mind and body. No care in the world about the part of us that is God. It's living in ego consciousness. It's living in mind and body, no connection to emotion. There's no emotional symbolism here. No connection to the heart. The heart is one of the most important centers of human consciousness. Right? It's so important that even Jesus was depicted everywhere with the human heart. Why is Jesus always showing the heart? What was he trying to show? You know, the church won't tell you this stuff. But why was Jesus always showing you heart, 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 heart? The heart. Why the heart? Okay? Because the heart is a place of conscience. What is conscience, everyone? Well, every single one of you, right, is bound by a natural law. It's part of your human nature, this law. You can't escape it. Every day you can't escape it. And to the people who do try and escape it, they get punished. What did they get punished with? Guilt. What is guilt? Guilt is going against what you know was wrong. Every time you go against your conscience of what you know is right and wrong, you get punished psychologically, emotionally. There is a law obeying. You can't escape it. It's impossible. You can't escape conscience. No human can. You can suppress it, but you cannot get rid of it. It's there. It's a law. It's unchangeable. You cannot remove it. It's a part of your soul. He's telling you conscience, love. And if you do act against your conscience, you get punished psychologically, which is more painful than anything physical. Psychological and mental pain is way more difficult to deal with than a physical pain. Right? Mental damage, emotional damage is more real than anything physical. You cannot escape the law. You must obey. But that's why the world is in such a bad state. Because no one knows themselves. They go to church, they listen to the man on the stage, but they don't listen to their self. They don't look within themselves, right? They go to the church to try and find God in the sky, but they never realize he's right in front of their nose. You are a master of yourself. You are the master of your own mind and body. You're a sovereign soul, and the law is already inside of you. We don't need man-made law. We just need law of the heart. And if everyone listened to the law of their heart, the world would be a beautiful place. Is this making sense, everyone? Are we all on the same page? But what the elites just want external, distract, so they can maintain control. Because why? The elites want to become God. That's what they're trying to do through AI and technology. They're going to become God. They're trying to become God through surveillance. Have you ever wondered why every religion calls God omnipresent? He can see everything. Why can he see everything? Because he is the observer looking through your mind into your body. He's the awareness in every living form. There is one consciousness, one awareness in different minds and bodies. That's why God is omnipresent. So these technologies, these phones, that's what they're trying to imitate. The elites know this. Have you ever wondered why there's no man in the sky trying to come down and save humanity even though we're about to be enslaved? Why is no God coming down? It's because God isn't a man in the sky. He is you. He is me. He is everyone. It's up to us how we create this world. And if we listen to other people, they will create it in their own egoic desire, right? So they want to become the all-seeing eye. They want to become the all-seeing awareness, seeing everything. And they're going to do that and imitate God through technology. That's why the elites use the one-eye symbolism. It's an imitation of God. It's an imitation of God. They want to become the all-seeing eye. They want to become the monad through technology. They want to see everything, just like God is the awareness of your mind. They want to become that and see everything, right? That's what they're doing, people. They want to become God. But now you know that. Now you know where the money's going to flow in the future. If you know they want to become God, where's the money going to flow? Technology, data centers, energy, AI. If you know their agenda, you know where the money's going to go. That's not financial advice. Just saying, think critically. Okay? Think critically. That's where it's going to go. Right. Where were we? 2030 agenda. Yeah. Okay. Where's that page? Are we all on the same page, everyone? Are we all on the same page? All of this is about consciousness. Okay? All of this is about consciousness and how it works, right? All of it. What is this? What book is that? This is is everyone wondering about the book? Why are you always angry? I'm not angry. I just have passion for what I talk about. You know, I have passion for this stuff. I love it. Okay, well, I can create a code for this book. Don't invest in this full price. Has anybody here had their life changed by reading this? You're doing good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Has anybody here read the book? I want to know if anyone's read it. Has it changed? Has it changed you? Has it changed your life, your worldview? Has it benefited you? I'm sure people want to know. So, what does the soul look like? The soul has no form. Right. You're thinking in a way of external, right? The soul is, you are the soul. You are the awareness. You are the awareness observing your mind. That is the true you. So you don't have a soul. You are the soul. You are the invisible awareness, the invisible spirit. Feeding life, shining light through your mind into your body. Very good book. I brought it. Beautiful. Amazing. So the soul, the awareness of the mind is just pure light. infinite potential, pure oneness. Okay. Would you like me to produce a code? I know I mentioned that earlier. I can produce a code. Let me know in the comments if you want one. If not, we'll just carry on, right? Please go back to the inverted pentagram. Yeah, for sure. If you want, I can help you save like 35% on this book. If you want to invest in how to understand consciousness and function consciousness. Okay, we'll go over the inverted pentagram. The inverted pentagram. Code, please. Okay, give me a second. I'll create the code now for you. What should we do? What percentage should I do? You know, I'll be very fair. How much should I give off? And don't say 100%. I wish I could, you know. I wish I really could, but then I'd be screwing myself over. 90%. I wish. I'll meet you. You know, this is. You know what? This is the only time I'm gonna do this. This is the only time I'm gonna do this code. I'm gonna do 50%, and it's the. This is the. I'm never gonna do a code again this good. Okay, so this is the one time I'm going to do it. We'll discuss this symbol after, okay? It's a great read, everyone. Thank you. Listen, I'm going to give you the code in a second, but before I give you the code, I'm going to tell you how to get it. Just click the link in my bio, click on books, it'll take you to the revivalofwisdom.com, or just go onto Google and type in revivalofwisdom.com, or just click the link in the bio. It's in Spanish, French, Spanish, Italian, Dutch, German, English, all major languages. We also have a PDF version if you wish to not get the paperback. We do have a PDF version. The code is 50. You get 50% off for the next 10 minutes only. Only 10 minutes. The code is 50. Use the code 50 at checkout. So just go to revivalofwisdom.com or just click the link in the bio. Use the code 50. You'll get yourself 50% off. I'm only going to do this today. I'm not going to do that ever again. Okay. 50. And it's up for 9 more minutes. A minute's gone. The Tree of Life. Yeah, we'll go over the Tree of Life for you as well. We'll go over the Tree of Life. Okay, it's the Book of Symbolism. French, English, Spanish, worldwide shipping. We ship to everywhere in the world, right? Let me know if anyone has any issues. Okay. The Kabbalah is the exact same thing, everyone. What I've just been teaching you. The Tree of Life. The Tree of Life is the exact same thing that I've just explained, right? The first code was taken. There is 7 minutes left. One person has used code. Thank you to Candice. She has ordered the Book of Symbolism paperback. Okay. So, Kabbalah. Let's go back to the Kabbalah. All it is again, who are you? I've been going over this whole life. Who are you really? Who is the true self? Who is the being you truly are? Which book do I want? It's the Book of Symbolism we've been using today. Book of Symbolism. And it's written by me, Harry B. Joseph, Revival of Wisdom. It's by myself. But if you don't want the paperback, there is a PDF version on my website, and use the code 50. You are awareness. What's the other books? We can go over that after. Awareness is this, Kether. The highest point. So this is your body. This is your body. Down here, that's Malkuth. Kether is awareness. What is awareness? Awareness is the part of you that listens to the thoughts, the true self. You are not the body, you are invisible awareness. You listen to the thoughts. You're the listener of thoughts. You're the one behind the mind. Okay? You're the observer of the mind. That's Kether. Okay? So, got the bundle, brother. Thanks for the code. No worries. It's a pleasure. Enjoy. Okay, enjoy. Thanks for the 50. It's okay. Enjoy. Okay. Won't let you get PDF. Hold on. Let me check the PDF because I've had a few people say this. I don't know why. Keep saying this. It shouldn't say that. Maybe that's why. You should be able to get the PDF now. I've just changed it a little bit. So this is awareness. Awareness, body. Now, what other dimensions of consciousness do you have? You have a mental world. You have an emotional world. You have a physical world. Awareness, mental, emotional, physical. Now, there are 10 circles, Sephiroth, which means number. There are 10 circles, 22 pathways, 1 dot. 33. Awareness, mind, emotion, body. This is how awareness comes down into manifestation. That's the Kabbalah. It's a structure of the human mind. Here you are. You're down here thinking, I was down here, this was me. Oh, I am this body. If I identify with my body, I'm missing out everything. I am not the body and the brain. I am an emotional dimension, a mental thought dimension, and an awareness dimension. It's a structure of how consciousness creates its physical body, how the soul descends into the physical reality. Does that make sense, everyone? We're looking at a structure of ourself. Okay? I just paid, brother, thank you. No worries, enjoy the book. There is 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes left till that code is ending. Code 50. Last time I'm gonna do 50%. Book of Symbolism. So, what's your POV at the end of the day? What end days? What do you mean by that? I got the bundle. No, enjoy the bundle if you ordered them. Enjoy. Where do I put it? It's at the checkout. At the checkout, there's a little code thing. So that's the Kabbalah. And what does the Kabbalah mean? Kabbalah means to receive. To receive light. Which basically means to receive higher awareness of who I truly am. So, this is the realm of the body. This is the realm of the emotions. This is the realm of the mind. This is the realm of God. This is how God, okay, this is how God creates himself into a physical form to experience himself. Okay. To receive. You spelled receive wrong. There you go. To receive. So, you are a manifestation of the universal awareness. Thank you for the code. No worries. Enjoy. No worries. Enjoy them. Enjoy the books. Your life will completely change. Completely. When you understand yourself on such a deep level, your life will completely change. So, in Kabbalah, the most scariest point of the Kabbalistic tree is right here. They call this Dat, or the initiation. Why? Why do they call it Dat? An initiation. Because this level here is the psychological level in your mind, right? And that's where most people are trapped. They're trapped in, okay, I am a bunch of memories and beliefs. I am Harry, I'm from here, my name is this, I look like this. They identify with their mental framework. But that's not true. You're not the mind. You're the awareness of the mind. So Darth represents the process of transitioning, turning off the mind and realizing you're the awareness beyond it. You're not the mind. You're not the ego. You're part of something much bigger. You're part of a universal consciousness. Your personal self doesn't really exist. So Dart is the transition from the mind into the awareness. Okay? Does that make sense, everyone? Now, the Kabbalah is a lot more detailed than that, but that's just a basic understanding of how awareness creates mind, emotion, and body. The mental, the astral plane, the physical plane. Right? So, it's a story of you. The story of how you came into being. So, how do I use this knowledge? How does anyone use this knowledge? Well, whenever life gets tough, whenever you have negative thoughts, whenever you have whenever you get yourself lost in negative thoughts and thought loops, realize that you are awareness. You can choose what to give power to. Okay? You can choose what to give awareness to. You can choose what thoughts are going to empower you. You are the awareness. You are what you think. You are what you give your power of awareness to. So, you are like the blue sky. Your thoughts are like the clouds. You just got to let them come past. Don't identify with every cloud or else you'll get swept away by the wind. Stay as the blue sky. Observe, but do not attach. Observe, but do not attach. You know? So, right. How can I do that? You have to learn how to meditate. Okay? When you meditate, you anchor yourself to that awareness. You learn to turn off the mind and anchor your attention to becoming awareness, not losing yourself in every thought that pops up in your mind. So the more you meditate, the more you can connect with awareness, the true self, and not get lost in, the constant change in our minds and the constant thoughts and emotions that change throughout our life, right? We don't want to identify with the change. We want to identify with something unchanging. You want to remain rooted in one identity instead of losing yourself in every change that happens in life. Anchor yourself to the awareness. And when you really start to, when this really starts to help your life, right? When this understanding starts to mature inside of you and it starts to integrate into your mind, I ordered the 3. Beautiful. Enjoy all 3. Oh yeah, you did. So when this understanding of yourself really starts to mature in your mind, you'll notice a massive shift. Okay? You'll notice a huge shift in yourself. You'll start to realize that you are truly eternal. Like, not just know and believe you are eternal. You start to actually know that. And when you know that, life becomes a bit lighter. It's not as heavy. And you truly understand that you are eternal. You can take life less seriously. Like, you have to find a good balance between seriousness and unseriousness, of course, or else your life will, my life would turn a mess if I didn't take things serious. But you have to find a good balance. Be free from the mind. Become awareness. Whenever you're outside and you start to get, I used to get anxiety. I used to be able to not socialize. But when I learned that I'm awareness, like the illusions of the mind go. Whenever I catch myself thinking, this, I just anchor myself back to awareness and become free. Free yourself from your mind. Your mind plays tricks. Your mind plays tricks. Don't fall into the distractions of the mind. You're the observer of it. Learn to make the mind your little slave. That's what it is. Make your mind your slave. Don't become a slave to it. The mind's an illusion. The mind doesn't exist, really. The body doesn't really exist. The only thing that truly exists that is not an illusion is awareness. Is the soul, the true you. The true you is the observer, the soul. And you become so free when you recognize that. It's beautiful. It really is. Okay, listen. I'm going to be coming back live in about an hour or two. About an hour or two's time, I'll go live again. I'm going to end it now. Okay? I hope everyone enjoyed whoever ordered, enjoyed the books. Whoever just came and listened, thank you for coming. I appreciate every single one of you. Enjoy the books. If you have any questions, contact our support team, revivalofwisdomassistance@outlook.com. And we are consciousness trying to understand itself. Yes, we are consciousness trying to see itself, awareness trying to see itself. So it has to create an illusion. But thank you, everyone. I'll see you all again in the next live. I'll be going live again in about 2 hours or an hour. If you did want the book, it's all in my bio, or just go to revivalofwisdom.com. We have it worldwide shipping. We have paperback and PDF versions. digital and physical. And I just want to say thank you all for coming. Just got my PDF. Enjoy the PDF. You'll learn a lot, you know, and don't just take my word, take the people who've already read the book in the comments. It will help you. Can you create scheduled live? Yeah, I should be able to. I'll see what I can do. But if you haven't already, join the Revival of Wisdom dashboard in my bio. It's like a Telegram where I can just send you messages in TikTok. So it's inside of TikTok, just click, it's in the bio, it says Revival of Wisdom dashboard. Are you the owner of the website? I am, yes. That's me, right here, Harvey Joseph, Revival of Wisdom. But yeah, I'll see you all in the next one, okay? Take care of yourself.
Oh, yeah, just make sure you guys are respectful, that's it. You should host a private lobby. Might have to join y'all one day. Hey, you guys, again, you guys are more than welcome to join. Alright, let's do this. I'm excited to play with Stephanie, you guys. Excited to play with another bad bitch. Thank you for the share, Stephanie. Appreciate you, my girl. Thank you. Skip, who's this? Is this 5? Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie, my girl. Appreciate you. Guess what, Stephanie? Guess what I did? Guess what I did? Guess what I'm about to do? I added you as a moderator, my girl. I'm gonna hit a follow on you after, okay? Oh wait, why can't I add you? That's not nice. What do you mean, what's the code? Can I join the... Yes, mixed. As long as my live is muted, that's fine. Thank you for asking. Hi, Kwan Byon. Why can I add Stephanie? How much was your setup? I don't even know how much my setup is, just because I bought it all separately. Johnny, thank you for the share, my guy. Appreciate you. Thank you.
The different realities of consciousness. So right, as most people understand here, most people know that consciousness is not a physical substance. For example, the voice in your head is not your brain. There are parts of you that exist in higher dimensions, right? So your physical body exists in a physical dimension. A physical dimension. Your body, your brain, your hands, your senses, that exists in a physical dimension. Our whole life we've been programmed through school, university, college, to think that only the physical world exists. Would you agree on that, everyone? Everyone in school, everyone here has only ever been taught that there is only a physical world. There is only a physical world. We have energy, of course. Science talks about energy. That's not really physical. But where is energy? Well, it exists in another dimension. So your whole life, they've only ever taught you about this world here. They've missed out all the higher worlds that you exist in. And what this does is keep consciousness trapped on a lower level. Okay? So the people that were taught this, okay, the reason they teach this is to keep people stuck on a low level of consciousness. So their mind only operates within the boundaries of the senses. That's what they want. The elites need that. Okay? The elites need people to only function on a physical level, on a survival level. Okay? People mistake their inner voice inside their head for their brain. And they mistake themselves for their physical body. They mistake themselves. They identify who they really are with their body, their brain, and nervous system. Well, Kabbalah reveals these higher worlds that you exist in. Now, I don't mean some place outside of you. These places are already there inside of you, but you just maybe never realize that they're non-physical. So, for example, the craziest thing is that people don't even realize how close the truth is to your nose. The truth is closer to your nose, closer to you than your nose, right? We just locked in such a physical worldview that our mind can't see the truth, right? So, above the physical world is what people call the astral world, the astral plane. Anybody know what the astral plane is? What is the truth? I'm going to tell you the truth now. What the Kabbalah is, it's a tree of life. What is a tree? It's an interconnected system. Okay? And a tree, right? A tree is interconnected. So it's showing you how consciousness is connected to the body. So, anybody know what the astral plane is? The astral realm, every single one of you right now, imagine a red apple. Imagine a red apple in your mind. Can you see the red apple? Or just imagine anything. Imagine anything. Can you see it? Can you see a red apple? Or just an apple or anything? It could be your room. Imagine your room where you sleep. Wherever you sleep, just imagine it. Right. That's it. So basically, the Kabbalah is a structure of the human psyche, of the human mind. It's how the mind manifests itself down and connects to this physical body. That's what the Kabbalah really, really is, okay? So on the lowest level of the Kabbalah tree is Malkuth, which represents kingdom. It means kingdom, or the physical manifested world. Right? And there are 4 separate dimensions in the Kabbalah. Right? There are 4 separate dimensions. So consciousness exists in 4 dimensions. 4 stages of consciousness. Are we all on the same page? So on the lowest level, we all know about the physical world, right? We all know about the physical plane. We all know that we have this physical body. That's this world that you're in now. You can see it. You're in all of these worlds. You just haven't realized it yet. You haven't realized and questioned these things. So I'm about to open up your mind very, very deeply, okay? Share this live with a friend and family member if you want them to get on a higher level of understanding. We all know about this physical world. So I just told everyone to imagine a red apple in their mind. Imagine a red apple. How can you see the red apple? Can you touch it? Let me know in the comments. Can you touch the red apple in your mind's eye? You can't. No, it's impossible. So where does it exist? Why in my head can I walk around my house, but my physical body remain in the same place? How is that possible? How can I have a whole layout of my town, or a whole layout of my house and walk around it in my imagination, but my physical body remains in the same space? Okay? Well, that's because consciousness or the mind does not exist in a physical reality. Okay? The physical body exists within the boundaries of the physical world. The mind does not obey them physical laws. Your body could be right here, wherever you're sat right now, but your mind can be in China running through a field. You can be imagining yourself in China. How is that possible? Because the mind has no limitation. Okay? It is a non-physical substance. But our whole life we've been brainwashed to believe we're only physical. So this is what it means by saying you're a spiritual being in a physical body. So when you imagine something in your mind's eye, in your head, where is that? That's what we call, this is the fourth world. The physical world is the fourth world, the manifested world. So you have to see this world down here as the world of effect. What does the effect mean, everyone? What does effect mean? Zionist. I'm far from a Zionist. I'm explaining how you work. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you awaken here. What is an effect? It's already created. This is an effect of someone's thoughts. It's already done. It's a result. Yes, it's a result. Very well said. That's a perfect what I was looking for. A result. The physical effect, the physical world is a result. It's a result. Meaning it's already animated and projected and created. It's a result of what? Exactly, very well said. Someone said a result of what? Well, look above. What did I just say? Every one of you imagine a red apple in your mind. How can you see the red apple? It doesn't exist in physical space, but it exists and I can see it in my mind. Because just above the physical world is what we call imagination. The imagination is a non-physical substance, and in occultism we call it the astral world. Okay? What is imagination? How is imagination created? So, if you look around now, look around you. Look around. Where was everything designed first before you saw the result? Before this pencil existed, where did it exist? Where was someone imagined it. Yeah, someone imagined this pencil before they had this result. So this pencil was in imagination. Same with the phone. Someone imagined it before it was physical. So it existed in this world of imagination. So your imagination is called the astral world or the spiritual plane. Okay? So the physical world, your imagination is not physical. Now look, this is a process of manifestation. Of how energy moves from the highest point of your mind down into the physical reality. Right? So what this tree is a structure of the human psyche or the soul. It's a structure of your soul. Now I'm going to show you what your soul is. You're all going to realize after this live that you are actually a soul. Okay? You are truly, truly an eternal soul. Okay, so as you saw, this world here is the world of formation. Okay, so you have the physical world down here. This here is the physical world. This world is now the world of imagination, what we call formation. Okay, formation. So this is the physical body. This is your imagination. What gives birth to imagination? What comes before imagination, everyone? Before someone imagined this pencil, where did it exist? Let me know in the comments. Thoughts, exactly. There's now a world of thoughts. Okay? So the brain is down here. The physical brain is down here in the physical world. But your imagination exists beyond the physical world. And thoughts exist beyond imagination. So the higher you go, the less dense it becomes. It becomes denser. The more you go down, the denser it becomes. You know, it becomes very, very dense down here in the physical world. But as you go up, it starts to thin out until eventually there's nothing. Right? So this world is called the world of creation. Right? You have a world of thoughts, mental, the psychological plane. So whenever you think, whenever you go inside your head and you start to think, create scenarios, create solutions, or you reflect, you're thinking in your mind, what should I do? Or that inner voice of thought exists in a higher world called the world of creation. Okay? So above the world of imagination is the world of thoughts. So what is imagination? Well, imagination is the creation of thought. It's the projection of thought. So now, if I turn off the mind, what is left? What's left after the mind, everyone? What's left after the mind? What's this world? If I turn off my mind, who am I? Soul. I'm awareness. Will, yes. Awareness, the observer. There is a part of you that just observes. Right? So what this Kabbalah tree is, everyone, is the structure of the soul. You are truly, truly a soul. You are awareness. Awareness begins to think. Thoughts turn into imagination. Imagination turns into inspiration and emotion, and then action in the physical world. So when we do this all the time. We do this all the time. Every time you think about not paying your bills. Once you think about not paying your bills, you're in your own head imagining the worst case scenario. And that imagination is turning into anxiety, and your nervous system becomes tense because you're scared. So you're always using this tree. It's always working in your favor. It's always creating reality. What it is, people, is a structure of the human mind. The mind is not a physical substance. Are we all on the same page, everyone? Do you now understand what Kabbalah is? It's a structure of the soul. Pure awareness turns into a physical embodiment through mind, imagination, emotion, and physical reality. So, how do we use it? Very well said. Well, there you go. You got to learn how to think. You got to learn how to use the mind. How to use this mental plane. How do you use the mental plane? Well, you have to develop will. Will is the part of awareness. If you develop a strong willpower, you can control what you think consciously. And what you think, you can then wrap that into imagination, strengthen your imagination. And your imagination can then lead into desire and then physical actions. Will, the will to do something, is the highest form of consciousness. It controls everything. The will controls the mind, the emotions, the actions, everything. The will is the highest point of the spirit. What is willpower? There is no words to describe what willpower is, because try and describe will. It's just an internal force that you can't really put a finger on it what it is. It's just a concentration of awareness. The the best way you could describe will is an intention or a concentration to do. It is the force to direct something, right? It's a focus point of awareness. So I will think about something. I will think about how to do this. It's just a way that awareness directs itself inside the higher worlds. And it's how the soul directs energy. It's a force. Yeah, it's a force that directs the mental vehicle, then the astral vehicle, then the physical vehicle. So your thoughts are not electrical impulses in your brain's neurons. Right? Your brain is the last part. Your brain is the last part of you. Your brain only says yes or no. Yes or no, fight or flight, do this or that. There is no free will in the brain, because the body is a car. It's like a car for your consciousness to control. Right? So you're not the body. And the more you want to if you want to realize this inside yourself, you have to do different meditations on different parts of your consciousness. If you want to learn more about awareness, do silent meditations. If you want to develop willpower, do a meditation upon your will part of consciousness. Then if you want to recognize how the mind works, do a meditation on thinking. Close your eyes and ask questions in your mind, think, and try and figure out how the mind works. Then if you want to develop your imagination, do an imagination meditation. You have to develop and meditate on each part of consciousness to truly mature this understanding inside of you. But does this make sense, everyone? That this is how consciousness functions. It's how energy moves from the soul down into the physical body. Okay? So we're all on the same page, right? So this is why people can astral project. And I've astral projected many times, and I've made YouTube videos about how to astral project. I have a whole method in my books on how to astral project. I can't really talk about astral projection on TikTok Live, but so you can astral project, leave this physical body and access this world. Right? If you learn to master the senses and turn off the mind and body, you can literally use your will to access this astral vehicle. Right? So reality, now that you understand this projection, this reality, this structure of your psyche, right? Now that you understand the structure of your psyche, what is reality? Reality is a projection of the mind. Reality is a projection of the mind. That's what reality is. We are all one awareness projecting itself into different minds and bodies. We're all God experiencing itself and trying to see itself. So reality is a mental projection, okay? Reality is a mental projection, right? So this image will help you understand. When you dream, what is a dream? You're experiencing your mind projecting a whole world. Your mind's projecting a whole reality when you dream, right? Everything is a mental projection. This is the most fundamental understanding of reality there is, right? Physics teaches you that the world is only physical. Do we have souls? You don't have a soul, right? You are the soul. You are the awareness. Right, look at the reality you're looking. Look at the phone. You're watching this live right now, right? Who is the one seeing the screen? Think about it for a second. Step back and say, how am I seeing what I'm seeing? My eyes are looking at it, but who's looking at the image? Who is looking at the image? The soul. You are the soul. You are the awareness, the observer. And you're looking at your brain's interpretation of electrical signals. That's all you're looking at right now, right? There is no world outside of you. There is only your brain's interpretation of electrical signals. And that's why, anybody here know what Lucifer is? Anybody heard of Lucifer? Anybody know what Lucifer is? Right? We've all heard of Lucifer. Well, this is Lucifer, people. Well, this is the sigil of Lucifer. Right? Look at what it is, people. It's your brain. This is your brain. This is Lucifer. What does Lucifer mean? Lucifer, the sigil of Lucifer embodies the profound concept of our consciousness capacity to visually perceive the tangible universe. Lucifer is referred to the light bearer. The light bearer. Light. Bearer. Bearer means to bring. Carrying. The role of carrying something. Okay? Lucifer. Lucy means light. Right? And bearer means bring. So it's light bringer or light carrier. That's your eyes, people. This is your brain. Why? Because you do not look into reality. Light enters your eyes and your brain produces the image. Your brain produces the images. You're the awareness producing the brain simulation. So what is Lucifer? Lucifer, okay? Lucifer represents falling in love with what you see outside of you. It's the fall of man. What did Lucifer do? He got kicked out of heaven, right? It's the fall of man. How does the soul fall? The soul falls when the soul begins to worship the things of the physical world. That's when you fall. Your soul is in heaven because you are the soul. You're the awareness in the mind, observing reality through a keyhole. You are the soul. You've never left heaven. You're still in heaven. But your soul has become so attached to the world outside of you, so attached to the material things, so attached to the lust, so attached to pleasures, money, the things that don't actually exist. It's just a projection of the brain. The fall of man is when Lucifer falls out of heaven, which means your awareness begins to love the things outside of you. Your soul falls into the depths of matter. It starts to be addicted to the things of the senses. Now you know what Lucifer is. It's how consciousness falls. Okay? Are we all on the same page? Okay? We're all on the same page. So a fallen angel, I've just explained. Are we all on the same page, everyone? Let me know in the comments. Share this live with a friend and family member if you wish to get them on a higher understanding. This is very, very powerful stuff. And it's not to be taken lightly. So your whole reality is now being inverted. The people that run this world are inverts. They invert everything. Okay? You have to understand the people of this world are inverts. They invert the truth. So, your whole life, they've tricked you into believing there is a world outside of you. We live in space. You're an evolved monkey. The world is inside your head. It's a mental projection. They externalize everything to keep you lost. Okay? The Matrix is material tricks. They get you loving material things. That's how they control you. Through senses, pleasures, clothing, brands, cars, money, fame. None of it means anything. It's all void. It's all empty. It's why all these celebrities are so sad and depressed. It's because their whole life they chase external things and they never know who they are. Money can't solve anything inside yourself. The only thing that matters is how well you know yourself and your spirit and your soul. This stuff is real and it's serious. Okay? The people in this world are trying to trap as many people in illusions as possible. They're inverts. They invert everything. They invert the truth. They make you look outside yourself to believe you're on a spinning ball. They make you think that the world is only outside of you. Everything's a mental projection. It's all really inside yourself. What do? Religion make you look for God outside yourself. And then they sell you, when you get sick, they sell you pills. You can heal yourself through natural things, right? Everything is external, 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 external. Entertainment. Enter and attain your ment. They're inverts. They invert the truth. That's all they do. They invert the natural way of living. They invert everything. Are we all on the same page? These people are dark occultists, and they aim to place as many illusions in your mind as possible. And it is very scary when you start to see this. Okay? But you can discover the truth. These people aren't here for money. They do not care about money. They do not care about anything. The only thing they care about is spiritual power. They don't care about money. They can print it out of thin air. They care about trapping souls in as many illusions as possible. This stuff is not to be played with. They want your soul. Exactly. That's exactly what they want. Because what are they trying to do, everyone? Anybody know what they're trying to do? They're trying to become God. They're trying to become God. Okay? And as I just taught you about in the Kabbalah, that reality is not created. Reality is unfolding now. We are part of the creation process. You are a builder, a creator of reality, right? So you unfold creation in this present moment. Your mind directs the energy of awareness. Awareness is the eternal energy, and it shines through the mind, and every time you think and act, you're directing this eternal energy. Okay? So you're directing energy, you're creating an unfolding creation, right? So what happens if the elites control every single human on the planet? They gain control of the creation. They gain control of God. Because we're all God experiencing himself, right? So this is what it's all about, right? They want to control the destiny of the universe. They want to control time, creation itself, right? So that's what they're trying to do. And they're doing it through AI and surveillance and technology. Time doesn't exist. Very true. Okay? Everything collapses when you recognize you're the awareness. Awareness is singular. Mind is duality. Okay? What do I mean by that? Awareness doesn't think, it just observes. It's the number one. It's oneness. The mind thinks in duality. Good thoughts, bad thoughts. Awareness is the present moment. Awareness is time. Awareness is the eternal now. Okay? The mind is what creates duality, people. If you turn off your mind, there is no duality, just oneness, just awareness. But the mind creates duality. Conscious, subconscious, good thoughts, bad thoughts, Democrats, Republicans, opinions, different opinions. The mind is duality, people. The mind is the beginning of creation for the awareness to experience itself. Okay? Awareness is unity. Mind is duality. So the awareness is the eternal now, it is time. But the mind and body is what experiences the illusion of time, but in awareness there is only oneness. In awareness there's only I. Are we trying to see what I'm trying to say now? Can you understand what I'm trying to say? Are we all on the same page? Are we all on the same page, everyone? Beautiful, amazing. Okay. Right. So, the illuminated eye, yes, exactly. The reason you see the eye everywhere, you see the eye in old churches, you see the eye there, you see it on buildings, you see it at the top of buildings, masonry, the dollar bill, is because it represents awareness, the observer. Okay? So it's at the top of buildings, at the top of the pyramid, at the top of Masonic artwork, because that's where awareness is. It's the highest point of consciousness. It's the soul. We are travelers. We journey through this universe, through physical life, entering from higher dimensions to experience and learn from the lower realms. This is why Masons call themselves travelers, for we are all walk the path of earthly life. The all-seeing eye placed at the top of the architecture is meant to remind us of our own inner journey and of higher perspective we are called to maintain. The eye represents the observer within us, the part of ourselves that watches our thoughts, emotions, and actions. Its open form shows that it's always conscious and always all-seeing. It teaches that we must rise above our thoughts, not letting them dictate our feelings or control our lives. Instead, we must remain aware of what thoughts we choose to give attention to, for they are the architects of reality itself. The Bible speaks of this truth in John 2:15. It says, love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. The verse explains, right? The verse continues to explain that all that is in this world, the lust of flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, is not the Father, but of the world. It's basically saying, do not attach yourself to consciousness. What is the Father, everyone, in the Bible? What's the Father talking about? Does anybody know what the Father represents? The Father is your awareness. That's the man in heaven, the part of you that's in heaven. The part of you is in heaven is the Father. It's the part that gives birth to your mind and body. It's the reason you have life. It's the reason you have a mind and body, right? Love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. He's basically telling you, do not love the flesh, love the Father, love the awareness, because that's the part of you that's in heaven. The highest dimension of consciousness. Hence why you see an all-seeing eye at the top of buildings, on the top of the pyramid, the top of the Masonic artwork. This is the awareness that's in heaven. The high point of consciousness. The infinite, the eternal. The source of all realms, the source of all life is the awareness. It's the real God. The part of you that is God. Right? So now you see how the elites invert this knowledge. right? They invert this knowledge. The reason you see the eye on the dollar bill is because they invert it. Like I said earlier, they invert everything. Everything is inversion. Why do they invert it? Announcing the birth of the New World Order, a pyramid and an eye. They want to become the all-seeing eye. They want to observe everything. They want to be like God. They want to be God. They want to be the omnipresent. How are they going to do that? Through surveillance, technology, phones. They're creating a digital world so they can observe it. They want to become the all-seeing eye of the digital world. That's why they do this, right? They want to become the awareness of your mind. God is the awareness looking through every mind, and every living being has a soul as a part of awareness, right? One consciousness experiencing itself. So they want to become that all-seeing eye through the phones, through the digital world. That's the New World Order. They want to become like God. They can't have that part of me. Exactly, they can't. But they can if they addict you to the physical world and you keep reincarnating. That's the part they want. They want your mind, body, and soul. Okay? It's very, very deep. It's very, very deep. But you have to, you see, this is why you have to understand yourself, because most people think like they're coming for your, your money and stuff like that. It's not about that. It's way deeper. But you can free yourself from this stuff once you learn how to detach from these things and do these spiritual practices so you can help yourself. They might get one, but not all three. Exactly. And that's why the number 3 is such a sacred number, everyone. Mind, body, awareness. Mind, body, and soul. Okay? It's very, very deep. So in Masonry, what do they have? They have the 3 degrees of Masonry, the Blue Lodge degrees, and that's exactly what it represents. I'll show you. The first 3 degrees of Masonry is all towards recognizing your true self. Okay? The first 3 degrees. The first 3 degrees are the Blue Lodge degrees. And once you get initiated, you are reborn. You're reborn mentally, meaning you discover your true self. The first degree is the body. The second degree, the second degree is the ego or the mind. The third degree is the self-awareness, the true self. And that's when you get reborn at the Master Mason degree, the third degree. Okay, that's when you become a Master Mason. When you recognize the true self, awareness. Everything that I've just taught you. You don't have to get initiated. You just have to read a few books and go inside yourself, and you can become a Master Mason yourself, just, without even joining this stuff. You don't need to. That's why the number 3 is so sacred. Everything in life is 3s. The Royal Arch degree, the 4th degree, yes. So once you go past the 3rd degree, it goes to the Royal Arch degrees. Now that's when it goes deeper. That's when it's really, really about rebuilding your mind around awareness. The Royal Arch degrees is symbolic of rebuilding the mind, or the Temple of Solomon, because the mind is the temple of the awareness. Awareness lives inside the mind space. So the Royal Arch degree is about unifying your mind, becoming whole. Becoming one again, rising out of duality and becoming one. Okay? So It's about becoming it's about reintegrating awareness back into your mind. Are we all on the same page, everyone? Does this make sense? Are we all on the same page? Let me know in the comments. So you have awareness, mind, body, and the awareness is living inside the mind, observing reality through the mind, and the mind is the projector creating this reality. Everything you experience is in your mind. You never meet someone, you meet your mind's interpretation. You never experience reality, you experience your mind's interpretation of the five senses. So you are the awareness living in the mind, so you have to rebuild this spiritual temple. That's what Masonry is about. Rebuilding your temple, rebuilding your mind and heart. Through morals, through honesty, through your four powers, which are right there. These are your four powers. Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo, Taurus, the four fixed signs of the zodiac. Aquarius is the mind, the intellect, the thoughts. Zodiac, the Scorpio is emotion. Taurus is the body, action, and Leo is the will. The will, mind, emotion, and body, the four ways the soul expresses energy, or the self expresses energy. That's why you say, I will, I think, I feel, I act. It's all just alchemy. Yeah, exactly. It's all alchemy, pretty much. It's Kabbalah, alchemy, it's mixed with everything. Okay, so all of it is about rebuilding your spiritual temple, which is your mind. Mind and heart is your spiritual temple. How do you know all this stuff? You know, I've written books about this. You can read everything I know is in this book, pretty much, and you read it all, you'll get it all. Why doesn't it match up with the cardinal signs? It is the cardinal signs of the zodiac. Yeah, that's the cardinal signs. So the four cardinal signs are symbolic of the four ways the soul expresses energy, right? That makes sense? So, for example, Aquarius is an air sign. Air represents the mind. Leo is a fire sign. Fire represents willpower. Taurus is an earth sign. Earth is your physical body. Scorpio is a water sign, which represents your emotion. So they are the four ways the awareness expresses energy, the soul. Are you learning us to be a Freemason? Definitely not. No, I'm learning to awaken to your true self. You know, it is all, you don't need to join anything. You don't need to join anything about this stuff. You can all do it yourself. I haven't joined. And all this information can be figured out once you understand and study yourself and study the symbols. I've spent, you know, nearly 4 years studying the symbolism and studying myself on the side, self-recognizing myself and alongside following the symbols. And the more you know yourself, the more the symbols reveal to you about yourself, right? So the symbols are basically ways to self-discover yourself, right? They're different ways to understand the human psyche and the human soul. And they are basically rabbit drop-ins. If you follow the rabbit drop-ins, it leads you to the rabbit. It leads you to more self-discovery. Just got to go down the rabbit hole. And after 3 years, I can tell you I pretty much know all the symbolism. It's all about your mind and psyche and how to use your mind and body and soul together to reintegrate the lost pieces. So you can basically ascend, right? That's how you ascend. You ascend this world through, the only way out is in, by going within yourself and making your mind whole again. Does that make sense, everyone? Are we all on the same page? Right. But you have to put in the work of rebuilding your mind, right? Rebuilding the mind and studying the symbols and studying yourself. Because once you understand consciousness, you can apply it to your business, your relationship, your career, to creating your reality you want, and you can apply it internally for spiritual ascension as well. The knowledge goes hand in hand with the physical and the internal. So when you understand consciousness, you understand how you work and how you can master yourself to create any reality you want, or, you know, anything. I love your book. I have your book. Thank you. Did you enjoy your book? Are we all on the same page, everyone? Are we all understanding what I'm trying to say? Yes. Okay, amazing. Everyone's on the same page. What page am I on? I'm on page... This book is a one of my early ones where it had no numbers. If I can find it, I'm sure I have another one somewhere. What happens after death? Right. So with death, it's the same with the Kabbalah that I explained earlier. You go into the astral world, but the world operates on law. So as above, so below. Whatever you build in your mind is what you build. Is the astral realm you will go to. So if you build a mind based on pure fear, if you think about fear your whole life and you build your mind around that and your soul's wrapped around that, when you go to the astral plane, you'll go to a fear-based astral plane where then thoughts are manifested. So it's all on self. It's up to you what you create. You have free will in this world and the world after this. So it's about building your mind. You have to learn to build your mind properly in truth, love, and honesty, so you can go to an astral realm that assimilates with their mental states. You have to purify yourself to ascend. Everything in the universe works on law, universal law. Cause and effect, as above, so below. What book is that? This is the Book of Symbolism. I'm pretty sure a lot of you are wondering about this book. Are we all wondering about the book? It's about remembering. Yeah, it is. It's all about remembering yourself. Okay, would you like me to produce a code, everyone, if everyone's wondering about the book? I can produce a code for you. So you can, you know, if not, we'll just carry on. But if you want a code, let me know in the comments. If not many people ask, we'll just carry on, right? Okay, a lot of people want the code. Wow, that's a lot of people. Right, I'll create this code now for you. Is everyone ready? I'm gonna create 10 codes, so 10 available codes for 10. The first 10 people basically get there, they can use it. It's my book that I've written myself, right? It's the Book of Symbolism, English, French, Italian, Spanish, German, Dutch, all available on my website. However, there's only 10 codes that I'm going to give out right now. So the code is, who's ready for the code? Are you ready? We're ready for the code. So when you order the book, you also get a free book as well. We have paperbacks and a digital version. What should I do today? I'm going to do 40%. 40%. 10 people can use this code. 10 people can get 40% off. Just click the link in my bio, click on books, and go to revivalofwisdom.com. revivalofwisdom.com, or just click the link in my bio and click books. The code is 444. Use that at the checkout. Only 10 people can use it. The code is 444 for the Book of Symbolism. The Book of Symbolism, 444. Has everyone got that? So there is so if you don't want the paperback, there's basically a PDF version of the book. But I'm thinking about, I'm going to get rid of the PDF, I think, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of people trying to sell it and scam people and saying, I'll send you it if you send me this. And yeah, there's a lot of problems that come with PDFs. I'm going to probably take down the PDF soon. So if you do want the PDF, go and use that code. First 10 people get to use it. Okay. So, let me put this phone on charge. Okay. I ordered it. Beautiful. Amazing. Enjoy. Which one did you get? The Book of Symbolism? Okay. Yeah, thank you to Alexander, Terry, Antone, Kanjana, Michael, Miranda, Gaiovana, Elizabeth. You all have just taken advantage of the book. There is 4 codes left, 4 more people. Just click the link in the bio. That was very fast. Just 4 more people can use that code. It's in the bio. Click the link in the bio. Use the code 444. 444. So, I brought one. Beautiful. Enjoy. I've never been excited to get books. Your life will change when you read them, when you really understand yourself on a deeper level. So yeah, feel free to ask your questions now, everyone. I feel like I've rambled on for a long time. What do you want me to talk about? I'll talk about anything. Your books are golden, bro. Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you talk about awareness? The awareness is, you can talk about it, but it's unfathomable to even comprehend because it has to be experienced. Like, you have to meditate upon yourself and turn off your mind and experience it for yourself to know what it is. It's the unmeasurable, unlimited, infinite energy. It's the soul, right? It's pure light. It's pure conscious awareness. It's consciousness in its rawest form. It transcends thoughts. It transcends personality. It transcends ego. It transcends every body. It transcends space, time, everything. It is the ultimate, the unlimited, the part of you that is whole, perfect, doesn't need anything. So there is a part of you like in the mind has trauma, the mind has problems, we've gone through things in life, right? But when you learn to turn off your mind, there is a part of you that is untraumatized, there is a part of you unprogrammed, there is a part of you just pure conscious awareness, which is what every ancient text talks about heaven. Pure peace, pure love. That's the awareness above the mind, and that's what the Masons symbolize here. It's the light flowing in through the mind and body into the physical world, also symbolizing the heavens. Does that make sense, everyone? Are we all on the same page? Are we all on the same page? Listen, them codes have all been taken up already. So 10 codes have just been taken. I'm going to create another 10 more because I know there's going to be more people. The next 10 people can use that code. I'll set it now for you. 444. 444. I'll set them now. Any more questions? Talk about a dopamine detox. I think I'm in need of one of them, to be honest. These past 2 weeks I've been working a lot and I keep catching myself watching TikTok and stuff, so I'm gonna have to do one myself. To be fully transparent with you all, I'm not perfect, but it's an ever-growing journey of perfection and self-mastery. Yeah, they're very powerful. They are very, very powerful. You just got to learn to not give in to the mind's temptations. And it's a very challenging psychological process. It's basically like an initiation. You're initiating yourself to your higher mind, and it gets mentally conflicting. But it is very powerful if you do even just 1 or 2 days with no dopamine. Just try 1 day, then go after that. Try and go longer if you can. That means no music, no sugar, no, anything that stimulates dopamine. What is the code for? It's for the book. I created 10 more for the Book of Symbolism. So you get 40% off. There's 10 more codes. 10 more codes. How do I silence the voice in my head that tells me bad stuff? You don't silence it. You have to recognize it. You have to integrate with it. You have to accept that it's a part of you. The more you suppress it, the more it will just go deeper and deeper into your unconscious. You have to accept the bad parts of you. Reflect upon them. Okay? You have to accept your beast. Everyone has a beast inside them. Everyone has that mind, that part of a mind that just, is ruthless. But you have to accept it and no longer fight it. The more you fight it, the more power it gains. You have to accept it, integrate it, and learn to act from intellect and conscience. At all times, try and integrate conscience. Try and gain a connection to your heart of what it's always telling you what's the right thing to do. Like your conscience will tell you this is right, this is wrong. And use your intellect to try and act accordingly using both mind and heart. Mind and heart. I want to say thank you to Kerry, Kelsey, Andre, Anthony. You've all purchased and ordered and invested in the Book of Symbolism. Your life is about to change. Your life is about to change. What is your view on spiritual guides? I don't personally believe in them. I think the spiritual guide is the subconscious or the conscience. That is our guide. I don't think there's anything outside of us trying to guide us. Change for the better. Oh yeah, for the better. The higher self. The higher self So the higher self can only take over. In the Bible, they call it the Holy Spirit. The higher self is the highest part of the mind. the most creative part of the mind, the most loving part of the mind, it can only be accessed through sacrificing our lower mind, by mastering our urges, our sexual desires, eating desires, our egoic desires to defeat other people and power and divided mind. Once that's sacrificed, it makes room for the higher mind to be in place, and basically you receive thought. You receive thoughts from the higher mind once the lower mind is sacrificed. I'm gonna give a discount for the book. We already did one. There is 2 codes left. I gave out 10 extra codes. 444. There's 2 of these left. Anyone else have any questions? Where do I get the book? Just click the link in my bio, click on books, and it takes you to revivalofwisdom.com. The code was 444. So just click the link in the bio, click on books, and it takes you to revivalofwisdom.com. Are you a follower of Jung? Yes, I love Carl Jung's stuff. His books are amazing. Is everything a simulation? It is a mental projection. A mental projection of the mind. But yeah, I am going to love and leave you all here today. Being on live for about an hour and a half. I might go live again in about an hour or so, we'll see. But I hope you all learned something today. And make sure you join the Revival of Wisdom dashboard to stay in contact with me. Just in the bio, you'll see Revival of Wisdom dashboard. It's where I send messages into the people on TikTok. Enjoy the book, whoever ordered it. You're gonna love it. And enjoy. Have a great day. And look after yourselves. I click on the book, but it's not leading me onto the website. Yeah, just go into Google and just copy and paste the link. Or just go to revivalofwisdom.com. Anywhere else that sells the book is people trying to rip you off for my book or trying to scam you. So be very careful. Yeah, we have a YouTube, we have, everything. But love and light to you all. Thank you all for coming, and I'll see you all again later or tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Goodbye. Where do I find your YouTube? YouTube's in the bio, or just go on YouTube and type in Revival of Wisdom.
Take a slow breath in, softly, gently, beautifully, and release.
Wait, another portal! Wait, that means someone's been here. Wait, that means someone's been here! Excuse me. What's better, cats or dogs? I'm gonna have to go with cats. Mikey! Mikey, people been going crazy today! Again! Yo, Iz, what's up? Marky boy! Dude, people been going absolutely bananas. I'll have to send you the clip, Marky, but someone sent us a vault gift. My good friend Sahara, she sent us a vault gift. What's up? And yeah, Sahara, you are now you now have good friend status. You've had that, but I hope you know. I think of you as an awesome friend. Guys, it's Marky. It is. Not just because you get. Okay, I hope you know it's not just because of that. It's because I also value you as a person. Sahara, thank you for the share. So proud of you, Waffy. It's enough to make the grown man cry. Stop. I'm not sweet. I'm just myself. Low key, I'm a weirdo. I'm a freak. Yo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you for the love you so much. Cherry, what's up? Oops, wrong one. Thank you for the heart me as well. Oh wait, I better not go too close to the edge. Oh, Sahara! You haven't seen the build. Oh, Marky, this is the build right now, by the way. You're surely thank you for the harmony. Yeah, it's gonna be a massive maze. I can't believe I used all 4 stacks of rockets. Yo, Marky, thank you for the Harvey and the Go Popular! What the flip? Yo, y'all are paying for my rent. What the heck? Just the way you are. The way you are. Imagine someone says, put your most valuable stuff in your inventory, and then they pull it. You mean a uni? I already have all my valuable stuff in my inventory. No, you're all good, you're all good. I am not ever getting a uni again. I already know that. I'm never getting a uni again. LOL, really? Yeah, I already know. I'm not getting another one. I'm like manifesting it right now. I'm not getting another one. Yo, welcome back. It's good to see you back. Someone's gonna drop a Leon and Lion. Why do you guys want to see me go bald so bad? I'll go bald for a uni as well. What the heck? What the flip?
No tenés que hacer nada bien acá.
I don't want sad songs.
La forma correcta de hacer esto. Solo estás vos. Este momento.
Gotta go get kiddo off to school. See ya, Sahara. Thank you for hanging out for a little bit. Thank you for the awesome gift. Sorrow and dread, I don't doubt it would fade, but again and again. I love, I love, I love, I love. Do a face reveal? My face is already out there, buddy. Tired, I gotta fix my sleep schedule. It's lock-in time. Where do you go? Tell me why. Why you living on me? Let's go check up on people. Let's see what AJ's doing. Now that I like literally flew for half an hour. My chest is hurting. My feet can't fall out of bed. I don't know where to go. Where you instead of my symptoms. What's going on here? Whoa. Whoa. See down there? Hey. Hey. Oh, rats. Oh, rats. Hey, didn't pop the totem. When you get lion? Oh. Whenever someone decides to send it.
Yo.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just thought I'd come say, you know, hello.
Who is this?
Who do you think it is?
Oh, it's you. What were you doing 40,000 blocks away?
I went through another portal trying to find some diamonds.
Oh. Don't worry, it's not that long of a fall. Nether portal trying to find some diamonds? You couldn't go back through the nether portal?
I low-key lost the nether portal. Is that the half one?
So you're just a goo. No, that makes sense.
This
You're
guy.
doing great, buddy.
This guy. You know, I'm gonna steal all your diamonds when you log off. All of these
Now let's steal your
unmined
base.
free real estate.
What?
Have you seen my base recently?
I saw the square space that you've been setting up. I haven't seen it since then. That last time.
It's pretty big now. Does
Check it
Rusty
out.
Pixie? No, who's Pixie? Wait, I don't know which way my own base is. Wait. Wait, which way? Wait. Oh my goodness, wait, my base is the other way. He knows where my base is better than I do. It's because he has Voxy.
Oh, there you are. What? Oh. Took you a minute there.
I'm a little lost.
Lost in the sauce, huh? No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty big, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be multiple levels to it too. It's gonna go down.
You're gonna go all. Wait, how down are you gonna go?
I don't know, a good portion. Oh my god, what is going on with my music?
You should count. I
Like
think at
6
least
or 7 blocks.
I'm sorry. Do I know you?
You do know me. You were just, we were just talking.
I don't know. My memory wiped.
Oh, okay. The portal's up there. Don't hit your head on the way out.
You said the portal's over here?
Oh my god, my headphones, dude. Dude, Pixie! Pixie, you missed it! You missed something crazy, dude. Like, actually insane. You missed a vault gift, dude. You missed a vault gift. It was insane. I love you, Waffles? Hey, yo. You guys saying you love me. At least take me to dinner first. Jeez. I'll take you to dinner? No, you won't. What's up? Is that Jake? Yo, Aaron, welcome back. Why not? Because I said so. Because you broke. Sure thing, thank you for the Go Bob. Thanks for the Go Bob. I'm not, bro? Oh, okay, buddy. What's up, Clyde? I'm Egg. Hi, Egg. Guess who's back? Back again? Shady's back. Tell a friend. Yo, what's up, Heavenly? Oh my god, Waffles? Oh my god, have you seen this? You gotta go. Yo, Pixie, we should like play something this weekend.
Grounded, completely still.
Hey, could we maybe play my multiplayer sometime? Maybe. Yo, what's up, Tic Tac Go? Yo, thank you for the rose. Maybe who are you to say? Wait, I love how there's someone named Female Lady in here. Okay, is my Spotify sounding weird to anybody else, or is that just me? Dude, the new skin's peak. The music, like, keeps glitching out for me. I don't know if that's just a me thing. Thank you for the heart, me. What the flip? I can tell if my headphones are just acting up. Okay, so it's just me getting like static. At least it's not everybody. Doesn't make mistakes. Well, I guess we gotta go to the end, and our community just cheered up. Oh, we changed the little guy again? What do we change? What does he got now? What's the little guy got now? Oh, it's my headphones. Are my headphones dying? Is that what's up? Like, what's going on here? Like what? Like actually, what's going on here? Yo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome to the Waffle House, my friend. What's up, Amy? What's everybody up to this morning? Everybody having a good morning so far? W streams as always. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that. Time's gone, baby, it's all. What's up, Chaos? How you doing? I'm having a jolly day. W's. I was until my annoying brother came. At work? No, work's the worst. I'm also at work. It's okay. Bree, it's okay. I mean, my work's probably not as bad as yours, but hey, we're both working. Right? Oh my gosh. About to head to the library right now. Just wanted to say hi. Appreciate you stopping by, bro. Mine is more fun. What's up, Kelsey? How you doing, Kelsey? You having a wonderful day? Oh, I need to remember where that is. I think it's on the other. Yeah, it is. Okay. It is open. Doing well. Just woke up. Well, good morning. Believe it's this. It is not this one. Is it this one? I'm doing quite well, actually. I think it's this one. It's not this one. There it is. Not there? Okay, it's like right here. Okay. It's right here. Guys, look. It's the bee farm that I'm technically supposed to be in charge of, that I haven't done anything for. What is the bee farm? Oh, try to go. Hello, Hathan or Hathan. Howdy do. I just remembered having slept all day, bro. Go get some sleep. Okay, thanks, of course. Wait, guys, look, we're still undefeated. 2-0. What's up, CL? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, man. Oh, we've like some actual massive work. Actually, you know what? It's just a little bit. It's not too much. It's just a little bit.
From you.